Now, if God identifies Jacob, the house of Jacob, the son of Jacob, the house of Israel, as his servant, then there's no reason why I should say that Isaiah 53 is not speaking about Israel.
Yeah, but would you agree that God refers to Job as his servant in Job 1 and 8?
Sure, but that's Job, and that's a writing and not a prophecy. And this prophecy in Isaiah 53, there's enough in Isaiah to crush the notion that the 53, the servant spoken in 53, is Jesus when he identifies his servant by name elsewhere in the same prophecy.
Well, Reuven, are you hosting the room? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's Brett King from God TV Radio. Mr. Reuven is hosting the room. We've got a bunch of awesome individuals in here. Now, Reuven, I did that for you because I know that you're more of a typer type of guy, so I figured I'd say all that. You don't mind, do you? Because he's got over 100 Hangouts and 1,000 subscribers. Sure, no problem. Goodness gracious, Reuven.
It's been busy.
You're popular. Go ahead.
Hey, if my name came up different, you guys see a different avatar. It's going off my main Google account for some reason. So.
Idol Smasher, I've been looking over that Zechariah 13, and it's obscure. You know, when I read the Bible, I interpret what's clear in light of what's not so clear, and we've given you a lot of very clear scriptures about Jesus that prophesy, and what you gave was, it's kind of like it's. I mean, it'd probably take study and time to understand what it means, but it doesn't say it's Jesus. There's nothing really clear about it. It's really seems to be talking about false prophets.
Exactly. I made that same mistake when I made my video series against the Message Bible, because I was thinking, you know, Zechariah 13:6, you know, is talking about Jesus walking into a door at his friend's house, which is actually what it says in the Message. But then somebody corrected me and said, actually, this prophecy is about a false prophet, not about Christ. So I think what throws us off is, you know, the part where it talks about what are these wounds in your hands, and, you know, I got this from the house of my friends and stuff like that. So, so I was thrown off. But then in the very next verse, though, verse 7, actually, Jesus, what we actually see in verse 7 of 13:6, of 13 rather, is actually prophesied. Comes to pass rather in Matthew 26 verse 31. How the apostles, you know, scattered and stuff once he got arrested and stuff like that.
Do you have another Old Testament prophecy you want to throw at me? Because I think I've pretty much, you know, given all doubt, at least to Zechariah. I've given you blatant.
Okay, well, what about this? Isaiah 53.
I've just given you how many. I will post it again in case you weren't here when I.
I mean, you've made a claim, but I don't see anything that would
exactly
that what the subject that's being discussed here has any relevance to Jacob or Israel, even as a nation.
Because in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different places in Isaiah, God names His servant, and it's not Jesus.
But Israel's not consistent. Israel's not consistent with the description of the singular pronoun he.
That's right.
Well, that's your opinion. I'm just going by what it says, and no other servant is named but Israel.
But this doesn't say servant. This doesn't say servant at all. It says, who has believed our message, and to who has the arm of the Lord been revealed? Doesn't say anything about a servant.
The plant, yeah.
Well,
so I guess I'm trying to reconcile this as far as where you're seeing servant, the parallel.
What reading doesn't say anything about a servant. Let's just walk through them. Let's walk through each of these scriptures I posted in Isaiah, and we'll let the chips fall where they may. My beliefs are irrelevant.
Let's finish Isaiah 53 though. I mean, because anybody can look to various parts of a book, and then
First, it's prophecy when it's speaking.
Hold on. We can go through various parts of a book. I mean, cults do this all the time. They can go through several parts of a book.
Hold on. He doesn't understand what you're saying. When he says book, he's not saying book in the sense that it's some book. It's one of the books of the Bible.
Wait, you gotta let me finish though. Let me finish what I was gonna say. Okay, cults do this all the time. What they do is they'll take a phrase or even just a word out of one book, of one of the books of the Bible, and then they'll go to something in the Old Testament, and then they'll see something with the similar language, the wording arranged in the same way as what they saw in the New Testament, and then they'll say automatically that the context is the same thing, even though the words are the same. Even though the context is actually completely different from one another. But they make this assertion that because we see this word here, this and the same word over here and in here, therefore they must be talking about the same thing. And that's not how exegesis is properly performed. So,
Idle, may I ask you a question? Can you hear me?
Sure, Brett, go ahead.
Idle, do you believe that God protects the Torah?
Yes.
How would it be protecting the Torah if God allowed for Bibles basically to be made where a New Testament is attached to it?
Well, false prophets are abound, aren't they?
But isn't God protecting this from false prophets?
That was given to the Jews. The Jews are the ones who are given to protect Torah. I think he made the right decision.
Wouldn't it be a giant deception or some kind of issue then?
Sure. Absolutely.
So how could God be, according to you, if he's protecting the word, why would he allow this to happen?
So you know the right thing when you see, so you know the difference between a false prophecy and the real deal. That would be my answer. I don't know, but that would certainly be my answer. I mean, if God says one thing and then people come along and say another, you're supposed to stone them.
Okay. Have you ever stoned anybody?
No, I don't have a Jewish court to do so.
Well, even the Jews don't stone people, though.
Well, they don't have a temple.
Well, so how are they?
But neither did the Jews have a temple when they were in exile. But that didn't stop them from practicing the Jewish tradition.
The Mosaic Law.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the book of Jeremiah. As a matter of fact, one of the things he says to the Jews, it says, even though we are now in exile, still go on ahead and perform these rituals as normal.
How is Isaiah 53:12 consistent with either Yaakov or Israel as a nation? Somebody just
I'm busy looking up all these links, so you'll have to tell me where you're at. My head's kind of...
Isaiah 53:12. I'm posting it there every time I'm coming across this kind of stuff. I'll put it there.
All right.
You cross-reference that with John chapter 10. So.
Well, yeah.
But he won't go to the.
I don't go to the New Testament because it's not my book.
Right.
Okay, you are at 53, right?
53 and 12.
All right. Because I do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tabs open. Well, 6 if you don't count 53. That we can discuss on Isaiah. Well, Isaiah 53. There we go. I'll get back to that. And I already had it open. Not anymore. Okay, now 53. He was oppressed, though he humbled himself and opened not his mouth, as a lamb led to the slaughter. Kind of like walking into a gas chamber. As a sheep before her shearers is dumb, yea, he opened not his mouth. All right, where are you at? What verse is
53 and 12. Hey, real quick, you do realize that Christians support the nation of Israel, right?
Yeah, that's one of the neat things about modern Christianity is they've turned from a lot of that hate.
Well, a lot of that was Roman Catholicism. What I'm saying is that as a Christian, and I think most here would agree, we support the nation of Israel as God's beloved. The Bible says this, and we're to show them mercy. Not to curse them, not to persecute them. We support Israel.
Okay, great.
The Holocaust did happen, and we believe all of these things. I hope you don't think that we're like anti-Semitic or something.
Not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. I know better. I wouldn't consort with Christians if I thought that of them.
There are some that try to defame the Jews and say that they weren't really the ones in the Holocaust, but that's nonsense. I mean, that is just nonsense.
Okay. Here we go. Isaiah chapter 41. If you want to know where I'm getting at, I'm going to give you the sources that I use from Isaiah itself. This is Isaiah chapter 41, verse 8. But thou, Israel, my servant, Jacob, whom I have chosen, the seed of Abraham, my friend. We're going to move over here now to Isaiah 43, verse 10. Yea, are my witnesses, saith the Lord, my servant whom I have chosen, yet ye may know and believe me, and understand that I am he. Before me there was no God formed, neither shall any be after me. Even I, I, even I, am the Lord, and beside me there is no Savior.
Amen.
So we'll go to 44:1. Or no, I already did that. 44:1. Hear now, O Jacob, my servant, and Israel, whom I have chosen. Now let's go over here to 45, verse 4. For the sake of Jacob, my servant, and Israel, mine elect, I have called thee by thy name. We'll move over here to Isaiah, chapter 48, book 48, verse 20. I think that was 20. I'll do that again because I'm going back and forth here. 48:20. It says, "Go ye from Babylon, flee ye from the Chaldeans, and with a voice of saying, declare ye, tell this, utter it even to the end of the earth, say, the Lord hath redeemed his servant Jacob." Let's move over to Isaiah 54, and this is 54, verse 16. He says right here, "Behold, I have created the smith of the boweth and the fire of coals, and bringeth forth a weapon for his work. I have created the waster, and to destroy no weapon is formed, and shall prosper every tongue shall Lord do my servant reward me." Well, did I read the wrong one, guys? I apologize. But at least I've got 5 out of 6 that I read properly, 16 through 17. I'm going to need a rabbi for that one because I don't see, he doesn't actually name Israel. But, 4 out of 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different accounts where God speaks blatantly, calls his servant Jacob. So I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong. You could be entirely right. But I want you to understand how I cannot just say that 53 is Jesus and Jesus alone. Maybe it is, but from what I'm getting from the rest of Isaiah, in context of the story itself, the servant of God, after repeatedly being told by God himself, is Jacob. The house of Jacob, the children of Israel, and you're not going to convince me otherwise because the Word of God tells me that it's Jacob.
Yeah, we can't convince you of that. That's something that God would have to do.
Yeah, he'd really have to, wouldn't he? Because he's already given me his Torah. He's already given me the book. He's given us Isaiah. He calls him his servant 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different times by name.
Yeah, but a lot of the things that you're pointing out in Isaiah don't apply to the people of Israel, though. Okay, for instance, in verse 12, he bore the sins of many. Israel didn't bore the sins of many people.
He didn't bore the sins of Nazis? He didn't bore the sins of Egypt?
No, he didn't bore. No, Israel has not borne the sins of anyone.
Oh, so the whole thing about them being whipped for Egypt's sake. The sins of Egypt weren't dumped on the Jews? You're going to really try to convince me?
The sins that they committed in Egypt, but not for the sins of Egypt.
Well, that's not what it says here either.
But look at verse 12, though. What does it say in Isaiah 53, verse 12?
He was wounded because of our transgressions.
Okay, so why do you apply this to Israel? I mean, Israel's dying for themselves?
No, he was wounded because of our these are the nations talking about. Wow, y'all, really?
But yeah, you're not the first, obviously, to dispute this. This is especially Isaiah 53. Yeah, Isaiah 53 has been disputed amongst Christians and Jews for years, for decades.
That's fine, and you could be all right. You could ask me all these questions, but I'm telling you that the servant spoken of in Isaiah 53 has been identified in the rest of Isaiah, and it wasn't Jesus.
But we're telling you that the attributes that are given in Isaiah 53 do not apply to the nation of Israel.
Well, God says they do. That's what Isaiah is saying. When he says, my servant is Jacob, and that my servant Jacob has been harmed by the transgressions of us, of men, what am I supposed to take to that?
All right. Have you ever heard, so we talked about this earlier in the other Hangout, that there's such a thing as called dualistic prophecy, or somebody else might give it another
Christian name. Invention. You'll never convince me of that either.
Oh, really? Okay, so if you go to 2 Samuel chapter 7, I think, when God is speaking directly to Solomon, right. A lot of those things that he is saying to Solomon cannot possibly apply to Solomon. Let me give you an example of which he's referring to. 1 second here. I gotta find it.
So the servant couldn't possibly, even though God identifies his servant as Jacob.
Right. Because some of the things that he says to Solomon cannot possibly do, and according to history, do not apply to Solomon.
Could not possibly. So you put the limitation. You're the one who put the limitations on God there, baby.
Hold
That's
on.
out of my hands.
Hold on.
Guys, I'd like to ask Idol a question. Idol, who is being spoken of in Job chapter 33, verse 23 to 28?
All right, let's go flip through the Bible again. Let's go find another one.
33 and what?
And why are you looking at it?
I typed it out over there for you.
Oh, I'm sorry. 33, 23 through 28. Okay.
Yeah. There's so many of these kinds of dualistic prophecies throughout the Old Testament.
Dualistic, isn't that nice?
Yes.
I don't even see Isaiah 53 as being dualistic, though.
But I'm saying why? But I'm saying why could it not be though? You're looking
because God. I didn't say that, but I'm saying you can't tell me that it's not Jacob.
Okay, but you can't tell us. But you can't tell us that these things, these attributes that are given to us in Isaiah 53, apply to the tribes of Israel. They don't.
God stopped using his servant Jacob.
Guys, Job chapter 33, verse 23.
Wait. I wanted to read the passage out of 2 Samuel chapter 7, just to give him an example.
I'm on Job.
Okay.
I mean,
I apologize. I'm not trying to cut the subject on this. I'm actually still remaining on it. It's just. All
right. Well, while you're looking that up, let me just at least give you the ad. Okay, it's 2 Samuel chapter 7, verses 12 through 16. Okay, that is clearly an example of what I was bringing up before about what's called the dualistic element to a prophecy. What I mean by that is that there are certain things that are being mentioned about one person or to a person that do not apply to them. So it's almost as if they're talking about two people at once or two things at once. We see this example in Isaiah 14. We see this example in
David did it. David did it in Psalms 22.
Yep.
He was not. David wasn't pierced.
Yes. Zechariah. There's a part about Zerubbabel.
They didn't cast lots for David's clothes. They didn't. None of that stuff applied to David. Why was David saying it?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, Zerubbabel is another example. In Haggai chapter 1.
Yeah. 1 and 3, I think.
The prophecy given to Zerubbabel does not apply to him because of some of the things that it says.
Tell me.
Idol, did you find it?
Yes, I did. He comes close to the pit. His life verges on death. If he has a representative, one advocate against 1,000 to declare a man's righteousness, then he has mercy on him and to decrees. Redeem him from the descending to the pit, for I have obtained his ransom. Let his flesh be healthier than in his youth.
Okay.
Let him return to his younger days. He prays to God, and he accepts by him. He enters his presence and shouts his joy. He requires a man for his righteousness. No, he requits a man for his righteousness. He declares to men, I have sinned, I have perverted what was right, but I was not paid back for it. He redeemed him from passing into the pit.
I don't see anything in Job personally about a prophecy regarding Christ. At least not in my notes.
Well, I'm talking about Job chapter 33, 23, 28. I was actually asking what is being talked about in this passage. I was asking his interpretation.
Okay.
I enjoy talking to Idol because there are certain things I do recognize I'm a work in progress, and I'm trying to understand from his particular view as well as others on these different interpretations.
I would no doubt say that he probably has some insight into the Torah that we could all glean something from. That would be foolish to say otherwise. I would agree. We're not really talking about that, but
I still quite haven't got an answer on this though. What is being talked about in this particular situation? What is this?
I'd have to look at the beginning of the chapter.
What chapter in Job did you say, Brett?
33.
I did type it up, but somebody put a novel up.
Job 33, verse
Yeah.
23 to 28.
Yeah.
Barnes says in his commentary, almost every interpreter has had a special view of its meaning. That's funny.
If there be a messenger with him, an interpreter, one among 1,000, to shew unto man his uncleanness, then he is gracious unto him, and saith,
It's about, I would say it was God saving him from the pit.
But what's I guess the thing that's confusing me in this is the way it's describing the individual that is doing this. It sounds as though it's speaking of an angel.
Huh.
See, that's why I was asking you guys on your understanding of this. From what I get, it looks like it's speaking of some extremely powerful, authoritative angel. So that's what I was curious on how you could respond to this. I don't know what to say about it.
You know, ultimately, here we are, Christians versus Noachide and everybody else. We both use the Torah, and Christians use the Torah and the New Testament, well, the Tanakh and the New Testament. We're both talking about a being who neither of us will ever be able to fully comprehend. So when it comes to defending the deity of Christ and the Trinity and all this other stuff, of course, it's going to be very difficult to convince people that this position is what's taught in the Bible, because we're talking about a being we can't understand. If he were to appear in this Hangout right now, how would we comprehend it except for drop dead? Okay, look what happened to Daniel in chapter 9 when he was confronted. Now, some people say it was actually the pre-incarnate Christ. Some people say it was Gabriel. I'm a little bit on the fence with that because of the way he's described. However, the fact is, when Daniel encountered this being, whoever it was, he had to be revived twice because of the glory of this being. It just struck absolute terror in him. You know what I mean? So, I don't want to kill the conversation because I love talking about this stuff. But, I'm just saying, when in defense of the Trinity and the deity of Christ, if we're talking about a being whose thoughts are higher than our thoughts, his ways are higher than our ways, why is it so difficult to accept that he can actually come as a man, be born of a virgin, die on a cross and rose from the grave, and still be God through all that? I don't see a problem with that at all, especially what we see in both the Tanakh and the New Testament.
I hear what you're saying, Beckel, and I completely understand and respect that. However, whenever it comes to the beginning of what you said about Christians versus this guy and all this, I don't see a versus situation. I just see a bunch of individuals we're having a discussion about an amazing God who's mysterious. That's how I see it. I don't see a versus thing.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're not trying to be adversarial necessarily. I mean, however, we are as Christians, commanded to defend the faith, and we're supposed to do it with meekness and gentleness to the best of our ability. But there is an opposition here, of course. I mean, that's no, it's not a no-brainer there. I mean, that is a no-brainer, I should say. So. I mean, but obviously we all theists here. I don't know if this new guy just came in, Kevin. I don't know your position. So we all believe a God exists, and it is a breath of fresh air to be in a hangout like this for once. I'll tell you that.
Kevin's a nice feller. He's good
Okay.
people. How you doing, Kevin?
I'm doing all right. Slow day.
It's time I sleep, guys. I have to work in the morning.
All right, man. Pleasure talking to you, and looking forward to seeing you in the future. And also, if I can try to get into one of your rooms again, because it was a fascinating conversation last time we got in there.
We'll see. We might just go back to just Thursdays. We'll see.
I hear you there. Don't let that other issue aggravate you, all right?
I'll try. Thank you.
All right, Ed, it was a pleasure talking to you in spite of our disagreements and stuff.
Shalom, baby. Have a good one.
All right, you too.
Have a good night.
All right. So what shall we talk about now?
Yeah, the verse Brad, that you gave.
Mhm.
I see a correlation between, when it says, "Yet if there is an angel at their side, a messenger, one of 1,000 sent to tell them how to be upright, and he is gracious to that person." It kind of reminds me of where it says, "Do not neglect to show hospitality to strangers, for by this some have entertained angels." I mean, I don't know if it's specifically in that verse talking about Christ. Is that what you were kind of referring to? That
I don't know who it's actually talking about. There's a lot of figures that are mentioned, and I look them up. One of the things I found out fascinating a while back, whenever I was reading the book of Job, was whenever it came across when Job and God were having a conversation, and God brings up this word that I had to go look around for, Mazaroth. I found that fascinating.
an easy answer would be to say that Job was in a state of delirium, but it wouldn't be the right answer necessarily. But yeah, I know there's some tough things like that. Or Melchizedek.
Did I miss something, guys?
What do you mean?
Oh, first of all, I forgot to mute my mic, so you guys have probably been hearing me banging around in my kitchen for a while.
Well, it's been all right.
Idol Smasher left.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said he needed to go to bed. To be honest with you, he's been with us since almost 6 p.m. all the way until almost 3 in the morning my time. So the man's
Trooper.
the gauntlet for sure. Woo!
You know, it was funny when I left initially, I had never heard anything he was talking about. What is this called? Noah something?
Noachide.
Is this a sect of Judaism?
No, it's basically Gentiles who wish to, correct me if I'm wrong, Reuven.
You said this is the ancient
Who
movement.
wish to be,
Theophobians? So the Gentiles who stood at the back of the synagogue before Christianity, is that what the Noahides are? Reuven?
Idol Smasher is one of my pals out there, but I'm still kind of confused on where he's coming from on some of these issues. But to be honest with you, there's so many diverse different views that I've been running into coming into these rooms. I can't keep up with any of you.
But here's the consistency among all those views. They all seem to attack Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I've spoken to Idol Smasher in his Hangout before, and he has showed a lot of respect towards Jesus. I've spoken to Muslims. They've shown a lot of respect for Jesus. They just simply don't view or agree on some of the things that is claimed about Christ, at least biblically. But there's respect there, and I can tell.
Well,
now,
he has
atheists, on the other hand, are damn right awful.
Was he raised Roman Catholic by chance?
I'm not exactly sure on that. You got to understand, when I go in his room, he's usually doing like a study from his point of view and his views, and I usually don't try to. I kind of just sit back and listen and try to educate myself. I also used to do that in Stickam when the Muslims opened their room. I'd go in there and I'd only ask a question if I didn't understand what they were saying, but I like to keep quiet, just listen and learn. And stuff, not really an argumentative type situation.
I see Idol Smasher as a really nice guy. I've never seen him act really stupid, at least from my experience. It's just that when Peripheral says that it's an attack on Jesus, we're not talking about him. We're talking about the teaching that he adheres to, because it is essentially an attack on Christ.
Do you personally feel attacked?
Do I feel? No, I don't.
Then what does it matter?
Because we as Christians are told to defend the faith, to give an answer for the hope that's within us. So whenever we hear somebody preaching against Christ in any way, shape, or form, we, a Christian, not going to sit back and just say, okay, well, God bless you. No. This is a live hangout. People are watching this. So
especially when he's using prophecy that we use to support the notion that Christ fulfilled those prophecies.
Exactly. Apologetics is a facet of evangelism. So we're not only here to preach the gospel, but we're also here to defend the faith.
Do you think that these other groups are evangelizing?
Well, which groups are you referring to, like Judaism and stuff?
Yeah. Jewish people, Noachides.
Yeah, they have forms of evangelism. They have this group by a guy named Tovia Singh, I think his name is. He has a ministry called Jews for Jews or something, like Judaism for Jews or something like that. And it's,
what would you qualify?
It's a ministry set up deliberately to get Christian Jews or Christians away from Christianity and into Judaism.
So anyone sharing another idea with other people qualifies as being anti-evangelical, against what you're doing.
No, they're evangelical, but they're anti-Christ. If they're preaching another Christ, yes.
So that would also qualify anybody who's sharing Buddhist ideas or Hindu ideas?
If they're taking people away from Christ, then it's anti-Christ. I mean, just like if I'm taking... Yeah.
You can share Buddhism. You can share Buddhism, just, but Buddhism is a philosophy. It's not really, he never had a claim to deity.
Right.
In fact, I'm pretty sure I can quote him saying...
Let's get to the nitty-gritty here.
Yeah, I mean, we can still,
We could spend a good hour going into semantics of how one defines religion, how one defines cultural tradition. But in the way that it's modern, and it's interpreted in the modern day, other people who are sharing other religious traditions, spiritual traditions of any kind. Is that a threat to you?
Yeah, you see throughout the Old Testament when, the people of Israel...
That's not what I asked you.
No, wait, let me finish. We see examples of the people of Israel in the Old Testament. They're doing their thing. Nowhere in the Bible did God command Israel to go start some trouble with the pagans just because they worshiped a different god.
Okay.
Yeah, he just told them to stay away from him.
That's what Christians are supposed to do today. So we don't just go to some Buddhist temple and say, "Oh, you're preaching a false gospel." No. When you see Christians out there protesting, we're protesting people like Joel Osteen or Crevlo Dollar, stuff like that.
Claiming Christ.
And True Speller, I was wanting to know if I could ask you another question about something.
Yeah, sure. I don't want to hog up the conversation back.
Oh, I like it when y'all hog up things. It's beautiful. Hold on a second. Can you take a look at Genesis 19:24? You'll probably be familiar right away that it's speaking of the judgment on Sodom and Gomorrah. But there's something here that the way it's worded is unusual to me. Genesis chapter 19, verse 24, if anyone's interested in taking a look.
What is the relevance as far as, oh, that my words were now written, oh, that they were printed in a book, that they were graven with an iron pen, and lead in the rock forever? Oh, wait, I'm in the wrong book, aren't I? Oops.
You said Genesis 19:24?
Genesis 19:24. Would you like me to read my translation to you?
Yeah, and I can post my translation on his side chat here while you read it. But
okay.
That is interesting.
I'll go ahead and hit the King James Version for you. Then the Lord, listen very carefully, and you're going to hear something really weird here.
I already saw it.
Okay, then the Lord rained upon Sodom and Gomorrah brimstone and fire from the Lord out of heaven.
Ah. Yeah. There you go.
That's like Lord said unto my Lord type of stuff.
Mm-hmm. The duality of God.
Yeah.
Oh, I should say plurality of God.
Wait, what is that? Can you read that again?
Yes, Genesis chapter 19, verse 24, and there's actually quite a few different passages throughout the Old Testament on this. This was actually one thing that I was wanting to bring up with Idol before he subdued and took off. But it was, then the Lord rained upon Sodom and Gomorrah brimstone and fire from the Lord out of heaven. Do you hear that?
Yep.
Oh well, hold on. Remember, wasn't the pre-incarnate Christ God with Abraham,
Yep.
telling him exactly what was going to happen? That makes perfect sense.
Now, guys, I
Exactly.
will be right back in just a moment. Just as I was reading that, my wife came in and said, "Come here." So I will be right back, and I would love to hear more on what you guys think of
It's
that.
funny.
Dun, dun,
It's funny
dun,
that you say
dun,
that, Peripheral, because in Genesis 18, the chapter before, what happens? We see
Yeah.
the three mysterious men appear, before Abraham.
Amen.
And Abraham bowed down to them.
I think he tried to feed him too, didn't he?
Yep. And I think, if I'm
Got
correct, I haven't read it in a while. I think the author writes this person as if Abraham was talking to one person when all three of them were saying something. But I don't know. I could be, jumping the gun with that. But
Yeah, because it says angel of the Lord, I believe.
yes, angel of the Lord's. But there was three.
Yeah.
So why is it only referring to one, as if it's referring to just one person? Was only one of them the angel of the Lord? It's some interesting language that's being used, but
Well, that's what it comes down to, is language. If you ever have a question about a text, particularly one that was translated, the best thing to do is to trace from the translation you're reading from to the translation before that and the translation before that. There's a lot of subtext that is missing from language.
We
As-
actually use the source text, though. We don't need to go through translations. We have the Hebrew and the Greek. Why would we need to go through different translations?
Because there's more to language than just a word and its definition.
Well, I
There's
understand, but
context, there's subtext, there's
Context,
cultural
right.
understandings.
mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Right.
there's a lot of things to that.
I understand that, but why not just go to the source text? We have those. I mean, I've got all of the Hebrew and Greek in front of me. I don't really
Okay.
see the need to go through translations. Translations are translations from translations sometimes.
Is
Why not just go to the-
the Lord in the same case?
Excuse me?
Is the Lord in the same conjugation?
Are we?
What do you mean?
Which verse are we talking about here?
The one that you just were describing and the one before that.
Oh, hang on.
Genesis 19, 24?
Hang on, I'm not even there right yet. Hang on.
It's the same word.
Hang
What
on.
is the original word in the original languages?
It's
I think
the same word.
he's looking for like verb tense and all that stuff. Let me see if I
Yeah.
can find
It matters, particularly in Semitic languages.
1936.
No, 24. 1924.
Alright. I've got like 5 different e-swords open right now.
That's what I'm using. The Hebrew 3068 is the word for the capital Lord.
Yahweh for Lord, and then Yahweh.
Okay, so it's not using Elohim, Adonai, or anything
No,
like
it's
that.
using
Not in
no.
this. No.
Okay.
You guys
Interesting.
still talking about it, huh? Exciting, ain't it?
Oh, well, me and Veckel are probably of the same mind on this one regarding the angel of the Lord that appeared to Abraham, which is very profound. I mean, there's no real way to actually tie them together 100%, but
Right.
it is interesting though that we have. I can't, man. I'm this is nuts. This is what happens every time whenever I delve into the Old Testament, reading stuff that's not about what I'm studying.
You know, you had asked the question, Beckel. Or one of you had made the statement when Idol is in here. You said, "Why would people have an issue with God coming in the manifestation of the man?" And what's interesting is throughout the Old Testament, God sends angels that do what? They manifest themselves as something that is identifiable to the humans around them.
He also says it right there in Genesis. He says he created us in his image. I mean,
Right.
there's no reason not to think that. And the Bible says Christ is the image of the invisible God, and we are created in His image. So
Now that right there is a, I don't know if I should use the word contention. I don't think it's image like in visually we look like God or something. I feel like
Right.
it's the essence.
Exactly. I agree with you 100%. Yeah, some people who read that, they unfortunately they do interpret that as exactly that, and I agree with you 100%, Brett.
You talking about like a heart image kind of deal?
No, when he created us as creators ourselves. We are the essence of God. Basically, go ahead.
Yeah, I think what you're saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, Brett, that like God, we have emotion. Like God, we have creative ability to create things.
Yeah, our words have the same destructive or creative power that God's have. We can build cities with a single command, and we can destroy them with a single command. I mean, there's a lot of parallels between us and God as far as that's concerned. I mean, the Bible says, "I said you are gods."
I can't help to chuckle just a little bit, and it's sad, but there are people, as Jackal pointed out, who do see it as that. You hear that argument, well, how come Pam doesn't look like Bob then? That's like, come on, seriously, let's get a little bit more deeper here.
Yeah.
You know, if I may, to play a little devil's advocate here, when you have something in any religion, particularly with Christianity and Judaism, that's so nuanced, this sort of relationship between man and God, and his image, his essence, it's reasonable that some people would have difficulty with that they wouldn't be able to necessarily understand it in a more tenable way.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So
Paul talks about that in 1 Corinthians chapter 2, verse 14. I bring up all the time. He says, "For the natural man receiveth not the things of the Spirit of God, for they are foolishness unto him, neither can he know them, because they are spiritually discerned. But he that is spiritual judgeth all things, yet he himself is judged of no man." So, yeah, that's what you just said is 100% correct. That's why when we preach the gospel, when we defend the gospel, we're supposed to do it with meekness and gentleness, because we have to put ourselves in these people's shoes. They don't believe because they have no discernment.
Right.
So we have to put ourselves in their shoes and say, not to feel sorry for them, that there's, we're not treating them like they're stupid, but we're covered by the blood of Christ. We've been given this belief because of God's grace and mercy upon us. And this is why we're supposed to preach the gospel and defend the gospel with meekness and gentleness, because these people don't have that understanding. So, if we bashing the Bible on these people's heads, of course, we can contribute to them turning away and being more stiff-necked towards the gospel.
Well,
Kevin,
unfortunately, that tends to be the case.
Well, Kevin, I think that the only way someone could either misinterpret or not come to an understanding of it is if an individual hasn't actually read the thing here. The reason why you could clearly come to the point where you'd say, no, it's not a physical image, is because the Bible tells you that God created us from the elements of the earth. So we had the physical form of the elements. The image is the essence, the life breathed into us, creativity, sentience, consciousness, the very awareness, what you see as self when you look in the mirror.
The laws of God?
Something like that.
Well, it says the laws of God are written on our heart.
Warning for me to get all philosophical.
Well, I was quoting scripture, but it's interesting. I'm trying to see his name here, Kevin. Something that he brought up, and Veckel kind of was trying to hit that home. Bible says, if the gospel be hid, it is hid to them that are lost. And what's interesting is the gospel is, in fact, hidden in plain sight. Those that would rail against it for whatever reason, the barrier between them understanding the gospel is themselves. You have to remove yourself from the equation, submit yourself before the Lord, and He will open your eyes. And I railed against the Bible for my whole life, and I got tired of it after a while.
I think there is a very pervasive assumption among the very devout Christians I've interacted with over the years that because a person is not Christian, they have chosen something differently, that they are inherently railing against the Bible in your terms. And that's not always the case.
Well, I looked at the Bible from a philosophical perspective before all of this. I didn't I would argue that Christianity clearly was not the truth. However, I never said anything that I never disagreed with anything Jesus said. He is the antithesis of the self, and I read that in his writings. But I wasn't convinced as far as the bigger picture. I didn't even know if it really tackled that yet. I hadn't confronted whether or not I believed that or not. So I guess I was more agnostic most of my life. But I do know that I had a I don't know, some kind of like something to do with Christians, and part of it was my experience with like you're talking about the Christians that go out and yell and scream at homosexuals and stand at abortion clinics and scream at these poor girls that are going in and make a very life-changing choice. I don't condone that, and I don't think Jesus would either. And I think that how we approach people, like Veckel said, you can actually have the exact opposite effect. And if you turn somebody away from the faith in the name of Christ, you're going to have to answer even more for that. That's even worse. That's one of the worst things you can do is, claim to be this Christian or claim to be this servant of God, but are actually turning people away. The Bible says, "Woe to them that call evil good and good evil." So yeah, I was kind of in the position where I'd seen so many bad examples of Christianity that I assumed that all of Christianity somehow held these dogmatic beliefs about berating other people, and then I realized hey, wait a minute, that's not what Jesus called them to do. Why are they doing that? It's like, why not question your own sin instead of going out and pointing the fingers at other people? But we can love people. That's free. That doesn't cost anything. We can go out and love somebody regardless of their sin. Doesn't mean we have to love their sin, but we can love them.
Right.
And I would say start from that approach. Be friends with somebody. If you're trying to bring them to Christ, ask them if there's something that you can do. Serve them. Be a servant like Christ taught. Hey, do you need something? Do you want to talk about anything? Don't just go right in with the hellfire and brimstone. That's just going to push them away. And now you've done the exact opposite of what you're called to do. And that was my issue. And then I realized, well, you know what? I was labeling the whole of Christianity based on some bad examples, and at the same time justifying my non-belief in God and my belief that sin was okay. So it was kind of like all in one package for me myself. And then but myself was in the way is what the problem was. So. But yeah, man, when I came to Christ, he changed my life. He took away the existentialism, the depression. He saved my marriage between me and my wife. I mean, so many things that that I tried for 10 years to try to fix on my own, and things I tried to do. And, ultimately, in one night, with submission to Christ, my life changed. He gave me that mind. He gave me that peace and that joy that I've seen in some Christians, and a lot of Christians, really. But and then I had to approach the Bible from a very honest perspective. I quit digging into Leviticus and all of these. We always pick the random verses out of the Bible to call God a baby killer and all. I quit doing that stuff, and I actually looked at the Bible from a bigger picture, and I said, you know what? I was wrong. So.
Well, thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, I once heard that somebody said, I can't remember if it was one of the pastors I used to be under, but he said something along the lines of Christians should earn the right with an individual to preach the gospel to them. Not that we're doing it to be saved, but when you're not beating them over the head. You're not. When you first meet them, you're not saying, "Hi, my name is Veckel, and are you saved?" You need to get saved, or you're gonna burn in hell. We got to earn our way in there, and one of the ways we can do that is by approaching them in meekness and gentleness, and if they have any questions about what it is that we believe, we tell them, and but we don't bash them on the head or stuff like that.
I target old people. I'm going to be blunt with you. I target old people. You know why? Because they always need help with something. And I never even bring up the gospel until I've developed a rapport with them. But what I do, and I tell my mom, I'm like, hey, if you have any friends that need help with anything, especially that are elderly, because they do need help. They do want someone to talk to sometimes. They want, they just want some acknowledgement. And sometimes they're elderly, so they can't get around. They can't do things around the house. Hey, I'm free. If I come mow your yard, help take garbage, whatever you need, let me know. And then they want to start, based on my character, I'm hoping they see Christ in me. And then they might say, hey, why don't you come in for a second, take a break, let's talk, have a conversation. And then I get a chance to share my testimony, say, listen, Christ saved my life, and go from there and let them see Christ instead of trying to push Christ down their throat, because that's never worked for me. I tried that for probably a month or two when I first came to Christ, and it did not work, man. I just got It's probably when I encountered most of the resistance. But now I just kind of say, you know what, I'm going to try to copy what Christ did and be a servant, and that works a lot better, and people respond to it better.
Sorry, fixing the bed. Making a lot of grumbling. Sorry, guys. It's always been my approach. Found it easier to listen to people than I do talk. But I'm not as well versed as you guys, so it's definitely easier to sit back and listen to where they're coming from. And then when there's an appropriate time to interject. I found getting people to Christ or at least study the Bible or anything like that is kind of like dating. When you guys look at women, maybe you find we're in a group and you find that one that you're attracted to, but you're not dumb enough to go step to her in a group. You wait till she's alone, right? And then you talk to her, and then you can get her to see, you know, some opportunities with you or anybody, you know, whatever the situation is. I feel the same way with people I've met on here. Atheists, everybody else. As soon as I get them into a one-on-one conversation, it happens naturally. You can usually get one thing out of them, and it's little by little, than you can get ever when they're in a group.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Herd mentality.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, people, well, it becomes less, you know, you're more on the spot when it's just you and one other person. I mean, you get to really kind of open up. There's a little more trust there because you don't have an audience, and I totally get what you're saying, totally.
Yeah, I every once in a while I get somebody who's a non-believer who's actually saw me either, you know, arguing with an atheist or another Christian or whoever, or they'll see one of my videos on my channels, and they'll contact me in private on Skype saying, "Hey, I'm not a believer, but you know, there's something about what you said that just kind of resonated with me, and then I just have some questions and stuff like that." And I was, "Oh, okay, great, you know," and you know, we talk for a while, you know, and I know for a fact that I'm not the only one who is this happening to. I mean, it happens to a lot of us. You know, that you got people, you know, pulling the Nicodemus on you.
So true.
Yeah, and peripheral, you're just you're kind of, well, sort of new to the Google Plus thing. I mean, more people are going to hear about you, and you're going to have if you haven't already, have the same experience. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I had a girl message me saying something similar to that. I think she was a believer, just not really hardcore in the faith. She wasn't like I don't know. She believed in God, but she wasn't like a practicing Christian type of deal or whatever. And,
okay.
And she left me a couple nice messages actually.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes it's just words of encouragement, you know, and which is good.
Yep. Yeah. Ultimately, when you befriend somebody, they start seeing past, you know, the initial confrontation. You know, they have to be a little more honest once they've given up something. I mean, if you let people talk, they will give you everything. If you just let them talk, and a lot of times they just want to talk. They just want to be heard, and they want someone to listen. And it's very easy to listen to somebody. It doesn't cost you anything other than some of your time. You know.
Yeah, I got a friend of mine who's an atheist. Really nice guy. I mean, he's done a lot of stuff for me without even me asking. I mean, you know, he fixed my car a couple times, and he and I actually argued one day about me paying him. I said, "All right, you fix my car, or you at least help me," because he even showed me, not only fix my car, but he showed me how to do some things. And then after we were done, I said, "All right, here's a couple bucks." I said, "No, I don't want it." I said, "Dude, take it." And then we were actually arguing about me giving him the money. So then I actually had to start the engine, and then you know, we went into his house and stuff like that, talked, and then I pulled the money out of my pocket, left it on his front porch, and I ran into the car, rolled the window up, and I drove away. And he started chasing me while I'm driving. I said, "What does this dude think he's doing?" But I said, "You know, you know, use the money to at least do something nice with your kids." He didn't want to take it, but you know, But that's actually a good problem.
That's definitely a good problem.
But yeah, I mean, but when we first met, he didn't know I was a Christian until one day we went to lunch together, ordered some food, and I said, "Excuse me for a minute," and I said, "Grace," and he was like, "Oh man, you're not one of those guys, are you?" I said, "What do you mean one of those guys?" He says, "You believe in God and all that stuff?" I said, "Yeah, I'm a Christian." He says, "Oh." And then he initiated the conversation. I was like, "Are you really want to talk about this right now?" He said, "Yeah, let's talk about it." I was like, "Oh man!" So he just opened up a can of worms on me. So, but it was great though. We're still good friends. He's an atheist. He wants nothing to do with Jesus, but he's a good friend.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of hard to witness to just Christians. I love Christians, don't get me wrong, but I have so many friends who aren't Christians that, I don't know who else I would witness to if all I did was hang out with Christians.
That's what Jesus said. If you show love only for those that think like you, what good is that?
It's funny, I've got my 10-year wedding anniversaries this weekend, and my wife has got this, you know how women are, my wife's got this giant elaborate thing planned to renew our vows, right? So I'm like, okay, I'm getting everything ready and stuff. Well, my friend called me out of the blue. Now he's not like a militant, he's not even, I don't think he even knows what atheist means. He just doesn't believe in God. If I even try to bring it up, he's just like, no. He just cannot. He got in my truck one day, and I had some Christian music playing, and it was like affecting his life so bad. He's like, I cannot listen to this. You've got to change this. He would not get in the car. I'm like, are you kidding me, bro? So I turned it off, out of respect for him, and that's what I'm dealing with. But he's actually coming to my vow renewal on Saturday, and he asked if he could bring a date, and I said, yeah, sure, no problem. And I don't know if he realizes it or not, but my friend, he's a Christian, but he was Jewish. He's going to blow the shofar, and he's going to speak a few words over us, and he's going to officiate our vows for us, and it's going to be very Christian. And same with one of my aunts, who she's not a Christian, and a lot of people are going to be coming who are going to get to see this from the non-Christian perspective, and I'm just hoping that it has some kind of an impact, in God's time.
Yeah, for God's will.
But yeah, he won't be able to dip out of this one. He's coming over. He already told me, and he's excited because he's not the kind of guy who has a lot of it's not easy for him to get a girlfriend. He's a pretty big guy. And so he's got this girl that he's been talking to, and she's really beautiful. But he's just real self-conscious and stuff, so he wants to kind of show her off a little bit. But once he's here, he's here. So he's going to have to sit there and listen. I'm going to read, I always say I got a Proverbs 31 wife. You know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to read Proverbs 31, and he knows my wife. So when he hears Scripture define the same woman that he knows, that I'm married to, I think that, who knows? I think it'll be good. I'm praying for it.
I'll put that in prayer as well.
Appreciate it.
Be a good thing.
Yeah, it's
I talked to some Christians who will say, they'll try to bring up things like Luke chapter 5, where Jesus hung out with the sinners and the saints. I mean, the sinners, the publicans and the prostitutes and stuff like that. And they often always overlook the other passages where Jesus actually explains to the Pharisees why he was hanging out with them. Because Jesus wasn't just hanging out with people just because,
Right.
He actually had an agenda, and he made it very clear in front of those people he was hanging out with.
Yep.
What does he say? He says that
call to repentance.
That's right. To lead sinners to repentance. Now imagine you're not a Christian. You're at a bar, and you meet Jesus at work, and they say, hey, why don't you come hang out with us at a bar? So, okay, great. And then he hangs out with you, and then some other religious people come and see you and Jesus hanging out, and Jesus says this about you in front of you to them. Now, you might feel a little bit offended, like, oh, wait a minute, what are you talking about? I'm a sinner. What are you talking about? I'm sick. But Jesus said this in front of those people he was hanging out with. So he obviously had an agenda, and that was to bring them to repentance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he takes the foundational approach. You know, getting underneath them a little bit.
So Kevin, are you an atheist or an agnostic or?
I'm a theist. I have a particular belief, and I'd rather not share it.
Oh, okay.
What do you say, an agnostic?
No, I'm a theist.
Oh, a theist. Okay.
I have another religious belief. So.
Okay, right on.
Cool. I was just curious because I saw the on the chat here a lot of the things that you're sure.
All right, that other Hangout processed, I called it, changed the title to it. It's called Debate / Christians, Muslims, Jews, Pagans, Atheists. So that's that'll be the name of it. I decided against the other title. That was way too over the line. So.
A little progressive.
Yeah.
How do you make a cross symbol with a keyboard? I don't get it.
Oh, I just copy and paste Revelation News exactly. Private chat them because I don't know what that symbol is either.
I thought it was just a lowercase t, but go ahead.
A lot of miscellaneous symbols can be produced using Unicode, which is a sort of coding typing that you use using a keyboard. That's how you get Greek letters with a standard font.
Ah, okay, that makes sense.
And there's other things. There's emoticons, and there's you'd be surprised how much is actually coded into existing web pages.
Yeah, I always see people doing it, but I'm not a programmer by any standard. I tried, and I just said, you know what, this is too much like playing a piano, way too much stuff to remember.
You don't have to. Just look it up on Google. They have charts and lists. I mean, tons and tons of different symbols you can produce, and you can always bookmark it if you want to use it at some later date or make a text file on your desktop.
Yeah, that's true.
There you go. It looks like Reuven found the Alt key for it, the Unicode.
Okay. So I guess you hit all those at once?
You hold down Alt, and then you press 0134, I believe. There you go.
Not working for me.
You got to practice, and eventually you'll get it. But you won't have to be typing it that often.
Yeah.
Just got to be patient yourself with technology. It's always changing, and there's a bunch of stuff that's underneath everything, like JavaScript, HTML5. I mean, there's just tons of different things going on, and really, it's like any skill. You don't really learn it until you need it.
Yeah.
You know, when you first move out of the house, you probably don't cook all that much. Probably got a lot of your food from your parents, but as you start moving out, you start cooking more, learning more stuff about how to fix the house, how to change your oil. You learn bit by bit, you know. And computers are becoming a sort of new technology in that same respect.
I do love the things I can do with my computer. I'll say that.
Are you a Mac or PC?
Me?
Yeah.
I had Mac when I was doing sound production, or when I was producing music, and I've since gone over, because most of my software that I use is native only to Microsoft, so I just kind of bogged down and bought a PC.
Traitor.
I'm of the perspective that even though I have my own preferences, I prefer PC and Android operating systems. I have to give Apple its credit where it's due. It is very good for art. It's really good for images. It's really good for sound. And there is a lot of new software being produced for that greatly exceeds other operating systems.
Yeah.
I have a Linux bootable USB drive that I use sometimes, but
Yeah,
I like Linux. I just a lot of the software that I use, and I haven't tried. I don't know. Maybe you could help me. I haven't tried using like Wine with Windows 8, and because I would like to do that and just use that for like my software that's native to Windows, and then use Linux all the time.
That's very difficult.
Yeah.
I wouldn't consider myself an expert at programming, not even close. But what I will say of pretty much any Linux build is that it's difficult. It's probably the most difficult operating system you'll ever use.
Yeah, even with some of the new GUIs are easier, but you make one mistake. I've made one mistake before, and it totally messes up my whole thing.
Yeah, it wrecks a computer. Trust me.
Welcome back here, Knuckle. I recently watched a movie, a documentary type thing on Stephen Jobs. You guys ever paid attention to this guy's life before having to do with Apple Computer?
I read his book, yeah.
Yeah, that Ashton Kutcher ended up playing Stephen Jobs, because obviously Stephen Jobs has passed away, but man, that guy had a temper. Whew.
Yeah.
Rough. But he was extremely ingenious, for sure. Man, I didn't realize that Bill Gates had done all that kind of stuff. I had heard some stuff, but not at the intensity that this film put forth. You know what I'm talking about? Hello?
Were you talking to me? I stepped away for 2 seconds. Sorry.
I was just asking any of you if you had known what Bill Gates had done to Stephen Jobs.
Yeah. I think he actually. Well, I know he did something underhanded. I believe. I saw the documentary a long time ago.
He basically stole Stephen Jobs' system interface for the computer. What is Windows now?
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that.
Boy, Stephen Jobs on the documentary I watched, they got him on the phone just telling Bill Gates, man, I'm going to hunt you to the end of time for this. That was rough.
Yeah, they called him mercurial. He's probably bipolar.
Yeah.
Well, you know, the thing is about medical diagnoses is they're for doctors. So it's very easy to look at somebody from a distance and go, oh yeah, that person's totally bipolar. It's really complicated. You understand?
What's interesting, I went to a psychologist when I was going through a lot of depression, and I think within being there for 10 minutes, she had me on 3 different, like 2 SSRIs and one other antidepressant. I can't remember what it was. And I swear, she only asked me like 2 questions that had nothing to do with how I felt, and she's like, okay, you need this, this, and this. And I'm like, wait a minute. All right,
well,
whatever. So
there's 2 things going on there. You understand? There is the legitimate aspect of sort of malpractice going on where people jump the gun and they over-medicate. But on the other side of that, they constantly have people coming into their offices every day expecting a pill.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to understand these people are overburdened. They're constantly working. They're constantly taking in everyone else's stress and negativity. Sometimes it makes sense that they maybe just want to get these people out the door because they have some really amazing medical training underneath that, but so few people actually take it seriously. They just think of them as a drug pusher. They just think of them who's going to give them a quick fix.
Yeah.
So I really think the problem with medicine right now is culture.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't know. I ended up taking all those drugs, and I don't know, man. I took them. She says, no, you gotta wait. You know, let them, kick in, and I did, man. But they just, I don't know, man. They just made me very like, I don't know. I was kind of already reclusive, I guess, but I don't know. They didn't really work out for me.
The vast majority of people do not need psychiatric drugs.
Yeah.
And even with depression, which has a higher incidence as far as emotional issue, the vast majority of that is clinical and not chronic. It's not actually chemical imbalance, but more life throwing you a curveball. I always tell people, if you're ever going in to see somebody, always see a psychologist first. Don't see somebody who is also a psychiatrist or go straight to a psychiatrist. That's a contingency if you need it. If your issues dealing with mood or whatever else require medication.
I should have got a second opinion probably.
You always get a second opinion. You have to be proactive about your health, just like you do everything else in your life.
Well, the problem I found with the second opinion is that they want your medical records from the prior doctors and stuff, and so they do look at them before, and it's almost like they won't switch their opinion because other doctors said that. So it's really a profound or a real challenge.
It's very insular.
What?
Very insular. Doctors are very insular. You understand? They very much are tightly knit with one another.
Yeah. I actually it's funny you say that because they don't even want to hear you say something negative typically about somebody else in their not in their particular practice but in their field. They'll just kind of like avoid the conversation altogether. Yeah. I've actually seen that.
Sometimes you have to be aggressive. Not discourteous, but, really an advocate for your own health.
Right.
But it's not easy.
Yeah, because, I mean, we're all trained to, we're not medically trained to know what they know. And we look at them for help, and it's like, you're kind of at their mercy of whatever they say because you don't really have anything to contradict what they've learned. And I know there's a lot of information on the internet now, but I don't really condone internet diagnosis. I mean, it's a good place to start maybe if you're wondering why, if you've got a pain in your stomach and it's it's similar to like say appendicitis or something, and other people say that, then you could say, maybe this isn't gas. Maybe this might actually be an appendicitis. Maybe I should go have it looked at. But yeah, I'm not advocating self-diagnosis by any standard. But definitely check more up on what you're being told. I don't know, man. There was a woman that I was driving around about 5 months ago. She got a DUI, her first DUI, and they took her license and stuff, for a year automatically.
Wow.
And she, over a glass of wine. Two glasses of wine here in Florida. If you drink 2 big glasses of wine, apparently that'll give you a DUI. And while I was driving her around, I'm talking to her and stuff like that. I was obviously trying to witness to her, but she was Jewish and she was basically not trying to hear it. And but we had a good relationship for the week that I was hanging out with her, driving her around and stuff. She's a real sweet old lady. And recently, about 3 months ago, she found out she had a heart attack. And had to go to the hospital and everything, and she ended up finding out she had liver cancer, and it was to the extent that they were telling her, you've only got like 2 months, and so they said, let's put you on chemo, and so they got her on medicine for her heart and everything, and she was fine. Well, they put her on chemotherapy, and within 2 weeks, it killed her, like literally like destroyed her everything. She died. And I was thinking to myself, I've heard things like, I know chemotherapy is obviously has tangible benefits. I'd be stupid to say otherwise. However, I just can't help but wonder if, in her state, if maybe just letting it run its course might not have granted her some more time, because as soon as she started the chemo, she was like bedridden. She couldn't even leave the house. They had to have a doctor come there and stuff, and she was weak and she was in pain and like, I don't know, man. I've heard stories, and I just sometimes I kind of wonder.
I guess you haven't had an opportunity to see one of my latest videos I put up, but they just had a shocking study that chemotherapy unfortunately causes secretion in healthy cells that actually regenerate cancer. Right here, it's something that's blown a lot of people's mind, obviously, but apparently chemotherapy has made it worse in most cases than actually better. There it is.
That does not surprise me. Is that the link right there?
Yeah. I believe the link is in the description or in the comments down there. That's actually the video I put forth, but I usually provide sources and links to all this.
Well, I've heard it. I've researched it online. I've heard other instances where people have, been diagnosed and then immediately started, going into a worse condition. And the only thing consistent, it's hard to say it's the treatment, but the only thing consistent is the chemotherapy. I don't know. It makes me wonder sometimes. I know there's malpractice and stuff, but I mean, we're working with what we've got, and I don't know. I hope I don't have to go through that. Jeez.
Well, unfortunately, the study and a lot of this information has been out there for the past 10 years. The problem is why are they still using it when there's just literally an abundance of cases where it's killing people instead of actually helping? Yeah, I mean, it's nice for us to sit around and say, well, we're doing the best we can. Well, back in the old days when they were drilling holes in your head when you had a headache, they were doing the best they could too. That doesn't mean we're going to stick with it, though.
Have you guys seen that video from Kent Hovind where he's talking about vitamin B12,
B17,
or vitamin B17, and that it's actually proven to destroy cancer cells without affecting the human body? And I started looking into it, and it for some reason, yeah, vitamin B17 is like very difficult to come by here in the States for some reason.
Yeah, I was going to ask you guys about that. What's your thoughts on that? Because I actually looked into that myself for a few years now.
Roy!
Of course, a couple of people, immediately reject it. And I can't help but to wonder if there is call me a conspiracy theory nut if you want, but I can't help but to wonder if there is some sort of conspiracy with the FDA to keep people from going the natural route and spending thousands of dollars on chemotherapy. But there's a video by a guy named G. Edward Griffin who, he has a whole documentary about this kind of thing. It's called The World Without Cancer. So it is on YouTube, and he talks about it, about the effects of vitamin B17.
Hey, Roy, what you up to, man? I want to apologize for leaving you alone in that Dragon's Den earlier. I felt like hey, we were in a kind of a shit situation there. I hope you understand.
I do now. No, I never look at that. I knew what I was in for when I said, yeah, let's do this, because, I didn't intend to say that at the end of Nate's Hangout, but since everybody was so quiet, I just thought I'd mention it. I didn't think I'd get any hairs standing up on anyone's back, but obviously I hit a sore spot somewhere, and yeah, I think my one-liner that says when you throw a rock into a pack of dogs, the one that yelps the loudest is the one that got hit. I think Saka is the one that got hit the loudest.
Oh, Saka in there? Oh no.
What happened?
Saka would not quit.
I'm curious now. What happened now?
What happened was we were sitting in Nate's room, and it was a fantastic hour and something amount of minutes that we had. Roy, Nate, myself, and then the other individuals. Great conversation. Roy said something extraordinary as usual, because that's what Roy does.
Right.
And after the hangout was about to close, it was put forth that we were going into another room. I thought Roy was actually going to be the host of the room, but it turned out to be Nadia, and her moderating skills is like swimming through cement. It's just ridiculous. So we get over there, and me and Roy find ourselves in a situation where it's dark, there's glowing eyes, and we are it was rough. So when I realized things were getting rough and everything, I said, you know what, I'm going to take off. And right before I walked out the door, this guy starts calling me a piece of shit. He's telling me I'm a loser, a con artist, everything under the sun. The guy with the sock.
Saka.
So I said, now hold on a second. There's no reason to get personal like that. And he's like, F you, you're stupid and everything else. And I said, well, God bless you. I'll pray for you anyway. And I left. But I felt bad because I knew Roy was the only God believer sitting there with all that nonsense. I felt guilty, and I was like, man, how can I get him out of there and let's go somewhere else? But I'd already.
What happened, guys, was so when it gets close to the last 10 minutes of Nate's show, I always, as the producer there, say, okay, we're ready to wind down, and let's open this up for final thoughts. So anybody got any final thoughts? And there were crickets. So I'm never at a loss for final thoughts. So I thought, okay, this was the first show in, I don't know, we've done probably 8, 9 shows that Nate and I did not have an actual topic to start the show where we talk about it 5-10 minutes and then we open it up to the floor. We just opened it up to everybody, bring your own topic today. But I put a few topics on the table for Nate to just kind of sort of consider. And I thought, I would mention some of them. And one of them was, well, I knew this might get a few hairs to stand up, but I said it anyway because that's who I am. So I said, yeah, one of the topics I considered putting on the table for Nate was I don't have enough faith to be an atheist.
Oh, man.
As soon as I said that, Art was the first one to pipe up, and basically it was like, okay, Roy, put on the gloves, them's fighting words, and so I know we only have like 5 minutes left before the show ends, and so I said, well, if you guys want to continue this, I'll open up another room. Well, Nadia had opened up a room. Brett, you were going to open up another room, so everybody said, hey, let's just take it over to Nadia's, and I knew that was going to be trouble because there's no moderating going on in Nadia's room, so
that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty much done with Nadia stuff. It was interesting because when we got in there, Roy, you heard me. I was nice as pie. I'm like, happy birthday, Nadia. And then while I'm getting hammered, darn, she's just sitting there going, da, 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 da. And it's like, are you going to say anything? Are you going to do anything? Or are we just going to get out the nails and hammers right now and work it? I mean, what are we going to do here? She didn't do anything, so I said, okay, I'm going to get out of here. Oof. And, man, I got yelled at.
I feel guilty for trying to be nice to her. Has anybody else had that experience?
Yeah, here's my experience with her. So I've known her for, like, since the beginning of time. Well, at least the beginning of G+ time. And so last year, I decided to just, be me and say, hey, Nadia, I just have to ask you, have you felt my love over the last 3 years that, we've been hanging out together? And in typical Nadia fashion, there was no optimism to be found anywhere. And, it's like, no, it's like you're just whatever, and you got ulterior motives and blah, 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 blah. I said, Nadia, seriously, listen to me. And I did my best for about 2-3 minutes to just absolutely get out of her, Nadia, I just want to know, have you felt? That's all I want you to acknowledge. Did you feel any love coming from me to you over all this time? And she wouldn't admit it. And I said, okay, Nadia, I've done my best. I'm just going to do what I need to do now, which is basically, ask you or ask me to step aside and let each other pass because, wow, girl, if you can't feel my love, then, yeah, you're beyond feeling. It's like, wow, what happened to you? And just kind of left it there.
I think for me, Roy, I think that I'm going to have to stick with my original thing. I was feeling, a bit happy because the Nate chat room had went so good, so I figured, why not? What the heck? It's been a long time and stuff. But I'm not going into any atheist-hosted rooms anymore. I'm not. Not if they're just going to sit there and allow that kind of crap to go down. It's got to be hosted by a God believer or it's not happening.
Yeah, I went in there tonight. And Tommy was in there by himself. Just, of course, Tommy. He can kind of he can handle it, I guess. He gets a little crude at times, but and Nadia was like jumping up and down. She seemed like she was really chipper, and I'm like, whoa, she had her hat on and stuff. I'm like, I've never seen her like this, and I was like, man, Nadia, you look a lot better. Because earlier today she made a video by herself just talking where she was just like all super depressed. And I was like, wow, you look like you're feeling a little bit better, you know? And she's like, I am. We're talking about anal sex. I'm like, oh my gosh, are you kidding me? And then Tommy was like, can we please quit talking about this? And everybody and then all of a sudden, like 3 people joined and like, no, we want to keep talking about it. I'm like, okay, I gotta get out of here. This is ridiculous. Like, this is what gets people excited, really? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
I tried to ask her a couple questions, but I don't know.
So I don't approach the enemy. Did I just say that out loud? I did.
No, not at all.
Anybody that's at enmity with God, and I show up and I represent God. Yeah, enough said. So. All I said was when I got into the room with Brett, after Saka had his way and said this, said that, and finally just cursed Brett upside, downside, left side, right side, and Brett said, "All right, I'm out of here." And so what I put on the table was something very simple, and I said, "Guys, listen, I'm just going to put something on the table. All I need you to do is tell me if you agree or disagree." And basically I said this. I said, when you hear the truth, there's only 2 things you can do. You can profess it or you can suppress it. Agree or disagree. And for over an hour, Saka wouldn't agree or disagree. He's going way ahead of me. I said, look, this is all I put on the table. I didn't say anything about God. I didn't say anything about the Bible. I didn't say anything about anything. I just said, when you hear the truth, when Fred, Ethel, Lucy, even Ricky hears the truth, all you can do is one of 2 things: profess or suppress. I couldn't even get an amen out of that from any of them. All they wanted to do was argue and yell and scream.
Yeah.
I don't understand it. This is very easy peasy. If I ask it's so easy a caveman can understand this. But they just want to add more to it. They want to take all their presuppositions and put it into it. But Roy, how do you know? And how do you know? And how do you? I said, that's not even on the table. The table has truth on it. There's only 2 things you can do with it: profess or suppress. And I don't know, it was too simple for them. It's like they make things so much harder than they have to. It's like, if I can't get them on the same page with that, I'm pretty much done. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm pretty much done. There's nothing left. And who's R1 here? Hey, R1. I've never been in a hangout with you, I don't think. I'm Roy from California. You got a mic?
Roy and Veckel, one thing that I thought might be an option or something that might actually be able to help to open people's eyes. That first time I went on the Drunken Peasants show, I knew thousands of people were going to be watching, and I thought to myself, they're going to be abusive, they're going to be nasty, and I'm going to be respectful and nice and try to show the love of God. And I'm thinking to myself that if people watch this and and I knew these atheists were going to just totally tear into me and G-Man, the other individuals there, I was hoping that people would go, you know what, they're kind, good people, and these atheists are being nasty as hell. But since that time, I've had people add me on Skype and come into my Hangouts and say that they're tickled to death on watching atheists just tear into us because they were non-believers themselves. They don't care. They have no respect, and they have not been taught any kind of courtesy whatsoever. So really, when it comes down to it, what I've learned is, why bother with them? Why even do it? Because they don't give a damn. You know?
They'll just come into our rooms.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because, well, it's yesterday now, but I was in a discussion with Andy Jack about the doctrine of hell, and his false teaching of universalism, and Redline wanted to make a comment about something he heard me say, so he opens up this Hangout. As a matter of fact, it was you, Peripheral, that told me that you watched the Hangout that I was in with red line.
Yeah, I was gonna jump in there, but you'd already left, and by then it was just it was an atheist free for all and bashing Veckel, and I was like, oh my gosh, you gotta be kidding me.
He basically tried to tell me that I disproved my own God because I said that the Bible teaches that all people know that God exists, but yet since he rejects that notion, therefore I disproved my own God. I says that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard come out of his mouth. He's a pretty intelligent guy, but I mean he's trying to say that therefore I disproved the existence of God because he personally rejects that notion. Now, please tell me if that makes any sense to anyone. How is that me disproving the existence of God? And I'm sitting there, I'm half tired because I try to go to bed around 7 o'clock in the morning, but it was like around 8:30 or something like that, my time. And I'm listening to this guy trying to argue with me over something I thought was really trivial. And then he invites 2 other atheists in there, and I'm just like, I'm really not in the mood for this. So I just ended it quick. I just ended it by saying, okay, if that's what you want to believe, okay, fine. I'm going to bed now. Bye-bye.
Yeah, no, and that's basically where I was coming from, and I do come from. You know, I mean, I didn't even know what the word apologetics meant when I first came to Google Plus Hangouts. Okay, as a Christian for 24 years at that time, apologetics. I mean, I don't know. You know, I'm just like a lay Christian, I guess, because I don't know all these big words. So, yeah, that's a really big word for me, right? Apologetics. It's like, what? But anyway, so when I first met Nate, Nate was totally into apologetics, but he didn't know what it meant either. So here we are, 2 guys who are totally doing apologetics, you know, defending the faith, increasing in the faith, doing, you know, all Christian rooms, mixed rooms. It doesn't matter to us. We are very civil. We don't care if you slander or slam or say anything because it just rolls off of our backs like water off a duck. That's the way I see it. It's like because I'm secure enough in my skin, comfy enough in my skin, it doesn't really matter what anybody says. And I've just heard some vicious stuff. Now, I'd heard stuff like that before, offline, this, that, and the other thing, but it didn't necessarily come from atheists. It just came from people who just were unbelievers. You know, they didn't necessarily call themselves atheists. So, but these days, you know, with more knowledge about apologetics, the 2 different kinds, you know, the defensive, well, not the defensive, the evidentiary kind and the presuppositional kind. So I've come to learn that what I've been doing all these years is presuppositional apologetics, because I know everybody who walks on 2 legs. Oh wait, let me just say human beings. Knows that God exists. So all they can do with that knowledge is profess it or suppress it, and that's what this guy was doing, Veckel. He was just merely suppressing it. And the funny thing is that he thinks that he can convince us who know better that he doesn't believe. But that's really stupid, because if you don't believe, why are you here talking about God more than us?
Yeah.
You do believe. That doesn't make any sense. That is absolutely ludicrous, and I just can't explain it any more than, you know, one more step, and you are insane, my friend.
It you know, it makes me laugh when I see guys like this Fruity Loops, forbidden fruit, make comments like religion is a mental disorder, and yet here's this guy practicing and displaying the greatest example of misotheism, or God hatred. Now, and a lot of atheists saying, well, how can you hate something that doesn't exist? Exactly my point.
Well, you remember what I said about this before, Veckel, and this usually puts atheists in their place on this, is if you're truly convinced that someone is mentally ill, you do not mock them and ridicule them. What kind of prick are you then?
Good
I
point.
wouldn't go into an insane asylum and start going, why are you so stupid for? You know, what kind of asshole does that? You know what I mean? But,
yeah.
So Brett, do you rest your case?
That was one of the points I was congratulating you on. I said that's a very good point. You don't go, But you know, then again, I mean, if you're a materialist, you don't have an objective morality anyway, because morality is subjective. So therefore, it's totally okay for somebody to make fun of somebody who's mentally ill. But of course, they're not going to accept that.
Well, for them, yeah, perhaps, because there's no moral, ethical line in the sand. But it just shows something really, really disgusting. If that's the way they think that morals and ethics ought to work, well, they don't belong in any kind of presidential political party. That's what I'm thinking.
You guys are funny. Ah.
Yeah, that's true though. I mean, yeah, why would you make fun of somebody else's mental illness? I mean, yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
Well, especially if you think that there's a billion people who are mentally ill. I would never walk around a corner if I seen a group of people who were crazy that I thought were dangerous and walk up and say, "So what's up, retard?" No, I'd get pounded into the ground, would I not? Where's the instinct of survival at here? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But they only do it on the internet because they can.
Of course they do, because they'd get dropped into a table if they did it out in reality. I'm talking Undertaker WWE style. Just saying. Go ahead.
That's funny.
Well, as far as forbidden fruit is concerned, his name's Mike. I've been invited over to speak with Sarah, his girlfriend, who now claims atheism over her Christianity, and well, her parents and her family have shunned her because she's with an atheist, and yeah, the whole thing. So his latest hangout a couple weeks ago, where he invited a handful of us Christians, we were supposedly there to help her to, well, convert back, or show her that she really never left the faith.
Was this a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah, this was a couple of weeks ago. It should still be up there. There were a lot of people saying that you should take that video down because he ended up revealing some personal stuff that she didn't want revealed, and you know, it probably would be referred to as dirty laundry. I don't see it that way. I think it's very okay to reveal things, but not with a mean spirit. And I don't think he did it totally with a mean spirit, because he is of the ilk, can I use that word, that Papa molested, raped the daughter, which is now his girlfriend, and he's angry behind that because she's not confessing it, and he's had experience with this before, and he says he's got all the telltale signs, and why won't she, you know, at least admit this so that they could get past that, because that's kind of sort of where he's stuck in the relationship with her. And yeah, that's as far as I'll say. I mean, it's up, it's running, it's not anything that hasn't already been shared, and I was there to be the voice of reason for her and him, so to speak. You know, not egotistical or anything like that, but I've had experience with this as well. So the thing is, just talk it out. Just be open, be honest, talk it out, because there could be some, I don't know, you guys remember the thing with Sybil where she had all the different personalities, and it's so repressed, it's so suppressed that she may not even know it's in there, because you have to have some sort of coping mechanism. You know, my first wife was raped repeatedly from age 3 to age 12 by her father's brother every week on a camping a trip that they used to take together. And, you know, there's a lot of stuff that happens to people like this, to kids like this, you know. So I know the repression and all of that stuff. So I'm not saying that that's what happened to her, but he has a very, very strong suspicion, and he just wanted her to admit that. So I don't know. You guys have any experience with that?
I personally think that if it's the case, he probably should have never brought any of that kind of stuff up. I don't think, and this is for everybody in general, on the internet, especially on YouTube, I don't think that people should share personal things. I know that the terms of service says that YouTube's a family site. Don't let that fool you. If you look down below in the bold print, it says there's obsessed psychopaths that will stalk you daily. No, I'm just kidding. But the thing is that, no, don't share personal stuff on YouTube. Don't share things like this on the internet, because it will come back to bite everyone on the Rudy poo. You feel me?
Yeah.
What I
Well,
say.
But I don't know why he wants her to admit it in a hangout. What is wrong with him?
Well, what's weird is, from what I did get from listening to a little bit, I didn't listen to the whole thing, but he was going on about how the parents aren't accepting of her and her choices in life. And I'm thinking, well, you're trying to convert her away from Christianity. What the hell does that say about you, prick? So that's where I'm at. You know. Go ahead. You know, if you love somebody, it doesn't really matter on that situation. You just, people, I don't know why he's got to convert her and put her on display like she's some kind of trophy. Hey, look at me, I converted her on video. What's that all about?
Well, not to defend him or anything, though, Brett, but that's what this last hangout that I'm talking about was all about. He wanted to make sure that her new position was totally her new position, and that he didn't have anything to do with it, that he wasn't persuading her, manipulating her, you know, indoctrinating her, any of these words. He wanted her to realize and to know that he did everything in his power just to share with her what he did from an atheistic perspective, and because, you know, she loves him, she wants to now go this position and forego her Christianity. So he knows what we know as Christians, that if you're a Christian, you can't be an unchristian. There's no such thing as deconversion. And he just wants her to be absolutely sure that she understands what it is that she's getting into, and he's talked it out with her till he's blue in the face, and so he just decided to get some input from some Christians who he knew she would receive from. And so I think she left the hangout saying, you know, I do understand. I probably could still be a Christian. And she said to Nate, then I'll see you in heaven. But right now what's coming out of her mouth and her heart is she's not, and she claims atheism. And so that's basically what the whole hangout was about. And then it just got deeper and deeper because he was able to be more freer with his words. And yeah, I know he didn't set out to share and divulge all of this information, and he just the opportunity was there, and he just took it. So
You do realize, though, Roy, that there are atheists out there who masquerade as Christians. There's a guy that's real popular on YouTube, I forget what his name is, that masquerades as a God believer while mocking and ridiculing. So it's possible, I mean, the guy's already lied about his name and about her name. It's possible that this could all be a big-ass scheme and stuff in order to embarrass Christians. So I'd watch it on it.
Oh, I know who that is. I better not say it.
Can you type it to me on the side chat? Or private?
I was gonna say something in bad taste. I probably shouldn't say it.
wait a second, hold it now. You're saying there's a Christian out there pretending to be an atheist?
No, there's an atheist out there that pretend to do it. Some of them are very obvious. Others are a little bit more clever at the way they play their game. But the point is that he's obviously an atheist who's looking to make money on the internet. Okay? He's wanting to make money. We don't actually know who she is in real life or him. We do know that they've been caught in lies. We also, Raw pointed out that that's not actually their real name. So they're completely misrepresenting themselves on there. They're making money. So
You think it's all just made up?
it's possible. I mean, atheists, you'd be surprised how far they go on things. Hell, there was a while back where TJ had a guy in his room where he was doing a blog TV. I don't know if you've seen this, Feckle. This was a while back during the blog TV times. But the guy, they wanted to get subscribers, so the guy took a real gun and kept pointing it at his temple of his head, saying he was going to kill himself unless people donated to the Amazing Atheist. That's how far they will go. Okay?
Wow.
If you don't believe me, type in fake Sagan tries to kill himself on the Amazing Atheist blog TV, and it's all over YouTube. It's there. They will go as far as possible.
Well, you don't need to open up a newspaper to understand this. All you got to do is open up a few pages of the Bible and realize that in the end times, which we are, people will be lovers of self, disobedient to parents, and people who turn the lie into the truth and the truth into a lie. And, you know, we see that right here. I mean, this is the cesspool of, well, you know, publicly and virally, we can see this kind of stuff. I mean, I know there's an underground world out there, but the only way I've ever been able to see it is through movies, right? I mean, I don't frequent these places, these dungeons or what have you, but there's some vile things going on. But here on Google Plus, it's all in the open. I mean, people putting, like you said, guns to their heads, you know, what's going on with forbidden fruit, what he's putting out there. There's no holds barred. It's like whatever you want to say or do and how vile you can be, just there's no censorship here.
Did it just go quiet, or did...
Some side chat action going on over here.
Yeah, let's bring it verbally. So R1, hi, Roy from California. Where are you from, brother? You said you have a mic? Assuming you are a brother. You could be a sister, I don't know. You type like a brother.
Careful, man. People are quick to quote mine.
I'm just making conversation. Don't mind me. Most of the time, I don't even know what I'm
What
talking
are you
about.
trying to say? I got man hands? And then next thing you know, you see a video by Skylar Fiction. Look how bigoted or whatever you call it, Roy is. You know. Anyway.
Yeah, I have a mic. Yeah, there. So.
Hey, brother.
You guys. Yeah, hi guys.
Got a name? Or you want to just be called R or R1?
No, that's a motorcycle R1. Yamaha R1. That's a bike I used to own that got stolen. But anyways, well, my name you can call me Chubbs, I guess.
Chubbs.
Chubbs, yeah.
Like that, Chubbs.
That's nice and friendly.
I don't even want to know.
So where are you from, and what's your worldview flavor?
I am, well, depends how far you want to go back. Where I'm actually where I'm from, I'm Hungarian. I was born in Europe. I was born in Hungary, so I'm Hungarian.
Nice.
However, my parents emigrated to Canada, so currently I'm residing in Canada. I'm actually in Edmonton, Alberta, if anybody knows where that actually is.
I never can get my cities straight there. Is that east or west?
That's on the west coast. I'm what you would call it, Washington State.
Oh, okay. So you're my time zone. I'm in California.
Yeah. So well, I'm sure most Americans, at least generally, will know where British Columbia is, Vancouver, etc. Okay, so we're one province over to the east from Vancouver, British Columbia. That's where I'm at. Like Calgary, I don't know. Calgary is probably more familiar to Americans.
Well, yeah.
Now you're in Sid's neck of the woods. If you're familiar with Sid.
Yeah, so I'm 180 miles north of Calgary, which is actually the capital of Alberta. But anyways, yeah, so that's where I'm at currently. So.
I just remember the Olympics.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like a lot of people will remember I think it was 88. Fuck, I don't even remember. Was it? No, not 80. Was it 88 or 98? I don't.
It's definitely not 98. It has to be older, like 88, right?
Yeah, something like that. Shit, but I don't remember. But yeah. So yeah, that's where I'm at. I'm in the north, way up north. So yeah. I just came here. Sorry. I just came here. I'm not a religious person, whatever. I just out of curiosity. I just kind of. That's why I kind of stayed on the side chat. I was just kind of listening to people talk, and whatnot. So I didn't come here to be a shit disturber or anything like that. It's just I don't know.
That's what they all say.
Oh no, man, do not.
No, don't mind Brett. Don't mind Brett. He's our pit bull, and yeah, we let him off the leash every now and then. No, but I would like to know your flavor of. You said you're not religious, but I have no idea what that means. So.
Well, I don't. Well, obviously, religious as far as like I don't subscribe to any religious point of view, whether that be Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, Hinduism. I don't know, fucking the New Age movement. I don't know, whatever, anything you would possibly classify as a religion.
Well, in my world, though, Chubbs, no religion is a religion. So.
Well, I suppose.
Because let me ask you this. So there's only really two camps you can subscribe to. So in the beginning, God, or in the beginning, not God. So which camp do you subscribe to?
Well, having looked at the things I've looked at, as an example, evolution is a complete fucking sham, so I can't believe in that. I can't believe in the Big Bang.
Whoa! What did I just hear?
Did I just hear?
Hold on.
Well, come on, let the guy finish.
Sorry.
I know it.
I got excited.
I'm listening to you.
No, please keep talking. This is awesome.
Okay, so no, I don't buy into that kind of bullshit, obviously. But so to me, there is something that you would call a creator. Now I don't know what that is, but obviously it's just everything that when you really look at the intricacies of even just genetics and everything else, there's no way that this fucking randomly happened, right? It's not even fucking possible. So I don't know. Are you guys making fun of me or what? I don't know.
No, not at all.
Quite the opposite. Quite the opposite. You're a breath of fresh air, as far as I'm concerned. I can't say why everybody else is laughing, but I'm laughing with you.
October.
You have to understand the feller that was talking. What can I call you? Because the name that you got there is a 25-cent one. The guy. What's your name? What can I call you?
Chubbs.
What was that?
Chubbs.
Chubbs?
Yeah.
Like in the dude off the Goonies?
That or fucking what was that Adam Sandler movie? Where he plays golf or whatever.
Well, basically, a lot of what you were talking about is exactly some of the points I try to put forward with whenever I'm talking to non-believers and such. But you're a bit more colorful with your wording, obviously, and that's why the laughter was. It was like, wow, hey, somebody actually is making some damn sense here.
Exactly.
That's what it was.
Exactly.
It wasn't laughter in the sense of what a Rudy put,
Yes.
Also, it's also really funny because you said you're Canadian, and we've never heard Canadians cuss. So I'm like, what? I mean, I say that jokingly, but
he's not cussing. You're not cussing, are you?
I don't know. I might have. I don't know. it just kind of slips past me.
No, listen. When somebody is intellectually honest, oh my goodness, that is a breath of fresh air, and that's what I meant. Because there's a lot of people that are just so intellectually dishonest. You
know what? I'll tell you something. I actually was raised a Roman Catholic. Okay, to be honest, I went to baptism, all that shit. I've been through that when I was younger, and so on and so on. And I don't know, just whatever my path in life, I sort of got away from that. Anyways, that's not even the point. But when it came back right down to, and I didn't know, so to speak, that after I left that sort of belief system, as you might call it, a Christian belief system, whatever. But I wasn't to the place where I was okay. Well, there is no God, there's nothing, so on and so on. And then, but after a while, I was looking into this idea of atheism, and I looked at a lot of stuff, and I watched I don't know if you guys know who Christopher Hitchens is, right? I'm guessing you might be familiar with him. And I watched a lot of debates that he did with so-called religious people or whatnot, and I was like, I thought he was making good points, but then I came to one conclusion about the idea of, if you, as an atheist, that you die, there's nothing there afterwards. Sorry, can you I don't know, I guess you're listening on speakers. I'm getting an echo from that anyways, but sorry. I came to one realization, is that to be an atheist basically means nothing you do in this life has any meaning to it whatsoever. You can say, well, we have morals because, it's biologically to procreate and, do all these kinds of things. But ultimately, at the end of the day, if I murdered a fucking 100 people, and as long as I got away with it and nobody caught me, ultimately, it doesn't mean anything. It's okay, right? Right? There's no problem with it, right? Because as an atheist, well, shit, I'm not saying that if I was an atheist, I would do that. But if you are, well, what's the consequence of you doing that? Just don't get caught, or murder 1 million people. What? Just don't get caught. You'll be fine. Yeah. There's no real, there's no real purpose to your life, like a spiritual purpose. And whatever I may believe, and I may not, like I said, I may not be a Christian, but I feel within my soul I am a spiritual person, and if the things that I do, being an atheist, then nothing means anything. It's all fake. Even if you give it meaning, it's fake. It's just, I don't know. I don't know if I'm making any sense to you guys, but
you're making more sense than you could ever imagine.
Yeah, trust me.
See, yeah, you are making a lot of sense. I just want to say this, and I want to turn it over to Veckel. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt, but earlier today in a Hangout, and then for another hour in another Hangout, I made this statement. We're going to have a topic today. I'm a Christian, so I've been a Christian for 27 years. But I made a statement. I said, we should have a topic, Nate, because Nate and I do a show like twice a week. And the topic I wanted to put on the table was, I don't have enough faith to be an atheist. And so I kind of said that as my final thoughts with 10 minutes to go in the show, and it caused a little bit of a stir amongst the atheists, as you well think it would. And so we just took it elsewhere to another Hangout and talked about it for an hour and got absolutely nowhere. So, yeah, you're a breath of fresh air. Veckel, go ahead.
No, I wasn't really going to say much, except, yeah, you're right. I mean, Brett, you had one of your videos, the interview with Ted Bundy, I think it was, or Jeffrey Dahmer, one of those two, where he talked about his conversion to Christ prior to his death. So, how when he was killing people, he was an atheist at the time, right? Or something like that, right?
Yeah, basically, he stated that he didn't see that there was any eternal accountability. He figured as long as he could escape the cops, whoop-de-doo. To him, when he was killing, he was simply, and I'm going to put it in kind of a rough way, but to him it was nothing more than spilling Windex on the ground. They were nothing but chemicals to him, so why give a damn?
Yeah. So. Yeah, and that's essentially what you'll have to come to. I mean, every time I get into this discussion about morality with atheists, they always refer to the same argument over and over again, is that well, we don't need God in order to understand moral absolutes or whatever. We go by how we would want ourselves to be treated and stuff. I says, well, that still doesn't answer the question on whether or not something is intrinsically moral or immoral. They all, every time you get into a discussion with atheists about this, it's always ultimately brought back to some subjectivism or pragmatism of some sort. But they can never point you to anything objective to tell you. So, and that's why I find it so funny when a lot of these people complain about the things that God did in the Old Testament. I said, okay, so you can start off the discussion with them by saying, okay, God told the Saul to kill all of the Amalekite men, women, children, and infants. So what? What you gonna do about it? And they're gonna say, oh, well, that's sick. Okay, that's your opinion. So what?
But what's your moral basis?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, how
Don't
much
forget,
further can you go in a conversation like that? You can't.
I'll just give you one thing. If you're discussing things with people that claim to be atheists, they are not atheists. Okay, they have two other religions, right? Whether they want to admit it or not, one religion that they have in their heart generally is a thing that we call government. Okay. Now the other religion they have also what is called science, right? So they are actually religious. They just don't want to admit that because government doesn't exist. It's a belief system. The reason it exists because you believe in it, right? I mean, ultimately, if you think about it, right, it doesn't it doesn't exist.
That's interesting.
It's a deep. I'm not going to get into it because that's a really it's a heavy topic if you kind of don't believe me, but it is just like jurisdiction. How about the applicability of the fucking legal opinions that these people make up that claim to have authority over you? Are they valid? I don't know. I mean, look at it this way: in a moral sense, if most of you guys, let's say, are Christians, and you're moral people, you're good people. I'm guessing, obviously, but hey, look. If you're going to tell me, for example, that government represents the people, okay, the government, even if you want to go so far, government serves the people, and so on and so on. But look, here in a moral sense, if I don't have a right to take your property without your consent, okay, if I do, that means I'm stealing, I'm robbing you, I'm doing something wrong. So when the government is taking my property, as in taxes or whatever, just because they made up a legal opinion that I'm going too fast down this road, and they're going to give me a ticket and take my money at the point of a gun, basically, because there's always going to be consequences if I don't pay them, just like if I don't pay my income tax and so forth and so forth. So this is theft through coercion and through paperwork or whatever, but it's still wrong because the government can't represent something. I can't give the government even if let's say the government is representing me, but if I don't have a right to do something, how the hell can the government have the same right to represent something, a right that I don't have? I don't know if you guys are following me in that respect, because if I don't have the right to take your property without your consent, I can't give that right to anybody. I don't care if they're representing me or whatever. People can represent you. I'm not saying that's not if you ask them to, but you cannot give a right that you do not possess to someone else.
Right.
And so
I understand your point. It's basically the pen is mightier than the sword. Just with simple paperwork and a pen, they can ruin your entire life if you do not do exactly what they're saying. I get your point.
Yeah, but they can't. I'm just saying is that the government can't have a right that you don't have. If the government is going to tell you that the government represents the people in any sense, so if I don't have the right to steal your property, there's no fucking way the government has any right to do so to anyone. And so, see, this is it's a system of it's a brainwashing where people believe that the government has the right because they have to make roads and everything else. Yeah, okay, I'm not saying the government doesn't provide certain things, but it's all done with stolen money. Basically, you have to if you once you kind of understand that it's stolen money. It's all just stolen money. That's all it is. It's stolen money because it's not done voluntarily. It's the same thing. If let's say I want to sleep with a woman, okay, so if I say, hey, you're a pretty good looking chick, and how about we do something, and she's like, yeah, okay, cool, man, you seem like a whatever. Maybe she has a few drinks, whatever, but she agrees to sleep with me, and we have sex, okay. Now at the end of that, there's nothing. Where's the crime? Nothing, right? Okay, you can morally disagree or agree with a situation like that. But if I ask a woman, hey, can I sleep with you? And she says, well, no, fuck you, dude. I don't want to fucking sleep with you. and I force her to, like, I pin her down because I'm physically stronger or whatever, you know, and I basically I rape her. Now there's a crime there, obviously, right? Because there was no consent to that action, right? And it changes everything. Yeah, maybe this kind of the same thing happened. There was intercourse between two people, but on the one hand, if it's voluntary, everything is fine. But when there's no, you know, one party is not willing to volunteer to that whatever is going on, now it's a crime. You've done something wrong. So that's the thing. If I don't want to volunteer to have my fucking property stolen, which money is that I work for, and the government takes it anyways because they have the guns and they have whatever, it's no different than I'm getting raped. Like, anyway, sorry.
Your stuff is very valid here. Everybody has a voice here. You know, I would contend that what you just said make me think of this. Now, if evolution is true, then I would contend that all evolution says that the dude is, you know, mightier and stronger than the woman, so he has the right to do that because, you know, evolution could have made the woman stronger and she could have pinned us down and had her way with us. So, I mean, that's what I'm thinking.
Well, we'll see. Yeah, no, you're actually kind of getting to the heart of the matter in the sense that actually the truth of the matter is right now we do live in that world where might makes right, but it's wrong. It's not right. But that's what we're living in, is that the guys that have the bigger guns and whatever, when you think of government, might makes right, because if you disagree with government, they got the might, they got the guys with the guns, whatever. I mean, if I don't pay my fucking taxes, whatever, they'll come take my fucking furniture, whatever. I'll be out on the fucking street, right? And, you know, because I don't consent to them stealing my money if I don't fucking pay them, right? So, yeah, you're right. That is the world that we live in today, believe it or not. It is the world that we live in, and it's completely wrong. So, anyway, sorry, I'm kind of agreeing with you, but, yeah, you know.
So you're not a big fan of the NWO, huh?
Yeah, definitely not. I'm not. I'll just tell you one thing right now. I am, at heart, I'm an anarchist. I don't mean it in the sense like this is the problem with using even that word, is people think of the Jewish propaganda is so big that is like, you know, they've made so many movies about, oh, there's anarchy, and, you know, if the government breaks down, everybody turns into wild savages and all this BS, which I don't believe, because in my heart and soul, I feel that probably about 99.5% of people, regardless of whether you have government or you don't, people are good. There's always going to be an element of criminals no matter what. Even when you have government, there are still criminals. So, you know, that doesn't really much matter. And the thing is, the police can't protect you anyways, right? When do the police show up? After. If somebody assaults you, somebody rapes you, somebody does anything to you, well, the police show up after the fact, right? They don't protect you. They can't, right? So, anyways, yeah, Yeah,
no, I get it. I mean, I know people who are Christian anarchists. So, yeah, I do get that. You know, I didn't used to get that. It's like, what? But, yeah, I do get that.
Hey, guys, let's welcome the greatest moderator in the world to the room. Hey, Nadia.
It drifts to sarcasm.
Oh my goodness! I also want to say hey to B. I see B jumped in. Hey John jumped in. Yeah, the rest of you jump in. We're just meeting our new friend from Canada, Chubbs, R1 Philosophy, and that's not him in the picture. That's his bike, I think.
He's a transformer. He's a transformer.
And so if I get this right, let me recap. He's not a Christian. He's not an atheist. He doesn't have any religion, but yet he thinks and walks and talks like me. Okay, go ahead.
Well, if I could be so bold and everything, you sound like you're pretty much labeling yourself as a theist, at least. I know some people don't like the labels, but yeah, it's pretty much theistic.
Yeah, I guess I could say that. I won't disagree with you. Yeah, because for many different reasons, it's just I find it I'm so-called like I kind of am mistrustful of anything that's on paper. Looking back at history, how everything's been distorted. Even World War II history, World War I history, and even ancient history. So yeah, I'm skeptical of everything, but at the same time, I like I said, I can't be an atheist. I just can't. Looking at the world as it is and everything, and understanding the intricacies of DNA and just the amount of information it takes to make one fucking cell. I mean, I just can't see that could fucking happen randomly. I mean, it's the odds of it are like astronomical. Like when you really look into it, it just is. So
a theist just simply means that you believe that there is an advanced, intelligent mind out in the universe. So, and that's pretty much what you said. You believe that there's something that is interactive, something that has to do with us all the way down to the atom and the very cellular level. I think it's a great point and everything. And theist could also be a subset of Christianity, Islam, and any one of these things. I personally, as a theist, I go towards Christianity as a subset.
Yeah, there is a like. Don't get me wrong. Like I'm not really against the Bible or anything. I mean, especially with Christ and the teachings of Christ, I'm totally like on board with it. The only thing for me, a lot of people will debate this point. I've talked to people, and I don't. It's like religion and politics. Arguing those points is kind of can get you into a quagmire. But obviously, right? So, but
no, really?
Not on here.
Really. So no, I'm down with that. Now, I won't even say I will go this far. I'm not saying that. I won't even say that. I can't say that Jesus as a person, as a maybe even a historical figure didn't exist, or maybe he didn't prophesize and teach whatever he was teaching, at that time. Is that a lie or is that not true or whatever? I can't say that it's not true. I won't say that. Now, when we go into a little bit deeper, like he was actually God on earth and so forth. Well, that's where I kind of, I'm just gonna say, like that part of it, So that's where I'm just sharing that with you guys. So whatever.
Yeah, no, and it takes a brave, honest soul to do that, and I commend you for that.
He's not even making knowledge claims. He's saying, "Listen, this is what I think. This is what I believe. He's not making any kind of like knowledge claim to I don't even know how you could attack the guy.
There's no attack necessary.
It seems like a perfectly valid place to be, and I'm very honest.
Yeah. All I like to hear is one is open-minded and they're truth seeker. That's all I need to hear. Once people are sitting there asserting, "Oh, we poofed into nothingness." Okay, whatever.
Well, I'll just give you guys sort of my philosophy. It's a quote I heard somewhere. I don't know where I heard it. I'm not going to claim it as my own quote, but which resonated with me as a person. Whenever I talk to people, whether it's face to face or even people on the internet, I have this thing. I'd rather be hated for who I am than loved for somebody that I'm not. Right.
I love that. There's a quote by Oscar Wilde that I use a lot, similar to that. Be yourself. Everybody's already taken. Everybody else is already taken. Sorry.
Yeah.
So yeah, be yourself, and not everybody's gonna love you, and not everybody's gonna hate you. So you're gonna have your audience. I just want to put this out here for you, and for those of you who don't yet know this about me, because even though I am a believer, people usually think that believers are here to convince you, to convert you, to prove to you whatever, and I'm not doing any of those things. All I want to do is put truth on the table, have you take a look at it. And if you walk away with it, great. And if you walk away not with it, still great. I'm good. I don't have to beat you with the truth until you submit to it. It's like, no, that's not what this is about. But a lot of people think that that's what believers do. So for those of us who don't necessarily do that, because one, I know I can't convince anybody. I can't even convince myself, per se. You understand what I'm saying? It just is. It is what it is. So all we need to do is just absorb knowledge, absorb information, and then we can come to the best possible, logical, reasonable conclusion. Whether that be right or wrong, it's our conclusion. But we know if we're being intellectually dishonest. And that's what I love about you, my friend. You are not that. So my hat is off to you.
Yeah. I just wanted to. Can't pronounce that. You know that the person that is the icon of Carl Sagan. You know he's a big fucking pothead, right? Just so you know. I don't know if anybody knows that about Carl Sagan, but he was a big pothead.
I guess it wouldn't surprise me.
Anyway, sorry, I just.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that, man.
He seemed
No,
to be
I'm
awful.
not judging that. No.
He seemed-
But I'm not sure.
Billions and billions and billions of potheads.
Yeah, that's the star stuff guy. Yeah, that's the guy that said we were made of star stuff.
Stardust.
Yeah, it's Charles. Carl Pagan. Sagan.
Stardust. Stardust. Stardust.
Yeah, I mean,
I saw a video of him saying star stuff, not stardust, star stuff. I saw the video. He actually said stuff.
I don't recall that.
But I know he said stardust as well in other locations. But the video that I saw him in, he said stuff.
I want to see him excited like one time, like a video of him excited or something, and see how he talks.
Is he still alive?
No,
He's dead. I don't think he gets very excited anymore.
You know what?
Wait a second now. How do you know?
Have you guys ever seen Carl Sagan's clip on Flatlanders?
No, I haven't.
It's amazing to me because the guy, he was kind of what I would refer to as flip-floppity. One minute he would be an atheist, and then after he had his coffee, he started getting spiritual. He's got this particular video out there, the Flatlanders, where he talks about dimensional entities and the kind of power that one would have if they were in this realm. And it clearly sounds like he's describing God for you. But man, on other days, he's just like, no, I'm not for it. Billions and billions. It's crazy. But check it out when you get a chance. It's amazing. So Nadia, what's going on there? Boy, that moderation ability is rough. Oh man, that's
Yeah, and the bastard child of a doormat and a wet blanket. So, yeah, how it goes.
I hear you. Gonna have to get control over things, though. Goodness gracious.
Did something happen?
Well, I mean, something seems to always happen when I visit Nadia's room. I'm in there like, happy birthday, Nadia, and then I got a guy with a damn sock on his hand going nuts. Nadia's just sitting there like, hey.
Nadia, let me just mod your stuff for you. Come on. I'll keep it fair. No name calling. None of this craziness. Keep it cool.
I've got people I think are, laid back and rise to all things.
Are any of them Christians? Are any of them Christians?
Actually, yeah.
Okay, right on.
Not all of them, of course.
Yeah.
I think Nadia is a great moderator in the sense that she lets us police ourselves. She just goes to sleep and says, guys, the room is open, do what you need to do. If I wake up and everybody's gone, oh well, I'll just go open up a new room. There's always a full room where when Nadia opens a room, it's full enough soon enough, and that's all I got to say. So,
It's a kind of character communist thing.
Hey, if you've been in as many of these mixed rooms as I have, guys, you realize that there are certain things that you can do and not do, say and not say, that will restore order quick enough. Because some people look at me and go, man, that guy is a control freak. I tell you what, no, I'm not. I'm not a control freak. I just freak out when there's no control. And usually if I'm in the midst of it, yeah, I'll attempt to restore, you know, the control that needs to be there. And if I can't, that's it. I'm done and I'm gone, because there's no need. You can only go so far, right? If they don't want to be controlled in a controlling way, so to speak, without the actual mind controls of timeout or hiding or ejecting. I really don't believe in ejecting people. I really don't. And not in these forms like this. But if it's somebody's show, that's another story. You know, we've only had to do that like twice in what Nate and I have been doing. But when it's open like this, yeah, Nadia may have started it, but, you know, unless she said
For
something
me, Roy, it's not a matter of trying to control the individuals. I just want them to act like normal human beings.
Oh, that's what I don't mean it like,
know.
you know, like a lion tamer controlling a lion. I don't mean it like that. I mean, you know, being able to restore the civility, you know, of the room, so we're not talking over each other, past each other, calling each other names and stuff like that. I mean, I don't want to, you know, say, okay, you take time out. It's like, you know, there's certain things you can say, and it just brings that person right back into where they need to be.
You know what I say, Roy, to those atheists out there who are into evolution or acting like this in some of these rooms. I say, look, just because you believe you evolved from a monkey doesn't mean you got to act like it. You know?
This is true.
Well, even if the, you know, the funny thing about, you know, talking about even evolution, the thing about evolving from monkeys, I mean, even if you are a believer in evolution, there is actually realistically no fucking link that links humans to apes. They keep talking about the missing link, and I mean, what was the last thing? Oh, the Piltdown Man or whatever. That was proven to be a complete fucking fabrication and a hoax.
You
So,
you know what's really sad though, Rip, is a lot of them. I noticed a lot of folks out there who claim that they actually believe in evolution. They don't actually know what it means. They think it's basically the imagery or illustration that they see on a T-shirt, where it's the monkey to guy thing. But actually, evolution teaches that they evolved from worms and rats and lizards and all kinds of crazy ass stuff. Hopscotch of the species thing.
Bear dog.
Some of them have actually described evolution as being like David Banner getting pissed off and turning to the Incredible Hulk. How do I talk to these people, you know?
And what's so crazy about that? Believing that we came from a worm, that's so much crazier than believing that we were created from mud and that females came from the rib of the male. And I mean, really, in terms of the craziness of the belief.
According to science, we actually came from the elements of the earth, which is what the Bible says. The only difference is that the Bible states that an intelligent, advanced mind breathed life, consciousness, sentience into us. Now,
So that's
I
the one thing
find it
that's crazy?
amazing, B-Fud, that we get atheists who say, oh, you believe in talking snakes. Well, I say, what the hell? You believe you evolved from one.
Well, so then all you're really saying is that everybody's crazy, because you can
I didn't say nothing about crazy.
No,
I just said
you
unusual.
can agree that it's a little bit odd to believe that someone lived in the belly of a fish, and that
I think that it's more sane to believe that there is a cause and there is something behind all of this extraordinary universe than to say, we just poofed here and we got no intrinsic purpose and meaning. We're just all going to become universe garbage and that's it.
Why
I
is
think
that
there's
so
more
much? I
to
don't
it.
understand why that's so much more crazy or
There's
much harder to
crazy
believe
at all.
than that
Really,
there is a being that created us, that decided that this is how he was going to make the world. I mean, really, you can say we all don't have a clue what we're talking about.
I'll give you an example, B-Fud. Do you believe, I'm going to ask you straight, do you believe that it will ever be possible for anyone to have a naturalistic explanation for the singularity?
The singularity of what?
The singularity, the beginning of the universe.
A naturalistic explanation.
There is no naturalistic explanation because the singularity states that nature didn't come into being as well as the laws of the universe until after, through the acceleration of the universe. You can't do a naturalistic explanation of how it started.
So do you think that because we don't have an explanation for things right now, that means that there is not one?
BFUD, we've already been through this. We've been through the genetics. We've been through the fact that the universe itself is mathematically coherent, rational, and logical. If you want to believe that you just popped into existence out of nowhere, I mean, so be it. But
Well,
I
if you
think
want
there's
to,
a
well,
God.
then that, but I don't understand. What I'm saying is, what I don't understand is how you think that me believing that we supposedly popped into existence out of nowhere is any more hard to believe than that there was just a God here who just happened to be here, that we can't explain how he was here either, but never mind that. And he just popped us into existence out of nowhere.
Yeah, if you were a new atheist sitting in front of me, I wouldn't mind sitting there doing this, but we've done this like 50 times now. Same individual, it's the same question over and over again, and I've already answered these things for you.
You have.
Just the same stuff.
I really don't
I feel like when I'm talking to you that I'm having Groundhog's Day. It's the same thing every single day. I'm just saying, come on,
then why
try
do you
something
keep
new,
having a
please.
conversation?
Well,
Then
I
don't
was
have the
actually
conversation.
talking to other individuals before my never-ending story friend came in.
Well, then I'm sorry. If the point of being in these rooms is not to have conversations, then I'm sorry. That's what I assumed it was
That's not
for.
what I'm saying, befuddled. If I were to come in every single day and ask you, so do you eat chocolate pudding? Do you eat chocolate pudding? It's the same questions over and over.
You like 4 times in the entirety that I've been
All right.
Go ahead. Somebody else deal with this. I'm getting.
Okay, wait. No, I have a
and
question.
forth.
I just have a question. As far as I don't know anyone here, obviously. I'm new as well. So when it comes to B, is she an atheist or?
Yes, I am an atheist.
Okay. So do you believe in the Big Bang, right? As an atheist.
I believe
don't even believe in the Big Bang yet.
I believe that. You know,
Yes or
in terms of how we came here, I don't know that. I have no idea about that.
Well, that's kind of a yes or no question. I mean,
I believe in evolution.
Either you do or you don't.
I believe in evolution. Yeah.
There's a man after my own heart, guys. Just saying.
Well, you see, you still didn't answer my question. I wasn't talking about evolution. I asked you if you believe in the Big Bang theory. That was my question. So either give me a yes or a no on it.
I could say I actually don't know, because I don't know exactly what you're referring to.
You don't. You're telling me you're an atheist and you don't know what the Big Bang theory is.
R1. There's not actually a coherent scientific Big Bang model that works right now. There's no unified theory for gravity, so she couldn't answer that question because scientists can't answer that question.
The common thing nowadays, at least in the science level, is that the model of the universe is Big Bang. However, there are some other guys sitting around saying that the physics break down. But the point is, I notice that there's a lot of atheists out there who like to see themselves as correlating with science, but they clearly don't. That's the issue. Go ahead.
Right. I don't understand if you have an issue with somebody, with me, because I've talked to you like 4 or 5 times, so I don't know what the problem would be.
Because it's the same thing over and over. You'll ask me questions. I'll give you the science. I'll give you the sources over and over, and then you'll just sit there, hello, and then you interrupt me when I'm talking. That's one of the
Here. Let's do this. Let's let the new guy, Chubbs, go ahead. Explain to Lucy what is Big Bang, and then she'll say I believe or not believe, and let's go from there.
Go ahead.
I mean, Big Bang is, from what I understand, I'm no expert, don't get me wrong. I mean, to me, believing in the Big Bang is, it's like a religious belief, honestly. I mean, in the beginning, there was this fucking pea-sized ball of infinite compressed matter that basically exploded and created the universe. And I mean, I don't even think I have to say anything more than that. I mean, if you believe that, then whatever, everything's open, right? From there, I don't care if you tell me you're an atheist. If you buy that, you can buy anything. I mean, honestly, why not? And and there's certain theories. Well, they know that that's true because the reason that I know how they supposedly came to that conclusion where They had so-called it was actually microwaves that they received, and it was signals, and it goes back into deep space, and no, it's all BS. But I mean, the so-called singularity and everything comes from that. All matter of the universe was, the universe was the size of a pea, basically, and then it just came to be, because it, just all, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I'm not an expert on it, but I know the basic principle of how it's supposed to have happened. And you know what? I mean, I'm sorry. First of all, I can't buy that. That seems kind of like a ridiculous theory to me about the universe. And also the other thing too is people kind of when you look at the model of the universe as we look at it, a lot of people we don't nothing stands still. Like the Earth does not go in a circle. It's corkscrews, right? There's like we're never in the same place twice, right? If you stop so-called time, right? Time is change, right? If you stop time, I think everything would maybe potentially collapse in the universe, right? But we don't go in a circle. Even if you believe in the Newtonian and Galilean fucking thing about that the Earth is not the center, and the orbits of the planets are the way they are, etc., etc. But especially if you do buy into that, there's never a time that the Earth is at the same place ever. If we go around the sun one time, we're not at the same place. We cannot be. Because if that was true, it would be literally like we would have a groundhog year, I think, in my opinion, that if the universe, everything wasn't in motion, if the Earth went around to this and it came back to the same place, it would kind of be like resetting. It'd be like a record skipping, but that's not the way we go through this space. The Earth is going in a corkscrew, following the sun. It's going in a corkscrew. It's not. I don't know. That's another kind of a. Sorry, I don't know about it. Yeah, I don't know if I'm making any sense to anybody. I'm sorry, I'm kind of rambling.
I know what you're saying. I understand it a little differently, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but the Big Bang thing, I can't fucking buy that shit. I don't buy the Big Bang.
Well, first of all, the Big Bang is not science; it's religion. It's a belief. It's a faith.
That was my point.
Right. So it's faith. By faith, you believe in the beginning God, or by faith, you believe in the beginning not God. It's really that simple.
The beginning you believe in the Big Bang theory.
That's not.
No. If you don't believe in God, you don't have faith in anything. Faith does not exist in your vocabulary. Come on, Roy.
Hold it down. I disagree.
Hey man, some people can have faith in the next horse race, and they have faith that this horse is going to win the race, right? So faith is kind of subjective.
Guys, listen next time very carefully to somebody when they say this to you. Do you believe in evolution? They'll always say, do you believe? Do you believe? Do you believe? If you believe by faith in evolution. And then they'll say, oh, no, wait, that's science. I know there's no God. There's only evolution. See, here's what I contend.
I don't think, how many atheists do you, well, maybe quite a few, but I would not say that I know that there is no God. I say that I do not.
Right, and if you say that you don't know,
it's true.
Then you're saying there is no God because you didn't say there was. So you can't take a neutral position because there is no neutral position. And I can show you the fallacy of thinking that there is a neutral position. You only have to start with in the beginning God or in the beginning no God. If you say, well, I don't know, then my suggestion is go to somebody who does know and get with that person. There is no neutral ground, guys.
Yeah, there is.
You can't say I don't know something. That's a lack of knowledge. You're not making a knowledge claim. You're actually claiming you don't have knowledge. So to take a position without knowledge is, I can't reconcile it.
Yeah, we don't grant you stupidity.
Nadia's been trying to say something for a while.
Well, I've got a pretty big backlog, but I'll try to keep it brief anyway. The singularity is an initial gravitational singularity that can pretty well be demonstrated. Now, the nature of that singularity is a matter of quite some contention. The scale of it is so vast in sense of matter, and so small in the sense of spatial extent. Clearly there is some conflict between gravitation and quantum affairs. Now, beyond that, the Big Bang actually is relatively conservative in its assertions. It shows essentially what's demonstrable through observation, and stops where speculation would have to go on regarding the causative processes of say the initial expansion or the expansion after the initial state and such. Now, beyond this, this disclaiming of knowledge is an evaluation that, with the state of evidence, that no explanation is actually preferable to the explanations that are otherwise available, because the justifications available for the remainder are insufficient or invalid. And that's actually a very worthwhile evaluation. And it's actually quite meaningful. That's actually quite meaningful to refrain from claims to knowledge, or even refrain from belief, where the evidence is insufficient to warrant it.
Exactly.
I don't understand a word you just said.
I know that's the case most of the time. So
basically, it's better to, instead of making a knowledge claim about something that you couldn't possibly know, it's better to say I don't know, and instead of claiming
okay, wait,
to
you
know
already
something.
started off with a fallacy. So what can't you know? That God is in the beginning God? You can't know that?
You can't. How could you possibly know that?
Hold on, B. Listen to me very carefully. Just listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth, and this will make perfect sense. So you only have two choices: in the beginning, God, or in the beginning, not God.
Just because you say that doesn't make it true.
Okay, wait. You're overthinking this. Let's go back to basics.
No.
Okay, no. So you're making a knowledge claim that you don't know, and neither can I know. Is that what you're saying? Yes or no?
I'm saying that that it's impossible for you to state something that you know something that you can't possibly know without knowing in terms of that you could not possibly be wrong.
Stop right there. Is that a knowledge claim? Yes or no?
Are you going to play presuppositional?
I'm not playing anything. I'm asking you a simple question.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you're playing a word game about, is that something that you know, then that's a logical fallacy, so you can't say that.
I'm going to have this conversation with you for 30 more seconds, and then I'm going to opt out. Listen to me very carefully. If you think I'm playing a game, then tell me right now. Roy, you're playing a game.
I think you're playing a word game, yep.
It's a debate over epistemology.
Then you stay out of this conversation. Let me ask somebody who wants to answer my question. In the beginning, God, or in the beginning, not God? Those are the only two options you have. Who agrees with that?
I say that's not a good way to go about it. We should be able to conclude as to the existence or non-existence of deity from all other evidence.
It's either there is God or there is no God. How can you say that this is a game? It's real simple. For those of you who don't believe,
literally only there is a God or there isn't a God. There's only two positions here.
Thank you.
How do we reconcile any other possibility here, guys?
There's no other possible position. There's no neutrality in that choice.
I agree.
A caveman can know that. A 5-year-old can know that.
Okay.
Why can't you know that, B? And why does this have to be a game to you?
Because what I'm saying is that I agree that the reality is that there either is a God or there is not a God. But what I'm saying is that you cannot say that absolutely
I just did.
Okay, but what you're telling me, Roy, is that I have to be able to say that I fall on this side or this side.
That's correct.
I'm saying no. I'm saying
Well,
no.
first of all,
I believe that there is an insufficient evidence for me to believe that there is a God.
Okay, I
But that
disagree.
doesn't mean that I'm saying absolutely there is no God.
But I want to hear from Chubbs. Go ahead, Chubbs.
Well, first of all, as you guys know my position, but my thing is when people use the word God, now, the challenge I have with that, in a sense, is like, what is, there's definitions. Like I've thought about this. Well, is God, some guy with a white beard or whatever in the clouds? Obviously, that's not true. Is God a man? Well, that can't be true either. Is God a whatever, an androgynous, androgynous being, yeah. Is that what God is? Or maybe I've even thought of it this way. I'm not saying I'm right or by any stretch. I thought of it at times is that, maybe God might be just like maybe like a mathematical formula to, when you have a formula, it creates a thing, right? There's an order to it, right? It's an equation, it's whatever. I mean, I've even gone so far in my mind, anyways. I'm not saying that I'm right about that, obviously. I'm just saying I've thought about it in those terms that, if whatever way I was going to define what God could potentially be, because I do believe there is whatever you want to call it, God, because I see order, I see this, I see so many things in the world, and I know that the odds of the things that just in this world, just life itself and the diversity and everything, just having a balance to everything else, is there's just like to have that happen randomly is like beyond fucking almost infinity for that to happen. And even if you're gonna tell me that you're an atheist, I recommend you do some research into that and see that it's just almost it's practically an impossibility for that to have happened randomly. It's just not, almost literally impossible. Like, it just is. So I mean, I can't tell you. I won't claim to say to anyone here that I know what God is. Is it a being? Is it a consciousness? Could it be like just an order to the universe? That obviously, whatever God is, it obviously creates consciousness because we all have consciousness, right? We have it. So, I mean, it has to be, I guess, it has to be at least at bare minimum a consciousness to create something that has consciousness. So I don't know. Again, sorry, I'm kind of ranting. I don't know if any gets my.
No, that makes good sense. I like that. You're giving a position that is very, very honest, and I love that. As long as somebody's being honest, there's no need to correct that person. But when that person's being dishonest with me, yeah, correction is necessary. You cannot have neutrality when you put on the table God or no God. There's no neutral position.
Well, you can claim that you don't know. You can claim you don't know.
But you can't claim neutrality. You can claim you don't know, and then as soon as you tell me you don't know, then I'm going to tell you, get with the person who knows God, get with the person who knows no God, and make a decision. Right. Get off the fence, get off the middle of the road, because you don't belong there.
Most of these people have already made a decision, or at least the atheists anyway, that they're just not convinced. Some of them will tell you that I actually wish that God existed, so therefore, yada, yada, yada. But, I mean, based on some of the argumentations and some of the discussions that I've been in with people who say that, I'm not convinced that that's the case, that they would want God to exist. I mean, we already have enough problems with people who are calling themselves Christians who are rejecting a lot of the true aspects of God as mentioned in the Bible. So it's for me, it's hard to believe any atheist to when they say, "Oh, I really would want God to exist." I just don't believe that, especially after what Paul says in Romans 3 about there's none that seeks after God. So,
well, I can get with the description that sorry, I don't know, the motorcycle guy. I don't know what your name is.
Chubbs, call him Chubbs.
Oh, Chubbs. Okay.
Yeah.
I think it was the description, saying that it seemed. I mean, that it seems like there has to be some kind of design and all that. I mean, I don't know. We could be seeded from an alien race. Who knows? I have no idea.
No, that's not possible.
That doesn't answer the fundamental questions, because then where the aliens come from?
There's no aliens out there.
Well, yeah, that's bring in the alien question into it. That's
no.
another
Can I finish?
fire.
Can I finish what I was saying? That was not even the main point. That was just like a random. Okay, so take out the aliens if you don't like that. I'm saying that I can understand the idea that if God is defined as that is not as narrowly defined as most people would say when they're talking about God, then I can say, I don't know. That could be a possibility. But for me, usually when I say that I'm an atheist, I'm usually referring to the commonly thought of. I'm an atheist in terms of when it comes to Jesus, Jehovah, or Allah, or Buddha. I'm an atheist when it comes to that, in that I don't believe that they exist. So if you want to put me in a theist category or or whatever.
Buddha existed. He was a human. He lived and died. Okay, and hold on. I would make a strong argumentative case for Christ from at least a historical perspective.
No, not that they did not exist. I mean that they were not.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, and Muhammad obviously existed.
There's a guy named Robert Spencer who would actually argue that he didn't exist, but what do I know? I don't know much about Islam, so.
Yeah, I know. Muhammad died in 632.
Yeah, and he liked little girls. So.
Yeah, he was 52, married. Yeah, he was 52 years old, married a 6-year-old, and then he consummated the marriage 3 years later.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Good times.
All right.
Anyways,
let's.
I'll leave that as word.
While that be true, let's suppress that truth, shall we?
Yes, that's one truth we don't need.
But on the other hand, I'm just going to say one thing. As much as that part of the Muslim religion, but I can say one thing. At least the Muslims recognize Christ. If you are a Christian, they do recognize Christ as a prophet. Okay, they don't recognize him as the quote-unquote Son of God, but they recognize Christ as a prophet. However, when you go back to the Jews, they fucking hate Christianity. It's a funny thing to me, being that I'm kind of like not really. I don't take part in camps, and I left comments early on here before that I am kind of anti-Semitic, and I have my reasons for being so. But the Jews actually hate Christianity, and they mock it, and you can see it in the media here. If you were living in North America or even in any Western culture, the media is doing that. They're mocking Christianity. They're whatever, and it kind of frustrates me that people that are Christians or claim to be Christians, they don't see that, and they somehow kind of support the fucking illegal state of fucking Israel.
Hold on. I gotta interject here, bro.
Okay,
most Christians, at least in the United States, are currently very aware of the Antichrist crap on TV and things that are being promoted in the news and touted as, whatever. We get that. I think everyone in this room is probably unanimous as far as being a Christian and noticing that. We do see it.
Yeah, and you know who's pushing that agenda, right?
Well, hold on. Second of all, Romans 11 in our Bible teaches that the Jews are the enemies of the gospel, but they are the beloved of God. Okay? Now, we look at the Jews slightly different. The Jews, we know ultimately the Jews are going to come to Christ. That's Bible prophecy. So, yes, I'm not going to go sit in under the teaching of a rabbi and probably go and have coffee every morning with a group of Jews. However, I know what the Bible tells me about them and what their purpose is. You got to keep in mind, there's only 14 million Jews in Israel. There's less Jews in Israel than the state of Florida, okay? And Israel is smaller than the state of Florida, the actual occupied territory. yet they're one of the most powerful nations in the world. Now, this is what the Bible says was going to happen. Anybody who comes against Israel or against Jerusalem will be cut to pieces. That's why they're undefeated. So I would just kind of be careful about putting out how the Christians might view them. You do obviously acknowledge that Christians. I'm not supporting Judaism, but I do support what God has commanded of us, and that is to show grace to the Jews, to show grace or to show mercy. I'm sorry, this is in Romans 11.
Absolutely.
Okay? So we show mercy to the Jew, even though they're blinded to Christ. That's going to be all the way until Christ returns. We get that, okay? But the Jews have returned. They are in Israel. All right, that was prophecy fulfilled. So what we're waiting for.
That's where I slightly disagree. Yeah.
Well, okay. I'm gonna. You know what?
Well, yeah, but I mean, come on, Veckel. Like, no offense, bro, but talking to Jesus, I can imagine he pumps your head full of stuff sometimes, and I'm like, why do you believe that guy? But that's another conversation, man.
Yeah. Well, I've already come to that belief long before my exposure to the Black Hebrew Israelites, though. So.
Okay. Well, I mean, as far as prophecy goes, the Jews had to return. We've been saying this for 200 years, and then it happened. Okay. After 2,000 years, the Jews finally returned. Okay, if people say that the Jews in Israel are not the Jews or whatever, like, I'm not going to get into that aspect of a conversation because I think it's silly, but we do view them in light of Scripture. So we do have mercy on the Jews. Okay,
well,
I'm totally with you on that.
Yeah, maybe we'll share another hangout. I have a different opinion on that now. I no longer hold that position, but we could talk about it.
Hey guys, I got to take off. I got to go to bed, so I just want to say thanks for the chat. You guys later.
Yeah.
See ya.
All right, Bruce. I'm at you later. I'm gonna interject one thing to you guys, and I don't know, again, because I'm new here. I don't know any of you guys. I have really kind of spent a lot of time going down to different rabbit holes, trying to figure out, who's fucking running shit, whatever. I've gone down to, the Jesuits are running this. It's
not a Jewish or a Christian who's running the world kind of thing. No, I understand what you're saying. It's just.
Can I finish something? If I may. So, I'm just saying, I've gone down these rabbit holes, and I'm a very open-minded person. I was never like, oh, the Jews, whatever. No, I was never about that. So I've always, in researching whatever I've researched and trying to understand, the world I'm in as much as I can, for whatever that's worth. And, ultimately, like I said, I build down these secret societies, the Masons, this and that. You know how it goes with this New World Order shit that's on fucking line. And most of it is all completely fucking bullshit anyways. It's all disinfo for the most part. But you do realize that this satanic cult, the people that call themselves Jews, and I call them a satanic cult, like, especially if you guys are Christian, I'll use that. Actually, they're a Luciferian cult. They're not really satanic. They're Luciferian. These guys have been around for at bare minimum, as far as I could research it, they've been around for 1,000 years before even Christianity came on the scene. These guys have been around for a long time. So what I'm telling you, I don't give a shit. Honestly, I'm just going to be honest. So far I've been with you guys. I'm going to be honest. I don't give a fuck what the Bible tells me or tells you, and you say you believe it. But these people are evil. The core of them, and they do have a religion. They have an agenda, whatever. And
well, there's different types of Jews.
They're carrying it out. They're carrying it out. Like I said, look, all you got to do, if you live in America or if you live in any Western Aryan fucking country, the agenda is to kill off the fucking white people, and that is, I'm not, that's not a conspiracy theory. Like, I live here in fucking Canada, man. I tell you, I go downtown. I mean, it's getting so bad. I almost half the time I don't see any fucking white people. It's like this is done on purpose. They did that through the 60s. This is a political agenda. They're doing it, whatever, and they're more than happy with you. Like, you believe the scriptures and you should forgive the Jews and that you should be nice to them and don't think of them as your enemy, but they are your enemy. Whether you want to believe that or not, I'm sorry, whatever. I have my point of view on it, and everybody here is welcome to disagree with me. But
you don't see that as making a generalization, though. I mean, I can see if you're saying that about maybe one or two individuals, but I mean, don't you think you should be a little bit more careful? I mean, because it almost sounds like you're speaking of all Jewish people.
Well, okay, look here. I'll give you a real example in my real life, not fucking YouTube or anything I saw. Okay, one of my best friends when I was young, what you call middle school in America. Maybe I was in grade 8, 8th grade, whatever. My best friend, he was Jewish. Okay, his name was Erez, right? Just to let you know, it was, and they weren't rich. His parents weren't diamond merchants or bankers or whatever. They were fairly regular people. Actually, him and his sister was living with his dad. They got a divorce, whatever, blah blah blah. They weren't, wealthy or nothing like that. But looking back at it, at the time, I didn't really kind of understand it. But what happened was, of course, I started smoking weed, whatever. I introduced him to weed, so he had a fucking affinity to fucking smoking weed more than even I ever did, right? To this very day, like I could smoke weed, I take it or leave it, whatever. It is what it is. But he was like, and then his dad found out that he was smoking weed, right? Like for most people, like even if your parents are concerned, you're young, you're doing drugs. Maybe you go to a counselor or something. I don't know. But no. What happened to him is, guess what? Even though his dad didn't have any money or nothing, as soon as his dad found out that he was smoking weed, he was getting acclimatized to so-called the Gentile or the culture. Guess what? Magically, he got shipped off to fucking Israel to kibbutz, right? Now, if you guys know what that is, that's called re-education camp for Jews, right? Kibbutz. So I don't know. It just you gotta know. Like, I don't even know. Like, honestly, to tell you the truth, and I don't know. I don't know about any of you guys, but I'm not even 100% sure that the so-called people that call themselves Jews are actually a race. And it doesn't matter. Maybe they are. Maybe they aren't. It's the ideology that's important, right?
Well, okay, yeah. If you bring it, since you mentioned it that way, yeah.
Yeah, because it is. Because it is. Because they look at themselves, God's chosen people, and everybody else is goyim, cattle. We're all cattle. I don't care if you're black, Chinese, whatever, white, whatever. And when you look at Israel, like if you want to fucking be actually realistic, when you look at Israel, those people are the most racist people on the fucking planet. And I will just say, if you disagree with that, you're probably a Jew. I'm sorry, but you just got to look at facts. Not me talking. Do your own fucking research. Look around. They are the most fucking racist people. And the immigration policies, like in Israel, it's against the law for you to marry a fucking non-Jew. Imagine here in so-called, like in Canada where I live or whatever, it's barely, nowadays it's barely a fucking Aryan fucking culture anymore, and so is America. But imagine that even if we were 51% of the majority still, and you pass a law saying that, well, if you're Aryan, you can only marry a fucking Aryan person. You can't marry somebody that's black, Chinese, Hispanic, whatever. Whoa, holy fuck, what? Whoa, wow, whoa, imagine the fucking political out, fucking. But in Israel, that's the case. You cannot fucking do that.
Used to be like that in the U.S. too, bro.
Well, maybe
they didn't. White people. I mean, I'm white, but white people, it was typically frowned upon. They didn't. There wasn't a whole lot of mixing up. I mean,
frowned upon is one thing. I'm saying it's against the law. I'm not saying frowned upon. That in Israel it's frowned upon.
Oh no, they would just kill the black person that was dating their daughter or son, whatever. They would just kill them. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's be real, dude.
Yeah, no. I'm totally.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I get what you're saying, dude, but I know too many Jews, and there's too many synagogues I can walk into and sit down and not feel as if I'm threatened, or you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm getting looked at odd. I do have to put on a kippah and all that crap, but like, I haven't encountered what you're talking about.
Well, you won't. You won't. What you
why
think?
Not? Like,
why? Well, why not? Why not? Because they're always about
have you been to
deception.
Israel, bro? Have you? I mean, like these. I hear this a lot.
I have not been to Israel.
But it just sounds very dogmatic based on things that you might have. I get you might have had a bad experience with something that happened with one of your buddies or something. But to generalize the entire population based on different experiences. I mean, a lot of Jews are Orthodox Jews too, and they or don't keep they're not Talmudic, for example. They're not all the same, is what I'm saying. And I don't know, man. A lot of what you're saying, I used to say I hated Jews back in the day just because I thought that's what everybody did. They just hated the Jews. And I would say, yeah, I hate the Jews. I didn't even know why. Or I'd call somebody a Jew, and I didn't even know why. And I think the reality is we have to take each person at face value, and say, what is this person about? What do they believe? You know what I'm saying? Instead of saying, it's some Zionist conspiracy. The only Zionist conspiracy is that they want their land back. They believe, whether or not they're justified or not, they believe that that's their land, If anybody in the United States is mad at Israel for trying to take back their land, they need to leave the United States because we stole it from the Native Americans.
Actually, that's not true. See, there again. I do some research. Actually, the first people that
I would like to think I know how brutal my own history is in my own country and what we did to the Native Americans. We essentially took the land.
I'm not.
Destroyed the native population, gave them a little piece of property, and said, "Here, go here."
Okay. Well, first of all, see, this is all about researching and educating yourself. First of all, archaeologically speaking, which is not well known because they don't want you to know this. Archaeologically speaking, actually the first people that were here in North America were actually white people, about 20,000 years ago. But hey, you know what? You probably don't know that because that's not well known. Now, the other thing too is even when the white colonialists came to North America, they didn't like go, oh look, there's some natives. We're just gonna randomly and kill these people or whatever. No, these people were savages, barbarians, and when the Europeans came here, they were killing them, raping women, doing all this shit, and a lot of what happened to the natives was a response to what they were doing. But hey, you know what? Again, I'm probably fucking stupid and retarded, and I don't know what I'm talking about. But unless you fucking research this stuff and understand that history is not what you're being told, and I have no fucking guilt about any of this shit because that's really what happened. It's the same thing that I said before. People say, well, you're anti-Semitic. Well, okay, first of all, one presupposes the other. Well, how can I be anti-Semitic without there being Semitism? It can't fucking happen, right? So there has to be Semitism.
What do you mean Semitism?
Semitism means that the Jews do what they do. They own your fucking media. They own the banks. They own the user. Did you know that at the time of Alexander the Great, the richest person apparently, I'm not saying, what is estimated at the time, during the time of Alexander the Great, the richest person was a fucking Jew.
How do you figure when the Grecian Empire literally owned Israel at the time? I guess I'm trying to.
Okay, well, give me
a link. They conquered
give me a link to that. Give me a link to that. I'll be, if I'm wrong, I'll be more than happy to read upon that. I have no problem.
This is just history, bro. You got to understand, Israel was under the Babylonians. The Babylonians were taken over by the Medo-Persians. The Medo-Persians were taken over by the Grecians. The Grecians, the Romans, and Israel was kind of right there in the middle, owned by all of them as each one of these empires carried over into the next. That's why. Am I? This is just simple history. I don't understand a lot of these claims.
It's simple history. Okay. Well, no, that's fine.
Where's the Jewish empire that we're talking about?
Just as giving correct history.
Where is there's no Jewish empire. The Jews have never been a large people in contrast to the empires that have controlled them.
Yeah.
That's why Rome was able to come in and shut them down so easily 2,000 years ago. They literally marched in, destroyed everything, kicked the Jews out.
Yeah, and then what happened? What happened to the Roman Empire? It collapsed because they had too much lead in their pipes, right?
Well, it dissipated over time. But that's not what we're talking about. I'm just saying, this idea that, okay, yes, there are some Jews who are powerful bankers. There are some Jews that are in powerful places, but I hardly think that their love of money has anything to do with the poor Jew in Israel. Two different types of people, man. So, you know, I mean, I was like you. I'm telling you, bro. I used to, like I said, I just used to hate the Jews because I thought that's what everybody did. They were some evil people, but there's really nothing to justify it at its core. I just don't see it.
The justification at its core, first of all, like I said, I look at reality and this immigration policy and what they did in Russia, what they did in World War I, World War II, fomenting the world wars, having us stupid fucking Gentiles killing each other for their interests. I mean, I don't know how much history you've actually fucking researched, honestly, but you know, I don't mean to like talk down to you.
No. I've heard a lot of the stuff you're saying. I've heard over and over again before, but just not from very credible sources. Like, for example, okay, Hitler did not make a mistake and kill 6 million people that he had a pretty good idea
Holocaust
were
is a
Jews.
fucking Holocaust. Come on, you believe the Holocaust is real? Are you fucking shitting me?
Well, hold on. I mean, Stalin killed how many more?
No,
than
I'm
6
asking you a
million
question.
people?
I just want to ask you a question. Are you
What
fucking?
do you mean? Do I think the Holocaust was real?
Yeah,
what kind of question is that? You're saying that Hitler didn't kill 6 million Jews? Is that what you're proposing?
Absolutely. That's just a ridiculous statement.
Hold it now. Everybody be quiet. Hold it now. All right, so let me just say this really quick. Because I have to. Because I have to honor my mom. All right, so I am the proud son of a Holocaust survivor. My mother. Stop talking.
6 million.
Please.
Sorry to mark that out there, but
as soon as I'm done, you can talk all you want. Let me say this, please. Last month, on the 10th, she turned 81. She witnessed her mother being killed by Hitler. Back in the day, she was only 11 when she went in. She was 13 when she came out. She was the oldest of 6 kids. She raised me, her oldest son. She's got 4 kids. She came out of there better, not bitter. She raised us kids to be forgiving. If you say to me Hitler didn't kill my grandmother, shame on you. All right, go ahead.
Well said.
Yeah, well, I'm going to say that because whatever. People, there were Jews that died in the concentration camps. Absolutely. Am I saying nobody that was Jewish actually died there? Absolutely. I'm not going to say that. That's not true. But you're going to bring me up that the number of 6 million? That's a complete fraud and a hoax. That's where I'm going to leave.
I just don't understand this. Do you realize how many Jews were affected by that? Just how many Jews were affected by that? Just, you know, who cares if it was 2 million? You know, I mean, come on. You can't justify genocide in any capacity or try to mitigate. I guess I don't understand this idea that this myth that the Jews were not directly persecuted by the Germans. You know, but then again, you know, they were persecuted by the Russians. Like, come on, man. Like, what historical references do we have to suggest otherwise? You know, we have too many Jews surviving Holocaust members who have children, like Roy's talking about. I mean, people that survived this, people who were there for this. I mean, I guess I don't understand it. You know, if it was a conspiracy, that'd be something I think that I'd be on the top of my priority list. But it just doesn't make any sense.
So you're obviously aware of the transfer agreement between the so-called Zionists and even the National Socialist Party, right? You know about the transfer agreement, right?
Be specific. What are you trying to say? I'm
being very specific. The transfer agreement, either you know about it or you don't.
I'm sure there's a lot of little things I don't know about, but please tell me.
It's not a little thing. That's actually quite a big thing.
Okay, tell me what it is, so we can so you can justify what you're saying.
Well, is your source Edwin Black?
Basically, the transfer agreement, because when the socialists obviously were so-called being anti-Semitic and they were attacking Jewish businesses and everything else in Germany. So while already the Jews had enough power to boycott Germany, right, as in their goods, etc., etc. And so, of course, this was not good for the German economy, obviously, right? So they reached an agreement, basically, that because already after even World War I, as you know, because obviously you've looked into this stuff, because Palestine was under British rule or control. Already in World War I, the Jews wanted Palestine back already, right? That's why they brought America into World War I, because Germany basically, I'm not saying won the war, but I mean, it's kind of a stalemate. And Germany proposed to England at the time, well, you know what, how about we just stop this fighting, all the borders stay the same, we just go back, whatever, call a truce, whatever. And so basically then the same thing, it was like England was told, hey, don't worry, because Americans didn't want to go fucking over to Europe and fight a fucking war they had no interest in. But the Jews, well, you know what, they told the British, hey, don't worry, man, we'll get America involved in this shit. And, you know, and they did, right, even in World War I. And pretty much the same thing happened in World War II, right? And, you know, all the lies and all the bullshit, just like, oh, the Nazis wanted to take over the world, that's a kind of like a horseshit thing. And anyways, but the transfer agreement had to do with basically that Germany said, okay, we're gonna facilitate Jews leaving Germany, going to Palestine, and they did that. I mean, there was German ships.
There was no Palestine before. What are you talking about? What can you?
What you're saying? There was no Palestine.
There was. Show me Palestine. Show me a Palestinian territory called Palestine prior to 1948, please. Please, one thing that says Palestine. There was no Palestine. Okay, I'm not saying there were not Arab Palestinians or people who called themselves Palestinians. That's fine, but it was not a recognized. It's not like, you know, on a map they had, okay, here's the borders for Palestine. I don't understand where this comes from.
So there are no Palestinians then, right? There was no Palestine.
Listen. I understand what you're saying, but there was no like major economy. There was no like. There was a bunch of people living in the desert.
Well, there are some sources. There are some sources. There is a source, I think, Atlas of the Bible actually declares that
Palestine is in the Bible, but I'm just what I'm saying is this: over the last 2,000 years, what he's trying to say is like, you know, from a biblical perspective, no, there was no surviving Palestine to say of sorts. You know, as far as Palestine, like before 1948, there was not like a Palestine. You know, it doesn't even make sense. That doesn't even make sense.
Again, in this, I think it's in this book called Atlas of the Bible. It talks about the revolts, against Rome.
Oh, I have that book.
Okay, isn't there a section in there that talks about the place being renamed Palestine, and this is all prior to 1948.
Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. This is called Who's Who of the Bible.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've done research on this. I can't find any formal territory known as Palestine prior to that. I don't know. I've heard this said before, but
the only thought I'm going to leave you with is I recommend if you doubt anything I'm saying, I'm sure you'll find it on the internet. Look up a transfer agreement between fucking Nazi fucking Germany and the fucking Zionist Jews, and that, you know, if you don't know anything about it, look it up, right? Is all I'm saying.
You know, well, there are mass graves too. You know what I'm saying? Like,
there's mass frauds. That, like, the thing is, obviously, it's been scientifically proven that the gas chambers did not exist. Okay, first of all, some of the so-called the chimneys and everything else that that were in Auschwitz and everything else. I mean, first of all, okay, look, if you're gonna be intellectually honest,
Auschwitz, have you visited the sites yourself?
I was there.
Well, no, I have not visited myself. It doesn't matter if I did, because I'm not a scientist. I don't know anything about anything. So if I see something, well, what does that mean to me? No, I don't know anything. I'm not a scientist. However, there are people that were scientists that have gone to fucking Auschwitz, Birkenau, and all these places and looked at these so-called gas chambers, taken samples about Zyklon B and everything else, and no, it's a complete fraud. I mean, the Russians, the Bolsheviks, never mind the Russians, the Bolsheviks, when they came in there, I mean, come on. Again, if anybody here is going to be intellectually honest with me, you know, who took over Russia? The Jews took over Russia when they killed the Tsar. Right?
Are you saying, like...
I'm not saying anything. I'm saying look into fucking real history, okay? That's what I'm telling you. I'm not saying anything. This is not my opinion. I'm not giving you an opinion. Okay? Is what I'm telling you. If you have the fucking balls, you go fucking research this stuff. The fucking Bolshevik Jews killed up to 60 to 80 million fucking Aryan fucking people in fucking Russia, and they killed... I mean, you just need to do some fucking serious research.
Listen. You
said the Germans killed 6 million. Well,
listen. This isn't going to make sense to you, but Satan failed at what he was trying to do. Okay, Satan failed in preventing the Jews from returning to Israel. He failed. So his only last-ditch effort is to what? Try to compromise the information that we do have. Now we have video. Okay, we have physical evidence. There is no conspiracy regarding what Hitler did to the Jews. I'm sorry. I'm not saying that there
absolutely is.
This is ridiculous. This is just a last-ditch effort to try to take away the Jews' legitimacy in order to prevent Bible prophecy from coming to fulfillment.
They're a fucking Luciferian cult. Like, I mean,
I do have to say again. I mean, because I keep hearing Christians bring up the 1948 thing, and it's not an issue that is essential to the faith. We can agree to disagree on that, but I mean, when I hear Christians say that, I can't help but to wonder, why is it that it's often asserted that was a fulfilled prophecy. I mean, how do you know a prophecy has been fulfilled?
When was Amos 9:14 through 15 fulfilled? When? Okay. Just tell me when.
What's that verse say?
Amos 9:14 through 15. Read it out loud and tell me when it was fulfilled.
Okay, hold on. Amos chapter 4, you said?
9.
9 and verses what?
14 through 15, brother.
14 and 15. Okay, let's see what it says here. And I will bring the captivity of my people of Israel, and they shall build the waste cities and inhabit them. They shall plant vineyards and drink the wine thereof. They shall also make gardens and eat the fruit of them. Okay, and verse 15. Hold on. And I will plant them upon their land, and they shall no more be pulled up out of their land which I have given them, saith the Lord God.
Okay, so any time prior to the Romans removing Israel, or the Jews from Israel, destroying Jerusalem and the temple, this prophecy could not be fulfilled. Otherwise, you can throw your Bible away, because the Jews were in fact uprooted out of their land in 70 AD. The Jews have not been in Israel for 2,000 years. The only people that this prophecy could apply to are the Jews currently in Israel, who also recaptured Jerusalem. Okay, granted, they did take Temple Mount and give it back, but that's not through yet. They are going to build their temple. Okay, when was Amos 9:14 fulfilled, and 9:14 through 15 fulfilled? And if it wasn't,
it hasn't been fulfilled yet.
Oh, it hasn't been fulfilled. Well, it obviously can't be fulfilled until Christ returns, and we know that emphatically that they are not going to be taken out of Israel again.
Right.
But do you understand what I'm saying?
That's why I assert that according to what we see in Isaiah 11, again, it talks about these elements that are going to be accompanied with the return to Israel. And it talks about how the wolf shall dwell with the lamb, the leopard shall lie with the kid, and
that's a future prophecy that's so far past what we're talking about. I've made videos on this, man. Bible prophecy. This is infallible.
But again,
or you're saying God has led a false group of people into Israel, claiming to be Jews.
No.
It's just such, this is such a stretch, man, to say
No,
this.
I'm telling you because all the prophecies that are mentioned in the Old Testament about the Jews returning to the land are required with David, quote unquote, being there in the presence. So now who is David?
No, they're not. No, they're not, man. Dude, go to my channel, bro. I've already. This is not some like.
So who is David referring to then in the book of Ezekiel and in Jeremiah then, in regards to the return?
Hold on. What are you talking about? Have you read Ezekiel 38?
Yes.
Have you read Ezekiel 36 and 37?
Okay. Look, Ezekiel 34 and Ezekiel 37 both talk about how my servant David will be there.
Hang on, man. Half the prophecies you're talking about, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about prophecies regarding the return of the Jews.
It's all in reference to the regathering of Israel on that day. See, and the prophecies also indicate that King David would be there. So
how do you reconcile that with Zechariah, bro? The Jews are gonna go through one of the worst periods of time. Daniel's 70th week has to happen. They have to be in Israel for that to happen. Come on, man.
Okay.
I'm not mad at you, bro. I get frustrated because this is something that I've put so much of my life into, and I can't find any. I tried to debunk it, bro. I can't.
Okay, but
God has got us all fooled, and there's a group of people living in Israel who reclaimed it, rebuilt it. Okay, they took the waste cities.
But you got
Israel was dirt before the Jews moved back there.
You have so many elements against what we're seeing.
No, because Israel is going to be forever from this point forward. You have to understand, when Christ returns, where does he set up shop? In Israel.
All right, wait. Let's start off with Isaiah 11 then.
Okay, hold on.
If Isaiah 11 talks about there be peace upon the world, upon the return, how come we don't see any peace? As a matter of fact, even the day after it's been declared by, what's his name, David Ben-Gurion, it wasn't declared by everyone else. It was David Ben-Gurion that Israel would be considered a state. And then evangelicals came into play and said and declared that this was a fulfilled prophecy. But wait a minute, the very next day there was a war that broke out on that same land. That's totally contrary to what
Zechariah 12 says, "In that day I will make Jerusalem a burdensome stone for all people. All that burden themselves with it will be cut into pieces." Israel is undefeated. In case no one's noticing what's going on here, one of the smallest nations in the world is one of the world's greatest superpowers. They have not lost any wars. They decimate everybody that comes against them. This is prophecy being fulfilled.
That doesn't prove that what happened in 1948 was a fulfilled prophecy, though.
Well, here.
Dude, are you looking for numbers in the Bible?
I would like to interject.
No, I'm looking for elements that.
It's not. You can't say, okay, if these are the Jews and they've not, and the prophecy states they're not going to be uprooted, you can't know that it's them until they've never been uprooted.
That's a different issue.
That's a good
Christian.
Christian.
I'm not talking about the identity of the Jew. I'm talking about whether or not what happened in 1948 was an actual fulfilled prophecy, which I no longer hold to anymore.
That's fine, bro. But I'm telling you, the Jews are about to go through some stuff. Bro.
I'm gonna give you guys a link, and this is how the Jews treat Christians in Israel. Some of you might have seen it or not.
That's a different topic, but.
Anyways,
again,
no, not for you guys. You guys keep talking, just for everybody else.
Look at Jeremiah 23, verse 6. He says,
I would rather take this between me and you, man, so that we can hash this out separately, because this is not really the place to do this.
That's fine. But you know what though? Because Christians are so used to hearing this, I think all Christians should be able to hear both sides, just like with the issue of Christmas and Easter.
Well, how about we set up a time and I'll do a public video.
Right. But let me say this while we got it on air. I think that Christians that are watching this, or anybody that's watching this, I think that both sides of the argument should be heard, instead of just one side that we're so used to being having pummeled in our mind, about Christmas, Easter, and even this issue here, which is again a non-essential.
I'm not big on Easter and Christmas.
but I'm saying, because there are a lot of Christians who say, "Oh, no, it's fine, it's okay." But when guys like myself try to say, "Well, at least let Christians be educated about the origins of these things," then I get these people who say, "Oh, no, let's not talk about it. It's going to cause discord."
No. How do you deal with all the dispensationalists in the 1800s? And I'm not saying every dispensationalist was right about everything they said. What I'm saying is this: they predicted that this had to happen. The Jews had to return to Israel. Israel was a piece of dirt.
It just hasn't happened yet, at least according to my understanding, based on my research and what I see in the Bible.
Yeah, me and you got to compare notes, bro.
And also, even the very last part of Daniel, where it talks about the 4,000 and there's 1335 days left or something like that. I mean, that's a whole other issue there that I think plays along with what we're discussing now.
That's a sealed prophecy, though. I mean, that won't make sense, and hopefully we aren't going to be here to make sense of that. You know what I'm saying? But you got to understand, Israel is about to go through some stuff. A lot of Jews are going to die. That's prophecy. That has to happen before David, before Christ rules the world from Israel. That has to happen. There has to be Daniel's 70th week has to come to pass.
I agree with that part, but however, the part I don't agree with is that the issue of 1948 being declared as a fulfilled prophecy. We don't see any of the elements mentioned in the Old Testament.
Well, technically, it was the beginning of the fulfillment in the fact that they did.
Okay,
see, now 1967 is also part of that prophecy.
Okay, now let me interrupt you there. See, this is the problem. You can't call it a prophecy unless you see all of the elements prophesied. This is what Moses was talking about in Deuteronomy 13, or is
there's 18. More than one prophecy concerning their return, though. There's different.
But you can't say. But all right. But if now all of the elements of the prophecy have been witnessed on 1948, we can't say yet that it was a fulfilled prophecy. We can't do that until
we'll never be able to say it's fulfilled until Christ puts feet on the Mount of Olives. Okay,
I agree with you.
Say, okay, the problem, that is officially done.
I agree with you on that. However, the problem is there are a lot of Christians that take your position that claim dogmatically that that was a fulfilled prophecy. And when I challenge them on these things, they say, "Well, not all of it has come to pass." Well,
it can't all come to pass until Christ puts feet on Mount of Olives. I mean,
do you agree? But do you agree that we can't be dogmatic about a prophecy being fulfilled totally until we see all of the elements, right?
Yeah, but what you're looking for, a lot of what you're talking about is after Christ returns. You know, yes, I just don't see what you're. Okay, they've initiated the process. They've gotten Israel back. They've gotten Jerusalem. They had Temple Mount, but they've given up control to the king in Jordan. But right now what you're seeing is going to lead to the conflict that ultimately results in the third temple. This is going to happen.
See, again,
the third temple is not something that has anything to do with God. It's just something that they're going to do. It's a prophetic timepiece. That's it. It's not salvific. It's not any of that.
Yeah, you're right. It's not salvific. But let me say this. Deuteronomy 18 talks about the false prophet. Okay, if we see a prophecy, and there's two ways you can know that there is a false prophet. Number one, if he prophesies everything, if 100% of his prophecies come to pass, but only one of them is only 99% accurate, even if he's missing only 1%. He is still considered a false prophet, okay? Or if everything that he prophesies comes to pass, but yet he leads you to a false god, okay, he's a false prophet still. So now, that applies also with this so-called prophecy of 1948, where we're not seeing the entire prophecy yet, according to you. I disagree that it's a prophecy.
Hold on. What do you mean when you say entire prophecy? First of all, the prophecy would have to start with the return of the Jews to Israel, and culminate.
All right, but what? Okay, if I prophesy that a car is going to come to my house tomorrow, okay, and I'm going to say it's a blue car. It's going to come to my house at 4 o'clock in the morning. Okay, let's say that it's 4 o'clock in the morning. And a car does come to my house, but it's not blue. Am I a false prophet?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's say it's 4 o'clock, but the car hasn't come yet. Can I say that was a fulfilled prophecy?
No.
Okay, and that's all I'm saying about 1948. We cannot be dogmatic about it being a fulfilled prophecy in the Old Testament if we have not seen all of the elements according to Scripture.
Yeah, but they've already made the first step. You're basically saying there's a possibility that the Jews claiming to be in Israel right now could be removed.
Okay, I'm not arguing with you on that. I'm just saying that if we're only seeing even one portion of the prophecy of what we call a prophecy being fulfilled, we cannot still be dogmatic about that being an actual prophecy. You can only claim subjectively that what you're seeing is part of a prophecy, but we can't say that. Because we have to see all the other elements first. We have to see the return of Christ. We have to see National Geographic is going to be put out of business because animals are not going to be carnivorous anymore. Okay.
I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is this: the Jews have come back to Israel. That was a prophecy. That's one of many prophecies. Now there are other events that have to happen. Yes, obviously. That I would never say that there aren't.
Well, no, I'm sorry. I hate to do this. I'm not usually like this, but look. And again, because I'm not necessarily a Christian, but look. I mean, if you're telling me that you're a Christian, okay, cannot you see that the Jews are pushing homosexuality, pedophilia, fucking everything else, and you're gonna fucking defend them as a fucking Christian? I'm sorry. I'm gonna say to you,
you can't say that about all Jewish people, man. Come on.
No. Not all Jewish
because
people.
Everybody is
the ones that are controlling your media, and they are all fucking Jewish. Is it the everyday Jew? No, I'm not gonna say that it is. But at the end of the day, when you look at reality, okay, the people that are pushing these fucking agendas, they are all Jews. Every Jew is a fucking rebel. They love pushing homosexuality, pedophilia, everything else. Look at Common Core teaching your fucking 5-year-olds about fucking homosexuality and, so on and so on, as 2 dads and 2 mommies. Who the fuck is pushing this agenda? If you guys do any research, look at who's pushing Common Core, for example.
Hold on, we're talking. Me and him are having a theological discussion from Scripture. We're not getting into.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're having a theological discussion, and my frustration is I'm having a realistic discussion about reality of what is actually fucking happening. And that's the frustration I get with people that are into this so-called theology. I just say, look at the real world and look who is doing what, and look at what is happening in your community. If you have a fucking child, when they're fucking 5-year-olds, you want them to be taught about homosexuality and about fucking wearing a condom and having anal sex? Really? As a Christian, you want that?
That's not the issue. Sorry, that's just not the issue.
Anyways, whatever. I'm sorry, I'm ranting. I'm done. Anyways.
Okay.
As someone who has a great deal of anal sex, I would I would highly actually recommend sex education very early, in order to be able to give children the ability to report sexual abuse when it happens, because many times they're not able to adequately describe or differentiate it from other sorts of violence.
Yeah, that's very anti-Semitic language, man. I tell you. Yeah, that's bad. It's bad.
Very.
I mean, some people might say my position is anti-Semitic. I don't even, to be honest.
I don't think it's anti-Semitic at all. I just think that there's a bigger picture that's coming into play, and it's already started.
Well, I mean,
Christ cannot come until the Jews reclaim Israel. They can't, or he can't come until that happens. This is everything that's going to happen has to do with Daniel's final 7 years, which is for thy people, the Jews. So we know, and this is obviously going to affect Christians from Revelation, but the Jews have to come to Christ. They can't be scattered all over the world, mixed in with all kinds of different people. They have to be in Israel. The only time in history where we've seen this happen in 2,000 years was in 1948. Now, were there Jews in Israel prior to that? Yeah, but not like what we're talking about, an actual state of Israel. And they have that now. They've also reclaimed Jerusalem. They gave up control of Temple Mount, but that's only temporary. That's what the fighting right now that you're seeing is ultimately going to lead to the Jews building their third temple. This is going to happen.
No, I'm not disagreeing with that. It's just that I just... Okay. There's way too many things in the Old Testament that seem to not comport with what happened in 1948. And if we're going to assert that...
Well, 1948, they didn't even have Jerusalem yet. So, yeah 1948 was only the beginning of that.
That's asserted, but we don't see anything in the New Testament that backs that up. Or even in the Old Testament.
What do you mean? Romans 11 tells you that the Jews they're going to be grafted back in. Revelation tells you that Christ is going to. I'm sorry?
But that has nothing to do with 1948, though. You're talking about
There's a lot of prophecy that happens that doesn't have a date attached to it.
Well, yes, exactly. That's my point.
That's why we cannot be dogmatic. Christ didn't say, I'm coming back on such and such date, but he said, look at these things. When you see these things happen, know that I am near even at the door. So we don't know exactly when Christ is going to return, but he gave us some things to look for.
Well, see, this is one of the dangers why I believe this 1948 topic is because a lot of people have tried to prophesy, 60 or 70 years after.
We're not even at the 70-year mark. You know what I'm talking about. It's not 2018 yet. We'll see what happens after that. But I mean,
you've heard people like Howell Lindsey, and then I got some other people that I know personally that tried to assert that we were going to be raptured by 2011, 2012, and then after that there's going to be the 7-year tribulation, and then 2018.
I don't know where they're coming up with that stuff, bro.
Well, yeah, I know, but I'm saying this is one of the problems, is because they look to 1948 as the hallmark or whatever of what would bring back Christ 70 years later or whatever. And again, if we only see one part of the prophecy, we can assume that, okay, this is the beginning of the prophecy, but we don't really know that yet until all of the elements come into play, and then we can say, okay, bam.
What is possibly left?
Hold on. This is why we can say, look. Put yourself in the situation of the Jews, in the position of the Jews in John chapter 1. Remember how we were quoting John chapter 1? He says, Jesus came unto his own, but his own did not receive him. Now, we cannot be so arrogant as Christians today to say that, oh, we would have known it was Jesus. We would have known he was the Messiah had we been there during that time. No.
Some of us might have. Some of them did. Some of the Jews did know it was Christ. They believed.
Right. Exactly. Well, that's a whole other discussion here. But the fact of the matter is, apart from the power of the Holy Spirit, we cannot be so arrogant. And I'm not saying anybody here is saying this, but we cannot be arrogant to say that we wouldn't have been as stupid as some of these people that didn't recognize who Christ was. Because we have a lot of false Christs coming around today claiming to be a Christ. Now put yourself back in his day and imagine you've been studying the Old Testament all this time, and then all of a sudden this guy comes around claiming that he's God in the flesh. Of course you're not going to believe that right away. That has to be revealed to you by God himself. And I think it's the same way. All they had was the Old Testament, and they had the Old Testament prophecies, and then they couldn't tell exactly who he was yet, except for two reasons. Number one, if it was revealed to God by God, or after they saw all of the prophecies being fulfilled through this man called Christ. Okay, but today, I mean, we're seeing only fractions of what what most people believe is the prophecy of 1948, but we're not seeing all of it fulfilled. So we can't conclude that it's actually a beginning, or even the beginning of a fulfilled prophecy.
I mean, bro, if they hadn't come to Israel, it would still be a piece of dirt. It would still be uncultivated, and there would still be no reason to suspect that the prophecy ever came to be fulfilled, or was even starting to be fulfilled. But they did that. They rebuilt it, and they're there. How do you negate that?
Okay.
The process to start has already happened. It's ripe for the reaping as far as the temple. They're trying to build their temple right now, okay? The conflict surrounding Israel, isolating them from the Middle East, is there now. Psalms 83 is ready to go. Ezekiel 38 is shaping up if you haven't been paying attention. I don't see how you're not picking up on this.
Well, I see what you're saying. You're saying that because of these elements here, that's going to be...
Did you know that every nation in Psalm 83 plus 3 came against Israel in the War of Independence in 1949. Did you know that? Now, here's the problem with Psalm 83 not being fulfilled then, is because it didn't mention those other three nations. It didn't say anything about those other three nations, but every other one mentioned in Psalm 83 was part of that. Now, I personally don't hold that that's been fulfilled, but I do see it shaping up to fulfill very soon with the angst against the Jews over Temple Mount. Temple Mount is the biggest...
So you're saying that elements in Isaiah 11, about... that they shall not, hurt nor destroy, all in my holy mountain. You saying that that's going to happen? That's going to.
Isaiah 11. What? I gotta look at the scripture.
Yeah, Isaiah 11 verses 6 to 9, where it talks about how the wolf shall dwell with the lamb, stuff like that. No more National Geographic type stuff. Are you saying that's
I see this as post-millennium, though, bro. I don't get what you're...
Okay.
If
but
it's
that's what I'm
as
saying.
a prophecy.
If you read all of Isaiah 11, the entire chapter, he's talking about what's going, not only the return of Christ, but also the people returning to that land. He even gives you a list of people, a list of lands that the people of Israel are going to be returning from. And so it's not that it's this part of the prophecy is going to happen this time, and then 20 or 50 years later, another part of the prophecy is going to happen. That's not the way it's described in Isaiah.
Yeah, but we have a lot of prophecy, bro, that's not as specific. Okay, Ezekiel 38:8 says, "After many days you will be summoned. In the latter years you will come into the land that is restored from the sword, whose inhabitants have been gathered from many nations to the mountains of Israel, which have been continual waste. But its people will be brought out from the nations, and they are living securely, all of them." Okay, that's not a very specific prophecy regarding a date, a time, what nations they're going to be gathered from. Okay, but it does lend credence to what has happened. Now, if you're telling me that the people in Israel right now got there without God's help, I'm sorry, I can't buy it, bro. God is involved in this. What's taking place right now? God is in control of this. You know,
I'd say God is in control of almost everything. But however, I just don't see how we can call this the 1948 issue a prophecy. I mean, again, Jeremiah 23. Verse 6.
The beginning, bro. We were already at the end. We're already on the knife edge of the return of Christ. Okay, this is just one of those things.
I believe that. Yeah, I believe that. But the question is, I mean, we don't know when Christ is going to return. I mean, well, we're going to be given signs, and then I think once we see those
of stuff to know when Christ is going to return. Not maybe to the day, not maybe to the hour, but the season and the month. You better believe it, buddy. I'm telling you, man. He gave us a lot of information.
Right now, I don't think we have anything that we can look to that's going to give us any type of clues dogmatically that Christ is going to come anytime within our generation. We still don't know that yet,
bro. I'm sorry, man. I personally, that's not something that I can.
All right. Well, Jeremiah,
my calling is very different from yours, bro. I'm just telling you, man. I can't.
That's fine. I mean, we're you know, this is a non-essential issue, but I'm glad we're having this discussion because I think that
I wish we could have it in a more formal setting, not a formal debate, but where we could bring our scriptures, bring our evidence. Because I wasn't really prepared to have this conversation with you right now, but I would like to. I definitely would.
Speaking of debate, I do have a link to a debate. Actually, it's pretty good on this very topic, but.
Let me read you Zechariah 8:7. Thus says the Lord of hosts, behold, I'm going to save my people from the land of the east and from the land of the west. I will bring them back, and they will live in the midst of Jerusalem. They shall be my people, and I will be their God in truth and righteousness. That's not a very specific prophecy. Okay.
Okay.
But
right.
we see a lot of it. I have a lot of these, bro, regarding the return of the Jews. Now. There's other things that have to take place. The rest of Zechariah has to take place. A third of the Jews have to be killed. Psalm 83 has to happen. Ezekiel 38 has to happen. These are future prophecies. The problem is they're all in place right now to happen. And the Jews right now are chomping at the bits.
That's the thing.
Temple Mount. I understand that, but what I'm saying...
The problem is that they haven't happened yet, and that's the thing. Just because we saw a whole bunch of people or one guy named David Ben-Gurion declared that the nation would be reunited, and first of all, that nation is still partitioned as far as I remember. Again, I mean, that goes back to what we see in Joel chapter 3. I mean, if you want to read it that way. I mean, what does Joel chapter 3 verse 2 says? I will also gather all nations and bring them down into the valley of Jehoshaphat.
Thank you. I understand that, but what I'm saying is, if you think that we're not on
the verse, with them there for my people and for my heritage Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations and parted my land. So we know right now that the land is partitioned.
It is. Yes, I get that. I don't know.
But they're not going to, when the prophecy says when they get back to the land, they're going to get the whole land. It's not going to get just one half of it.
But that doesn't happen until Christ returns. What I'm saying, what are you looking for next prophetically? Out of all the Bible prophecy that's been fulfilled, what do you have your eye on as being fulfilled next?
The persecution of the saints.
Okay, here's what's going to happen. First of all, Daniel's final 7 years. That's a reality. That's going to happen. That's detailed in both Daniel and Revelation. That's a reality.
Right there.
We both agree on that, I think, right?
I think I do, yeah. But however, there are opposing positions on that too.
Listen, I'm not a preterist. I'm not an amillennial. I'm not partial.
I'm not talking about preterism either. So there are.
All of them deny that this is even going to happen. They just are like,
I know, but
none of the real danger of being persecuted as a Christian is actually going to happen. Christ is just going to show up magically in the clouds. No, that day will not come until the Antichrist is revealed. That's going to happen prior to Christ coming. Now, the Antichrist is the one who makes the covenant. He's going to make the covenant. It's going to happen. The Jews, the third temple doesn't even have to come until after the covenant. In fact, it could come 2 years after, so long as that temple is standing prior to Revelation 13. That's all that matters. They could build it 3 years into Daniel's seven-year prophecy. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. This can start without there being a third temple in Israel. This can start. Okay? All it's going to take is the attack on Israel to prompt this. There's a war coming, man. I mean, I know you're probably not into blood moons and stuff like that, but there is validity to this. God is not that obscure. And you know,
again, there's a lot of Christians out there who, again, I mean, there's
a lot of people call themselves Christians too, pumping stuff out there too in prophecy that no offense, I'm just not buying it. You know, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I watched history. I watched the dispensationalists show that the Jews had to return. They were saying Israel has to return. Before anything can happen.
Israel has to return. However, my only contention is that what we see happening in 1948 was not a fulfillment of prophecy. I just don't believe it. Why?
It has to start somewhere with the return of the Jews. Have to start returning at some time. You don't think that's happened? I mean,
but the reason why I don't agree with that is because there's way too many elements that we see in the Old Testament that don't comport with what. I mean, if you have a group of people that claim to be Jew and they all go to this land that we call Israel, okay, that still doesn't mean that the prophecies mentioned in the Bible have been fulfilled. All we have is just a group of people who are claiming to be Jew, and I'm not saying that they're not, but I'm just saying.
I mean, that's what it's sounding like, bro. And that to me is I've heard this argument before, but never from a Christian like you. Mainly from people that challenge the Jews, the Jehovah's Witness. They all try to discredit who the Jews are. That's.
Well, you should watch this debate then. That I think between two Christians that are having this discussion. It's a very civil discussion, but they're both talking about whether or not the prophecy of 1948's been fulfilled. And it's a pretty good discussion.
You got to understand, in order for the waste cities to be waste, everything that's happened right now since 1948 has to be completely done away with, and everybody who calls himself a Jew has to be removed so that the true Jews can return one day and start the process over again, ultimately bringing in Daniel's final 7 years. You cannot forget that the 7 years has to happen. It's the only thing left. It's the only thing, and Revelation corroborates that beautifully. It has to happen, and it has to start with people showing up in Israel, claiming to be Jews, and rebuilding Israel. You know, the land is parted. Absolutely, it's gonna be parted. Even with the peace, man. I mean,
I'm not unwilling to receive correction on this.
Let me. I tell you what, because I don't want to argue over it.
But wait, hold on. You can't just say what you got to say and then.
Well, no. What I was gonna say is I think me and you should honestly put together our best understanding and then have a discussion of with multiple scriptures.
I got
a lot. Years. Well, I mean, I teach this stuff for this is.
That's fine. But again, well, let me just say it this way. If people want to consider me anti-Semitic, then fine. I mean, people already say some strange stuff about me as it is, just because I
think you're anti-Semitic. I just can't imagine how you can reconcile that body of people in Israel as not being.
Well, apparently, some people do, and that's fine if they want to believe that. I'm not preaching.
I know you're not anti-Semitic, bro.
Settlement. However, my only contention is that what I see, a lot of people claim that certain prophecies have occurred in the Bible today, and because of certain elements that they attribute that are not necessarily comporting to what we see in Scripture. And I think one of the things, the 1948 issue is an example of one of those things. I used to believe that for many years. I held strongly to the belief that this was that this was a fulfillment of prophecy.
Okay, what changed your mind?
I even use this as an apologetic with atheists. But then...
Well, you're not supposed to do that, man.
Why not?
Because the Bible prophecy is not for the unbeliever, man. That's written. You're not supposed to try to take this stuff to atheists. They're not going to receive what you're telling them, man.
Yeah, well, but it's... Well, I know it's not for the believer, but...
No, unbeliever.
I know it's not for the unbeliever, but that doesn't mean that we can't talk about these things, though. I mean, that's what part of...
It's going to fall on deaf ears.
Well, if they're not touched by the Holy Spirit, of course. I mean, even preaching the gospel is not going to do anything to them. But still, I mean, we're still told to defend the faith, and depending on what we're talking about, I don't see a problem bringing that issue up. But I've come to the realization about maybe 5 years ago that I'm not convinced, based on what I see in Scripture and based on what I see happening in 1948. I just can't see a link between the two. This is kind of like the way the atheists practice what's called syncretism, where they look at elements in the Christianity, and then they go to elements from the mystery religions, and then they see similarities, and then they conclude that one came from the other because they are so-called similarities. And this is exactly what I'm seeing with the 1948 claim, that because we see a bunch of people going over there, or one person declaring that this land is Israel again, therefore the prophecy that we see in the Old Testament has come to fulfillment.
Why would it need more than one person to make the actual declaration? I would assume whoever's the authority as far as
how it went, right? I mean, I think they weren't called the UN back then. It was called the League of Nations. I think it's September of 47, and I think the UN had established this thing where they wanted to try to get ambassadors for each group or something like that. I don't remember exactly how everything went down, but basically, I think the Arabs did not want to, I have to get back to you. I don't have my notes in front of me, but basically, it was declared in November that the League of Nations would get together and side with this guy David Ben-Gurion, that they were going to make Israel a state. And then it was finally consummated in 1948, May of 1948.
God's very simple, man. He's he's not going to you know what, man? I don't even know. I mean, prophets they always are going to be mitigated and told, you're not right. And I get that. Listen, I get it. But listen, dude, this is one thing. This is not something I have the option to back down from, and me and you're just going to have to hash it out as far as having a discussion about it. But
yeah, that's fine. And if I'm wrong, then I'll humbly accept the correction. However,
I mean, here's the thing: when I hear someone say something that's like, for example, the fact that we even entertain Jesus, the fact that we entertain this guy, and
don't go there, man.
No. What I'm saying, listen. He does not bring the truth. 99% of the truth mixed with a lie.
I know, but I don't want you to go there, because I don't want you to continue on this thought, because you mentioned him before, and I don't want you to go on this thought thinking that my information.
Some of the crap he's telling you, bro, is not true, man. The guy is clearly pumping false nonsense.
Okay, but listen, I don't want you to leave this conversation thinking that this information I'm saying to you, I got from the Black Hebrew Israelites. Okay.
It just sounds awful suspect, bro. It sounds very Jehovah's Witness. It sounds very Hebrew Israelites. It sounds very anti-Semitic. I'm not saying you're anti-Semitic, but it sounds like a lot of the crap.
Of course, it's going to sound pushing. And I don't even like the term anti-Semitic anyway. I mean, why is it that a word that's only 400 years old all of a sudden gets applied to a certain group of people? We should just call it racism, okay? If you're against
I mean, it is racism. There's no doubt there.
Okay, so it shouldn't be called
a form of racism, I guess.
Yeah, well, but it's not. It would be anti-Semitic of me to say that what the guy was saying, what Chubbs was saying, that was anti-Semitic. That was racist.
No doubt.
I'm just saying that the prophecy has a lot of holes in it, or this assertion of 1948.
Yes, obviously, if I said 1948 fulfills the return of the Jews and Daniel 70 week and the return of Christ, obviously I get where you're coming from, but it has to start with the return of the Jews. Daniel's 70th week cannot happen until the Jews return to Israel.
Okay, all I'm saying is that we can't say that that was a fulfilled prophecy unless we see all of the elements. You can assume that.
Well,
Okay.
yeah, no. But which prophecy
again, going back to
specifically?
Isaiah
Like
11.
Daniel's 70th week, unfulfilled right now. The return of Christ, unfulfilled.
Right.
But there are other aspects of the prophecy. God did say He's going to bring His people back.
Okay, but let's look at Isaiah 11 right now. Okay, Isaiah 11 talks about what's going to happen on the day that Christ returns, that the Messiah returns. He's not only is he going to return, but he gives a description of the people that are coming back to the land, and he talks about the lands that they're coming from. Okay, and not only that, but also what's going to happen in the land, that is going to be peace on the land and throughout the world. So, again,
how can there be? Hold on. There can never be peace.
Hold on. If these people came back in 1948, if 1948 is the beginning of that prophecy, how do we know that what happened in 1948 was the beginning of that prophecy? How do we know that? How do we know that?
There's no other way. The only way that the Jews can come back to a desolate Israel to rebuild it would mean that the Jews that are currently there would have to be annihilated. Okay? Everything would have to be destroyed and the Jews would have to be annihilated. But for some reason,
what verse?
I've already given you scripture that you're not. I don't know if you're reading it or not or what. But
well, I forget because you bombarded me with a bunch of them, and
I'm trying to. I'm quoting it as we're going here. Hang on, my screen's all glitchy because it's. My chat box keeps glitching. I'm trying to just go back and highlight the verses I've given you. Like this doesn't say anything about. Hang on, man. Let me get the verses back.
So
here's one. Here's.
All right,
bro.
Well,
go ahead.
Maybe we could talk about this another time. So I didn't want to hijack the hangout. So.
Oh, I thought he was busy doing something. I'd actually like to hear this. I was just gonna ask how everyone was doing because I just came in.
Yeah, we're doing well.
What's up, bro? We're just hashing some stuff out, man.
Yeah, but do you understand my position though? I mean, again, I don't.
But then again, I don't know, man. It takes me 2 hours to teach this, and
right.
What you're saying is I've heard a lot of it before, but then again, I don't have the luxury of turning a blind eye to what most people say. Meh. You know, like right now, the earthquakes you're seeing right now, the freak weather events right now is judgment, and it's already started. Most people say, and most Christians say, oh, it's just, all this has been happening. They try to mitigate it and say, well, this is not a big deal. But what you're seeing is the coalescence of prophecy in real time. Okay, the only thing left pertaining to the Jews is the return of, or is Daniel's 70th week, the attack on Israel that leads to this peace with Israel. And then ultimately the Antichrist. I don't really know what else there is that you're looking for.
One of the biggest things is that in the Bible it talks about when the people return to the land that there is going to be peace. Okay, we have not seen peace in the world since the so-called claim that they return to the land.
What verses are you basing this off?
Okay, hold on 1 second. I got it right here. Hold on just a second.
Like I know we're both not prepared for this and we're scrambling through our verses, so I understand that.
Okay, hold on just a sec.
While you guys are in the interim on that, can it like a 30-second injection? Can somebody tell me why the United States? I'm in question here. I don't know. Why do we always have to scurry behind Israel? Every president since that war you guys were talking about. How come we always have to mention them and scurry behind them? Why do we always have to do this?
Because God wants it that way.
All right, that's okay. I'll take one.
This is a Christian nation. It was a Christian nation, and God used this Christian nation.
But is that the why we?
To be more accurate,
I'm going to stay
unbiased
because you know my position, but I'm going to stay silent.
It's because that's what people think God wants, right?
Okay.
Whether they're correct or not, that's the fact.
Well, the Jews have to come to Christ. We can't forget this, guys. Romans 11 is very specific, and so is Revelation. The Jews have to come to Christ, and in order for them to do that, they have to go to Israel. They have to be gathered back to the land. Okay? If I'm not looking for some supernatural gathering of Israel of Israelites.
I am.
You're looking for like what, a
The Bible
magical?
says that God is going to do it, not man.
Dude. There's not going to be some like rapture of the. There's not going to be some Jewish rapture that magically twists all the Jews back to Israel, bro.
Right.
I hope that's not what you're suggesting.
To me, it just seems arbitrary that we have this person, David Ben Gurion, making this declaration that Israel is a state, and then all of a sudden, everyone on the planet has jumped on a bandwagon saying, "Ah, yes, Israel's a nation again. Israel's a nation again. This is prophecy."
But hold on, 1948, they didn't even have Jerusalem yet. That I probably wouldn't have been very convinced until they recaptured Jerusalem. Now they control Temple Mount to the extent they're not letting the Jews go up there and pray. But what you're seeing right now is what is about to bring about the war that's going to lead to peace with Israel and the rest of the nations. It's going to happen. The first half of the Go ahead.
According to what I read in Scripture, the prophecy of Israel becoming a nation again will also be a time of peace in the land and among the people. Okay, so they will be at rest, and we already looked at Isaiah. I think it's Isaiah 11:11, the 11th verse. Let me actually look at that real quick.
Hang on. And this may go hand in hand with what I teach, because the first 3.5 years are peaceful in the whole world. The Antichrist is going to sway the whole world.
The whole world's going to be at peace before the Antichrist?
Listen, when Daniel's final 7 years start, okay, the first 3.5 years of that, there is no Christian mass Christian persecution, mark of the beast, none of that stuff. That's all Revelation 13.
Yeah, but that's
second half stuff.
All right, that's yeah, okay.
I've given you the numbers on that.
I see what you're saying. I don't know if that necessarily means. I mean, you're talking about peace between the Christians and, I guess the.
No. The Christian church is. This is after. You're talking about after the rapture of the church, but the man-child.
According to you, the first 3.5 years, you're saying there's peace. You're saying peace throughout the world. That there's no battles, there's no fight, there's no wars, or nothing like that.
Right. The Antichrist is going to confirm his covenant. That's when this is when the two witnesses show up for 1,260 days. They're going to prophesy. The Christians are going to be prophesying for 1,260 days, warning the world of what's happening. Okay? Now, during this time, there's going to be peace in Israel, allowing the Jews to build their temple. Okay? Everything's going to be great for the Jews until the Antichrist gets to the midpoint. Until the final 42 months starts, he's going to declare himself God of this world from Israel. That's going to happen. And then the Jews, read Zechariah, go into, dude, I could really get in depth into this.
All right. Let me give you some info.
Okay, Isaiah, where were you at?
Okay. All right, so I wanted to read Isaiah 11, and then I wanted to give some more information real quick. It says, Isaiah 11, verse 11 says, "And it shall come to pass in that day that the Lord shall set his hand again the second time to recover the remnant of his people, which shall be left from Assyria, from Egypt, from Pathros, from Cush, from Elam, from Shinar, from Hamath, and from the islands of the sea." All right, so again, this is what I was talking about before, about how you have the people of Israel that's scattered all over the world, and he just named some of the places that they're going to be coming from in order to assemble back to the land of Israel. Okay? Now, going to Jeremiah 23, verse 6, it says, "In his days Judah shall be saved, and Israel shall dwell safely, and this is the name whereby he shall be called the Lord our righteousness." Okay? Jeremiah 30:10 says something familiar. It talks about how they shall be in rest and be in quiet, and none shall make him afraid. Jeremiah 32, again, talks about dwelling in safely. Ezekiel 34, again, regarding the return, talking about dwelling in safely.
That's what Ezekiel 30. What do you think I'm telling you, bro? This is going to happen. The Jews are going to be in a peaceful covenant.
But all of these passages that I just mentioned to you, Ezekiel 34:25, Jeremiah 32:37, Jeremiah 30:10, Jeremiah 23:6, and many more, all of these talk about the return of the people to the land of Israel, how they will have safety in the wilderness. That has not happened in history. Yes.
What do you
Yes.
mean in the wilderness? What are you talking about wilderness?
I'm reading what it says here. It says, "And I will make them a covenant of peace, and will cause the evil beast to cease out of the land, and they shall dwell safely in the wilderness and sleep in the woods."
Okay, that's different from what Ezekiel 38 and verse 8 says.
Okay, but the fact of the matter is, again, when we talk about the people being brought to the land, okay, what do we see in the verses that I mentioned? It talks about how they will dwell safely. They will not have to be afraid of anything. That
They're
they
not.
will
What are you
rest.
talking about? They've been they're undefeated.
Exactly. Right. That's my point. The point is that if 1948 was a fulfillment of prophecy, as a lot of people claim it is, then why is it that the very next day, May 15th, 1948, that there was another war?
And they absolutely destroyed them. And they did it again in 1967. What do you mean? I don't understand what you're saying.
There was still unrest in the land, 1949 through 1956 conflict.
Right. There won't be peace with Israel in the Middle East until the Antichrist gets here, bro.
1973. But again, the point is that the prophecy says that once they come back into the land, there's going to be peace, and Christ or David, as it says in Ezekiel and Jeremiah, is going to be there. Now,
David's not going to be here till after the resurrection, bro. I don't understand this.
Okay, but you're saying that this can happen incrementally. That's what you're saying. You're saying that
obviously, dude. This have to start at some point. You're expecting like all this to happen at once, and then I don't know, maybe the 7 years starts immediately after that, or what? But dude,
I'm not saying that. No, I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is I'm contentious against the assertion that 1948 was the beginning of this prophecy. We cannot conclude that because we don't see all of the other elements that are mentioned.
You can't conclude that. I don't have any issues with it.
But you're not able to substantiate it, though. That's the problem.
Bro, I have just as much scripture that's
You
not
have scripture,
the same thing.
but we're talking about what we actually see in happening today. See, again, you're talking about
I'm seeing
the return of
everything
Christ.
happen on track. The only thing left is the final 7 years. That's it. That's all we're looking for. The Antichrist. That's it.
Okay,
Nothing left. And peace with Israel. That's going to happen.
All right. So
I don't know what other prophecy you're looking for to happen. I've heard this whole magical regathering all at once of the Jews to Israel. That's not going to happen like you think it is. I don't care what you say, bro. God's not going to do that. Everyone can pretty much. There's not going to be an atheist on planet Earth that's going to be able to deny God over what you're by what you're talking about. There's no way.
Well, all right. So I guess your position is that this prophecy is happening incrementally. So we're seeing elements of the prophecy slowly coming to pass.
It had to start with the return of the Jews. Now,
and that's where I disagree. I guess we're just gonna have to disagree because I just don't see it.
Well, no, I'm gonna put together a formal case. If what I'm saying is true, then I need to bring you to that truth, or give you enough scripture to say, hey, listen, this is. I mean, if you go to my page.
How about this? Can you give me an example in the Old Testament of a prophecy that occurred incrementally? Because somebody else said the same thing too when I had this discussion. They said, "Oh yeah, we see prophecies happening
Daniel,
incrementally."
70 weeks.
No. That's already passed.
No, it is not. What are you talking about?
No.
Daniel's 70 weeks has not been fulfilled.
We see prophecies.
It started 2,500 years ago, and it still has to be fulfilled.
No. You're not understanding my question. I'm asking you to show me an example in the Old Testament, or even in the New Testament, if you can, of a prophecy that was fulfilled in increments, and then finally came to full.
Okay, Christians are going to rule with a rod of iron over the nations. That'll start with the Christians that make the catching away the man-child, and it will finish and culminate with.
No. I'm not talking about something that hasn't been.
Talking about incremental, dude. I think you're throwing words at it.
I don't think you're understanding my challenge. Hold on. Okay, for instance, let's look at Jezebel. Okay, remember the prophecy talks about how.
That's 1 Kings. Yes.
Okay. Remember. Okay. Now, can you look to that prophecy? Actually, that whole story, and can you show me how the prophecy was fulfilled in increments, and then finally it came to that part where the prophecy was finished?
Do you understand what I'm saying? Which prophecy are you talking about? The one in Revelation?
No. The prophecy of how Jezebel would be eaten by the dogs.
Oh,
okay. I'm trying to use that as an example. I want you to show me an example of a prophecy that's already been finished, that's already been fulfilled, but it occurred in increments. Can you show me an example of that? Like, for instance,
I would have to. What you're asking me to do is start searching through all the prophecies and find something that's similar to what we're talking about.
Exactly.
The only thing left in the Bible, out of all the prophecy given, most of which concerns Christ, the only thing left are Daniel's final 7 years. The Jews have to be in Israel. The Psalm 83 war has to happen, and the Ezekiel 38 war has to happen in line with Daniel's 7 years.
I agree with those things. However, again...
But you're looking for a supernatural gathering of the Jews from all over planet Earth at once.
No, I'm looking for it. All right, I don't understand. You're understanding. All right, every time I have this discussion with a person who takes your position, they often come to me with the same type of argument, saying, "Oh, this thing it's going to happen in increments. We're only seeing part of the prophecy."
Well, it can't happen any other way. Daniel's prophecy is not part of the Jews returning. Okay, that's two different prophecies, and yes, they are sequential.
Wait. Let me finish. If we're only seeing part of what we think is the prophecy, then we cannot be dogmatic and say that it is a prophecy.
I'm telling you, from the office of prophet, brother. I'm telling you. I'm warning you about what's to happen here, bro.
Wait.
This is not something that I can back down from. This is
hold on. Let me finish. Again.
You're gonna be deceived, man.
I know you don't like what I'm saying. You have a
It's not that I don't like it. I don't have any choice, bro. You don't understand. This is coming.
Wait. Let me finish. I'm not. There's a lot of what you're saying I'm not disagreeing with. Okay. I believe these things.
It seems like you're basically disagreeing with everything, because what you're saying is that what's happened. The Jews are not in Israel right now.
I did not say that.
Pick up.
I did not say that.
Well, then what do you? I don't understand what you're saying.
That a lot of evangelicals make.
I'm not an evangelical, bro. I'm not a Protestant. I'm not any of that stuff.
Look, I'm not saying that you're an evangelical. I'm saying that a lot of the assertion, evangelicals make the same assertion and arguments that you're making.
And they also teach a false pre-trib rapture too. The pre-trib rapture is true. I just teach it the only way that the Bible tells it.
That disagree with you. There's Christians that disagree with you on that. Okay,
and they're going to be. I get that, bro.
Listen, you got to let me finish.
Prophet, bro. It happens to every prophet.
Let me finish.
You are not a prophet. You are an evangelical.
I don't think to be a prophet. I'm neither the son of a prophet. But you got to let me finish. Okay. Now trust me. Again, all I'm saying is this. All right. That if you can point to me that. Now, this is a challenge to any Christian, because I want to be educated. If I'm wrong, I'm willing to receive correction on this. But right now, I'm standing firm on my position, because I am not at all convinced that what happened in 1948 was a fulfillment of prophecy. Even if it is a fulfillment of prophecy, we're still only seeing a fragment of it, because we haven't seen the rest of it yet. And
what's the rest? Hold on. What is the rest of it? What is the rest of it?
Again, peace throughout the world. Christ being here in the land.
That starts with the 7 years. That's what we're waiting for. I don't know how much more clear I can be on this. That's all that's left.
You have to stop cutting me off so you can hear what I'm saying, because I think what you're wanting to do is, the moment you hear me say something you disagree, you have this knee-jerk reaction and you cut me off, and you don't really hear what I'm trying to say.
Because you can't mitigate the fact that the Jews have returned. You cannot do that.
Okay. Listen. All I'm saying is that if we only have a fragment of the prophecy being fulfilled, according to you, then according to Scripture, we still cannot declare that as a fulfilled prophecy. Why? Because not the entire prophecy has not been fulfilled yet.
It can't be fulfilled until Christ returns. I don't understand. I don't understand fundamentally what you're talking about.
If we're only seeing fragments of the prophecy coming to fulfill, okay, we can make. It's
going to come in fragments. I hate to tell you, it's going to come in fragments until Christ returns.
All right, so if it's going to come in fragments, then show me an example of another prophecy that did occur in fragments.
There's more than one prophecy at play here.
Show me one. That's what I'm asking.
No. Listen to me.
That's what I'm asking.
It's not the return of the Jews.
Bro, can you show me?
It's also Daniel's final 7 years. It's also other
occurred in fragments, and then it finally finished, where it was no longer needed to be fulfilled. Show me just one.
Bro, that's not relevant. There's examples of prophecies that happen very uniquely in Scripture that have nothing to do with any other prophecy.
So this is the first prophecy that happened in fragments then? So this is the first prophecy that happened in fragments then?
Listen, I don't know what you mean by fragments. I know that the Jews returned to Israel. That is part of a prophecy that has to happen.
This is the problem. You don't understand what I mean by it happening incrementally. Okay, what I'm saying is, I can't believe you're not getting this. Okay, look, you're saying that
the only thing left is Israel gets attacked. Okay, Israel gets attacked. World peace happens as a result. The Antichrist says, you know what? I got to step in. I'm going to make peace with Israel in the Middle East.
I understand that. I'm not
done. But that cannot happen until the Jews are in Israel. If you are telling me the Jews are not in Israel, you have the problem, not me.
But I'm saying, look.
You have the problem, not me, bro. And I'm telling you, I know where you're getting it from.
But you should be prepared and willing to receive the challenge that I'm presenting to you here.
You're not presenting me with a challenge. You're presenting me with semantics.
But why do you have such a knee-jerk reaction to everything I'm about to say? And you don't even finish. Let me finish what I have to say. Again. Look, all we're seeing. Wait, do you declare yes or no that what happened in 1948 was a fulfillment of prophecy? Yes or no?
Which prophecy?
Of the Jews returning to Israel.
The close of all prophecy in the Bible, or
no. Just that one prophecy of the Israel returning of Jews returning to Israel. Do you claim that that's a fulfillment of prophecy?
A fulfillment of prophecy, yes.
Okay, why?
Because it had to happen at some point. There had to be a return of the Jews to Israel. That happened. That happened. They're back. Don't get over it, bro. The Jews are back. I'm sorry.
Had to happen. That's not an answer. I need to know
what are you talking about.
Hold on. I need to know what elements
from 1948 what are you looking for the Jews to return to Israel for?
Can be comported to what we see in Scripture, in the Old Testament.
Oh my God. What are you looking for to happen in Israel, bro? It already happened.
You said that what happened in 1948, this declaration that Israel will become a state, was the fulfillment of prophecy. How do I know that? Just because
okay, hold on. Have anybody claiming to be Jewish entered into the land of Israel and rebuilt Israel? Yes or no?
Yeah, it's a lot of people there going to the land now.
Do they have control over Jerusalem?
No.
They don't.
No, as a matter of fact, you need, as far as I know, you still need those people need a green card to still get there.
No.
And again, the land is still partitioned. They don't have the entire land.
They're not going to until there's a war, man. Do you not understand that this is all going to take place within a very short period of time, ushering in Daniel's final 7 years?
I don't see how you're missing this. Okay, look, all I'm saying is this.
I'm wondering why an evangelical
is talking about
how to interpret prophecy.
If what happened in 1948 was the beginning, let's say it was just the beginning of the prophecy. Okay, let's say. Okay, I'll run with you on that, just for the sake of argumentation.
Okay.
Let's say that what happened in 1948 was the beginning of this prophecy, the people returning to Israel. How do we know that that was the beginning of the actual prophecy? How do we know that? Because just because we have a bunch of people going to that land.
But you're trying to take it back to hold on. Don't quit using the words bunch of people. Let's call it what it is. The Jews returned.
Okay, so how do we
Jews?
Okay,
all right. But you also hold on to some other nonsense about Black Hebrew Israelite. I know this about you, bro. Don't tell me you don't. You buy into Jesus' garbage. It's nonsense, man. The crap he's telling you is not true.
Forget about the Black Hebrew Israelites. Forget about Jesus.
I know where you're getting this stuff from.
I have a whole video series of refuting their arguments. Okay.
And you've also taken his side on video, man. And
I'm going to take side where I believe truth is mentioned. Okay. And I'll do that for Christmas. I'll do that for Easter. I don't care if you're a Christian or not. If I see truth, I'm going to stand up for it. Okay.
I'm not sure what you're saying about Christmas or Easter.
Okay, well, it doesn't matter. I mean, because a lot of people disagree with me on that too.
What?
But the fact of the matter is,
you don't celebrate it. You don't believe in it or something.
No, I don't. But that's neither.
Guess
here
what? Neither do I. Neither do I.
Okay. That's neither here or there. I'm talking about what I would stand for. If I believe what I'm saying is the truth, I'm going to ask questions and I'm going to challenge people.
Yeah, but what you're asking me is
it has nothing to do with the my association with Black Hebrew Israelite or Jesus. Okay, because I refute them too. Because they say a lot of nonsensical stuff as well.
Yeah, but you've listened to him talking about, trying to defame. They're not the people in Israel are not Jewish.
That's sort of an ad hominem attack, borderline ad hominem there. But But listen, I'm asking you. Look, let's just stick with the 1948 issue. Okay, 1948. There was the claim made by David Ben-Gurion that Israel would be a state. Okay, even though that land is still partitioned between them and the Arabs. Okay, how do we know that that was a fulfillment of prophecy?
Because unless you remove the Jews from Israel entirely right now, completely level it down to dirt, okay, there's no other peoples that this can apply to. The Jews have to be in Israel. They don't have to be in Israel and then 1 second later Christ returns. They don't have to be in Israel and then 1 second later the 7 years starts. You're missing a lot of other stuff, man. That's just not how it's. That's not how it's supposed to happen.
That's what I'm trying to say. I mean, you're saying that there's other elements to this prophecy.
There's lots of elements to this, bro. I haven't given you a presentation on this yet.
I agree with you on that. There's no disagreement there.
What's the problem?
The only disagreement we have is that the issue that 1948 was the beginning of that prophecy, and I have not seen any substantial evidence to support that yet.
Dude, 2,000 years. 2,000 years without a home. 2,000 years with no place to go. The Jews are back. This is one of the greatest prophecies fulfilled in modern times. Because the second you accept this, you know how close we are to the return of Christ. The second you accept this, you know what's about to happen in this world. I'm sure. I don't think you can reconcile it because you haven't dealt with this yet.
We won't know when Christ is going to return until
you'll know Christ is coming. You'll know Christ is coming after the Antichrist shows up. You'll be able to say, okay, I can't say it to the exact day.
That's going to be the biggest sign right there. Once they identify the son of perdition has been revealed, and then we'll know for certain. Okay, anytime now Christ is going to return. But right now we cannot.
The prerequisite to the final 7 years starting is the Jews have to be in Israel.
Declare that okay, Christ is going to come back in the next 7 or 10 years, whatever. We can't do that.
No. I'm not saying that. If anything, we should be talking about 1967 more than 1948. I'm just saying that they declared Israel a state. If there was any point in human history before 1948 and 70 AD that you can show me that the Jews were in Israel, I'm all ears, brother. Show me.
Okay,
it could not have started until.
All right. Well, I guess my ultimate position is that
one generation, bro. One generation. I'm telling you, man. Just give this year a chance, okay? Trust me.
Okay. Well, I mean,
it's all the secrets are out. It's already started,
until
man.
I see the Antichrist. That's the only time I'm going to be.
That's fine, but that's not your calling, bro. I'm out warning people right now for a reason. I know what's coming.
That's fine. And you know, I'm not going to stop you from. I'm not going to speak against that. I mean, I'm just saying that I will speak against what I believe is a misinterpretation of what we see in Scripture. And
bro,
what we
there's not peace in Israel yet. It's not going to happen until the 7 years starts, bro. It can't.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
Where do we disagree? Don't disagree that the Jews are in Israel. You believe they're there.
The only thing I'm disagreeing with you on is the fact that the assertion that what happened in 1948 was the beginning of a prophecy, even though we don't see any of the elements that could be backed up.
Technically, you could say 1914 was the beginning. There were Jews in Israel prior to that period of time. But what I'm saying is this: the Jews did not have Jerusalem until 1967. Doesn't matter.
You know why? Because the Jehovah's Witnesses use that same thing, right? They try to say that
Jehovah's Witnesses do not believe the Jews in Israel are Jewish.
No. 1914, they tried to say that was the year that Christ was going to come back, and he was going to gather up his 144,000.
Well, you should have known right then and there that they were false prophets.
But listen, the point of the matter is and that's not the only date that they predicted, by the way.
What does this have to do with Jehovah's Witness? I'm not a Jehovah's Witness, bro.
Wait, just let me finish.
Come on, man. You're bringing up stuff that's not relevant.
No, it is very relevant because it goes right along with what people coming up with false prophecies and making declarations that
Have I given you a date? No, I'm just telling you, bro. Watch it, man.
Man, you gotta let me finish. All right, I'm gonna take a break. I gotta get some water.
Killing me, man.
Just gotta love this.
Oh yeah. I would like to pitch in that this prophecy is probably not going to happen. No?
Yeah.
Did everybody fall asleep?
Nah, they're waiting for Jesus to come back.
Hey, tell Vec I'll be right back. My brother just showed up at my house at like, I don't know what time it is. It's like super early, so I gotta go deal with him real quick. But I'll be right back.
Alrighty. Nadia, yeah, there should be a setting on YouTube. You could have the comments be approved before they go up. I think they still have that option.
I would advise against that. So. Oh no. It's Wednesday.
Uh-oh. What does that mean?
Oh, nothing. It's just I didn't realize it was Wednesday when I woke up.
Can't believe this hangout's still going on.
Uh,
I was up, I was listening, fell asleep, got up, it was still going on, fell back asleep. And now they're arguing about when Jesus is coming back.
Oh yeah, they're arguing if the prophecy is already starting to be fulfilled. This particular prophecy, and I think that this particular prophecy is being fulfilled because people are trying to make it be fulfilled.
Mm.
Like it wasn't an accident giving the Jews Israel. I mean.
Oh, okay. Well, the Jews have to be in Israel for the Messiah to come, something like that, if I remember correctly.
Something like that.
I don't think that's going to happen.
That's
a lot of Jews.
Yeah, I don't think all the Jews are going to make it to Israel at any time.
No. When I think most of them are in New York.
You know, and wasn't it about the mountain and all that? You know, didn't somebody just save a bunch of people off the mountain recently? I'm just saying. Yep. It's not funny. I don't mean to be joking about it, but it seems like...
if you can't joke about it, what can you do?
Right. I like the thumbnails are looking good in the hood, man, guys. You guys are looking good there. Yep.
Yeah. Mine's going to give someone a seizure.
I'm thinking it's donate to breast, but I might be wrong. I know what black and white is, but what's yours on the pinky level? That's not a ribbon, is it? It's not the ribbon.
What?
It's
Okay,
infinity.
I got you. Never mind. It showed up that time. I thought it was the pink breast cancer ribbon. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
All right. I'm on a miniature device, guys. I'm Ron down in Orlando. Good morning, Miss Herman.
Nah, I have some work to do. I'll be back in probably 4 or 5 hours and join any hangouts.
Sweet.
Good morning.
Hi. Oh. Not sure if this is working here.
There you go.
You there, Armin? Boy?
Good morning, Miss Hermine. Hey, Mr. Booth, how do you pronounce it? Is it Booth or Booty?
Hmm?
Oh, no. Oh.
You up, Armin? Everybody fell asleep.
How about me on audio check? Am I too loud, too soft, or what?
You're pretty good, Ronnie. How you doing?
Yeah, good morning, man, from Orlando.
Yeah. Good morning.
I thought I shut it down. Just a second, yeah. You know, I gave somebody a cellular device on Valentine's week prior. Last Saturday, I gave a chick a brand new smart device for Valentine's Day.
Why would you do that?
Well, I'll tell you in a sec, but listen, the gist of it, Miss Herman, is that the person, it's an unlimited device. You can do whatever you want for free all month. Phone call, blah, blah, blah. And the person is still texting me. For God's sakes, or whatever sakes. You know, and my device, thankfully, it's smart. I can do a voice over the text board because, you know, they're so small of a digit, you can't type. But I have to say the females are engaged in the text more than males. They can. But But anyway, they got an old device that you can text for years on. It's free, probably. It's net zero, 10 T-Mobile, whatever you call the crap, guys. But a brand new smart device, you can do whatever you want. I'm still getting text messages. I can't keep up with the text, so anyways. But the reason I did it is because the person came into my life, and she's a good bud, and I decided to buy something for her, and I named it Valentine's. So hell with it.
All right. Oh.
Yep. Good to have some squeeze around. Been too long.
Wait, whose hangout is this?
You're back to the original Nadia, I believe, ma'am.
No.
Am I wrong? I don't think I'm wrong.
I think it's Reuven's.
Well, it was, and it could very well be.
Yeah, this is Reuven's hangout. Yeah.
Yeah, this is Reuven's hangout.
Oh.
Well, I think I had my my share of of entertainment, I guess you could say.
Want to bed finally?
Yeah, I should have been to bed about 30 minutes ago, but I just wanted to to share my position on it. Again, I'm happy to say that we can. Christians are always going to agree to disagree, especially not agree to disagree, but disagree on things, especially when we're talking about the things of God, because we're trying to comprehend things that are of the eternal realm. They have eternal qualities to it, and when we're talking about how salvation is attained, or whether or not there's a Trinity, or even prophecy, guarantee you're going to have Christians disagreeing on some things, because there's just a lot of mystery with God, and Deuteronomy 29:29 makes it very clear that the things that are revealed to us belong to us, but the things that are concealed to us belong to God. So, and also I do want to say one other thing before I head out, and this is for you, Justin, that again, I do not get my stuff from the Black Hebrew Israelites, okay? Because the position that I have now, I've acquired that way before I even ever heard of what a Black Hebrew Israelite was. So, and I've had problems with Christians even back then about my position. But, so again, and you go to my channel, you'll see that I have videos refuting Black Hebrew Israelite doctrine and stuff like that. So, but some of the stuff I agree with, but as far as other things, but anyway, so just wanted to say that. And again, I'm just glad that it's a non-essential. It's not something that we have to be dogmatic on in order to be saved or to be part of the church. So. So anyway, with that, I'll bid you farewell, and we'll talk again next time.
Good night.
All right, take care.
Good day.
Good travels.
Brother John, how long have you been in here?
Oh, for a few moments. But I was listening for a while. I fell out, and on and off for the past couple hours. Hearing them argue about prophecies.
The R1 guy was really entertaining, or Chubbs.
I think I missed him.
He was really entertaining.
You just waking up?
Yeah. I was out not long enough. Jeez. I need to go back to sleep.
True. Roy doesn't apparently seem to be up either.
No. I don't even know if Reuven's up anymore.
Probably not.
What did Nadia just write? I'm holding his feet to the fire for chemtrails and trying to get back to debunking the Holocaust denial? What were you guys talking about, man? See, I was up and I was listening, John. But, I couldn't get
Last I heard, Beckel and Justin were arguing about some prophecy.
Yeah, I couldn't get a word in, so I just went to sleep.
Yeah.
It's just funny how much you can agree on and disagree on.
Yeah.
So I guess Veckel's gone, and I'm not going to try to continue this conversation without having him here.
All right, then change the topic.
Yeah, I'm probably going to head to bed. I kind of forgot to go to bed last night, so me and him will have to pick it up and maybe have like an informal discussion where we can present our cases a little bit better or more prepared.
Justin?
What's up?
What was the chapter and verse you guys were discussing in regards to prophecy?
How's your name?
What's going on, bro?
Hey man, it was good to listen to you guys, but back to the person who just asked you a question. Somebody asked you something, man. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. What's up?
Hey Justin, before you head out, what was the chapter and verse there you guys were discussing?
Bro, I've got like 20 different verses that along with obviously some other prophecy that I'm trying to communicate with him. What he's proposed. I don't even want to talk on his behalf because he's not here. But
No, just give me the last one you were talking about. Wasn't there a specific chapter and verse about the Jews going to Israel?
Yeah, Isaiah 11 through 12. Let me just make you a quick list and let you look over them. Hang on. I'm gonna put them in the side chat here, and you can
All
read
right,
them.
I'll copy and paste it. Look at it later.
Okay, cool.
I thought it was just one specific one you were
Oh
looking.
no, there's quite a few concerning the return of the Jews. Hang on. Okay, that's some of them. Just kind of giving you something right now to whet your appetite, and then let me get the rest.
Okay. Alrighty, thanks for that. I think I'm gonna head out, go pop over to another hangout, say hello to a couple people.
Oh, you mean one where someone's talking? Yeah. Imagine that.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. That probably should have been a discussion between me and him that ultimately got done on a live hangout or something like that. I think we both got pretty not heated, but like passionate, I guess I would say.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. No problem there.
Me and Vec love each other. There's no doubts there. This is probably one area where me and him would naturally disagree given our callings. So.
Okay, but that's normal. That's what a discussion has to be.
Yeah, honestly though, it shouldn't have. I don't know, man. Me and him will work it out. We're cool. We'll work it out.
It's all right. It's all right. We just sat here and listened, so we didn't do anything. So
hope you guys enjoy the show.
It's been fascinating to listen, but for me as an atheist, it's a little bit difficult sometimes to Bible there, Bible here. I don't know, but it's still interesting to listen to.
Yeah, we're technically not supposed to have done that, but
Okay.
I know.
It's Hangout, so I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, welcome.
Thanks. And it's also 2:00 p.m. here, so
right on.
Everybody's going to sleep, and I'm here just like lunch.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll find somewhere to get into.
Yeah, of course.
Where is here?
Are you talking to me? I'm in Switzerland.
Oh, okay.
Switzerland, huh?
Yeah.
Oh man, what time is it? Yeah, I better get off here. Hermine, I'll catch you later. I don't know I think Roy's sleeping.
Travel well, Dustin. Travel well, my friend.
All right, brother. I'll talk to you guys.
I see.
Christian, that's the best part about this whole thing is we can travel the world, but we can also make friends, never have to leave a seat, man.
Yeah. But actually they're ripping apart a building over here, so maybe you hear some strange noises because they're working hardly over there.
Is that
when I open the window, it will be very loud, so just that you know. But yes, that's pretty cool, but sometimes it's not the distance, it's just like the different time. It's like that seems to be the problem sometimes, but and also here in Europe we think very differently about this whole about a lot of things. That's why I was pretty shocked about this other guy talking about there was no Holocaust and anything. We handle it a little bit differently here because it's just like I think it's not easy to talk about because the Germans are still suffering from it. Just beginning to talk about World War II and accepting their role and everything. And when you say here there was no Holocaust, it's not. It's almost something you would call the police.
Really?
Yeah, but it's the differences. That's also something that's interesting to hear.
Yeah.
But that's the reason I was just shocked, but Roy handled it very well, so I don't know. It's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard that before, maybe once or twice before from the other side of the ocean from where I'm at. They do take it a little differently over there, definitely.
Yeah.
I'm on the continental North American side, so, but I have heard that, a couple of times before, and fortunately this is the only type of channels that I've been introduced to in the past few months. That this type of topic or any other type of decent language topics can be spoken about, be it religion or if we're at Reuven's channel still. The theme so far tonight has been very intellectual, and fortunately people can hash it out, debate it out, and still walk away with, their butts. They haven't been banned for debating amongst each other, what have you. It's good to be around a place like this that people can talk about that stuff and feel what's going on.
Of course. No, that's just a small difference between Europe and North America, but maybe because we are so near. Germany is the next country to Switzerland, so it's just like we spoke about it in schools. I visited a camp in I can't remember. It's so long ago. I can't remember the name. We saw the gas chambers and everything, and it's pretty intense to see that, to be there, and just.
And they mentioned that when you were being educated, because they didn't mention it here.
Yes. Actually, I was on a trip before my. I'm an atheist, but I was baptized, and I was. We made a trip with our pastor for 1 week, and he was very interested in Jewish history, and so we visited different locations. And it was also part of the history lessons in school, yes. But it's a long time ago. I can't remember everything. But it was a pretty intense thing. And it changed. 20 years ago, it was different than today. Today, you can talk about it. Even the Germans are talking about World War II and their role. It was different than 20 years ago. This was impossible.
Wow.
And now most of the people died, and the younger generation has a need to talk about it. Just like they want to work it up. So but it's still a part of their history, and so yes, and so. But it's an interesting topic. But when I hear certain words, it rings a bell. It just okay, that's just like
Christian.
Sorry.
Yeah, excuse me, Christian. I've got my lawn maintenance at the door. I'm gonna.
Okay. No problem.
I'm on the channel, but I'm off mic.
Of course.
Lawn maintenance. Hold on.
Of course. Take your time. I don't think it's the topic, so it's just like an interesting thing for me to talk about.
Hello.
Hello.
Came in about 5 minutes ago. Just kind of muted my mic.
Oh.
So I was looking at the Hangout from Google Plus. I was curious to what everyone's position in here is like on like what they believe maybe.
Yeah, so I'm an atheist.
Okay.
So I think I don't believe in a God because I don't have any reason to, or never heard a good reason. That's the short version.
No, that doesn't bother me. I actually I've been on I think I've seen some familiar people from chat I was in with Brett Keane.
Sorry, I can barely hear you. Let's see if I can do something about it. So.
Just getting over a nasty stomach flu.
No, I think it's my mic and my computer. It's just like lagging a little bit. And just to tell you, English is not my first language, so it could be that I'm not familiar with all the words, and maybe you hear strange sentences, so just correct me if you ask, if it don't make any sense what I'm saying. Huh?
Oh no, it all makes sense. You're doing fine.
Okay.
There's actually there wasn't any gap of, you had a perfectly clear statement. There's nothing wrong with it. No, but I'm an atheist as well. I just I haven't seen like sufficient evidence or even a convincing argument for me.
Yeah. But I think here in Europe, because I'm here in Switzerland, it's a very different thing to say I'm an atheist. The answer is okay. Who cares? If you're a believer over here, everybody thinks, well, what, you believe in that? It's just the other way around. Yes, it's really like that. When you say you believe in Jesus, everybody looks like strange. Okay, so. And the people also don't declare themselves as atheists. Actually, they just don't care. They don't go to church or anything.
Well, that's what I think. Like, if it's not like a norm, then the default position already is kind of just not believing, opposed to believing in something. But in places like Europe, it's not really just like, it doesn't have to be even called atheism, because it's not like a norm to even talk about like religion in such a manner. But like in here, it's so different. Everything's backwards in that sense. Where if you say something like "I'm an atheist," you get all sorts of weird looks or bad
stuff. Yes, I'm watching a few listening to podcasts and everything from the US. I know how the situation is, and but still, the Swiss God from the Pope comes from Switzerland, and just from a certain area, exclusively from Switzerland. It's the Bible Belt of Switzerland. But Switzerland is a very tiny country. We have 7 million people. So it's a really tiny part of Europe. And we have 2 state religions. And there are tiny differences. There's a Catholic part and an Evangelical part. And we even have different days off and things like that. It's just like but there are very religious people here. I went to church, but I don't know. I listened, but I never really, I don't know, it never got to me.
Yeah, I went to I had like Bible studies, and I went to church. Not like it wasn't as regularly, but it was more just so we could still be relevant in that church. There wasn't really much more to it. It wasn't a ritual, I guess. But besides for that, I've been to some camps, and it wasn't that like I had a strong belief, and then I changed my opinion or changed my mind and just kind of became an atheist. It was kind of more, I didn't believe it in the first place because I didn't know. I don't think I was paying enough attention, really.
Yes.
What I thought at first, I thought it might have been like some kind of cool fantasy tale, that people use these like nice fables and stuff to make decisions and talk about how like philosophies and things like that. I didn't know it was a legitimate belief in a man in the sky kind of thing. So when I figured that out, that people actually believe that, I was dumbfounded. I couldn't understand why. And I mean, at 13, that's when I really announced that I was an atheist. But it wasn't till then. It was more just not a religious perspective, but just looking at it from an atheist perspective. The whole thing was just a myth to me. I didn't see any reason that it had. I don't see any good reason to believe it. I didn't see as a kid either.
Yes, but I wasn't always like that. I went to church, but my parents never forced me. It was just like a part, because when you're 14, you have, I can't say it in English, but when you're 14 in the Evangelical church, you got, it's like, in German it's called Deconversion. It's like your second baptism or something. It's just like you have to talk and you be like an adult in church or something like that. And you have to go 24 times into the church in a special hour just for the teenagers, and then you had to talk to the pastor. But I'm not sure if I remember correctly, but I told him even then that I don't really believe this stuff, and it was okay for him. It was never a problem.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a long time ago, so maybe I'm just and maybe I just remember incorrectly. I'm not really sure, but when I was a teenager, I think I made it for the presents and for the lunch with my family. This was the important part, not the God part, that I had to believe in something. I was never indoctrinated, nothing. But I don't think I ever believed anything. It was some things I just thought were very weird. The things like Santa Claus and the Jesus child bringing the presents, and they both brought the presents, but I always thought it was illogical. Why both of them? I just couldn't wrap my mind around it. Tiny bits made me to an atheist. I read some books, and I don't know. It was just like someday I just thought, okay, I'm an atheist. And also there were people like very religious people like to indoctrinate me and drag me to church, and I always told them no, I'm not interested. And they asked and asked and asked, and I had to tell him, stop. Every day you're asking me to go to church, and I told you no. What's so hard about listen to me? I said no. I don't want to say no 100 times, or I'm looking for new friends. And actually, I did look for new friends because it was just annoying. And that's the sad part.
Yeah. On my side, it was really, I've been baptized. There was the communion and the confirmation.
Oh, it's called confirmation. Okay.
Yeah, I went through those three things, and that was really it. After that, and besides for that, was really not like we didn't discuss religion at the dinner table or anything like that. There wasn't like any discussion whatsoever really in my house. We went there just because it was normal to go there. I mean.
No, I don't remember my parents ever went to church. I think my father told me that my mother is the religious, and my mother told me my father is the religious, and they don't. They never went to church, but it was the pastor. He hated our family, and he was maybe a big part that my whole family is atheist. They're all some kind of atheists, but they don't bother talking about a God. Even with their kids, they don't care. It's just not an issue.
Yeah, my mother's side, she's a Catholic, but and she's sort of religious, not completely. My father's an atheist though, but I didn't know that until 2 years ago, because my mother told my dad not to ever discuss his atheism with me.
Okay.
To give me some kind of fair shot. He felt that he wanted to present the idea and then just see where it goes. Between like people at my camps telling me, do you accept Jesus in your heart and stuff like that, and there was one discussion I had with my parents over it, and it was my stepdad and my mother. My parents are divorced, but it started off with just me saying, I don't believe in God, and then they were like, oh yeah, well, how did we get here? How did it happen?
Okay.
And I was so
Yeah, but they didn't came with Pascal Rachel. What when you're wrong, or what's when you're wrong? So that's, I think, one of the worst arguments for God. But that's just my opinion, because I think I don't like to discuss this argument anymore. But yeah, but when you're with your parents and you're dependent on them, it's a hard thing to talk about. What did they accept your decision?
What I explained my position really in a concise manner, just very clear and quick, and they didn't really care. The only thing they did was they asked me if I talked to my father. He's an atheist, and they thought that he might have did this to me or something. Like as like a bad, like they looked at that as like a bad thing in a way. But they were accepting. Like they weren't like quick to judge. They were just like very quick to shoot a question like, well, how did the universe come into existence? And I'm just like, I have no idea. That's relevant.
That's a very good answer. Let's find out. Yeah, it's much better than therefore God. I'm still thinking it's not explaining anything. It was God. Okay. So what's now? That's not an explanation for me. And maybe that's the reason. The reason I started talking about my atheism a few years ago, I think not because a religious person talked to me, just I had a good friend of mine. Just I think he was reading The Secret and thought every wish will be fulfilled, and I don't know. It was a very odd conversation, and that started the whole thing, and also this annoying conversations with my friends who always wanted to come to church. And so I just started my research, and I really like to talk about it. But here in Switzerland, you don't have any people who want to talk about it. So I was writing it in forums, and but now I'm tired of writing, so I want to talk about it because I like to talk.
That's fair.
So I don't know, and of course I saw TV shows from the US and was shocked how different the situation is over there. But there are also fundamental Christians here in Switzerland and Germany and everything, but the state, we have the two state religions, and Islam wants to be a state religion because then they could get their money with the taxes.
Right.
So, but they won't let them in because it's just like because of their thoughts about women and certain things they can't accept, so it can't be a state religion. But Catholicism has the same problem. It wouldn't be an accepted religion today. So
if
they're quiet about
it based on what it says, and they presented this idea, and they were like, I have an idea for a religion, and they showed you the book, and somebody went and carefully read over it, they would probably dismiss it today if we saw the same kind of stuff as you see in the Old Testament. Even in the New Testament, you could find some interesting,
of course,
like there's this like submit to men kind of things, like women aren't equal kind of philosophy going on. You could it's not exactly subtle. They make their position clear.
Yes, but Catholicism has also the problem that no women are allowed as priests, and so if they would ask today to be a state religion, it wouldn't be possible. It wouldn't work.
Yeah.
But they're established for centuries, and so it's okay. In Austria, there was a fun case. That's also a neighbor land. Now they have the flying spaghetti monster as a religion. But yeah, and have their sign right underneath the Catholic and the Evangelical sign with their noodly mess, and and it's there's another guy who has a passport made with picture with I don't know what's a noodle eating, and he took a picture with let's see if I can find out what's called in English. I think I have. I think it's driver license with his noodle screen on the head, noodle filter.
Noodles.
And he got it through, so he has a picture of himself with a null filter on his head, on his driver license, and so because he's a Pastafari.
Yeah, yeah.
It's ridiculous, but actually this could work out, and it could be a state religion soon.
I've seen like yesterday I was reviewing some news stories. On Fox News they have this story about how they in school in New Jersey. I'm not sure if it was a middle school or a high school, but they were trying. There was I think students trying to get rid of the "under God" statement in the pledge.
Ah, yes, yes.
And you saw this one girl who was against it and and I wanted to I usually try to take on these videos and see what they're talking about and try to listen to their arguments, see the how it's structured, and then just see if not necessarily if I can break it apart, but if it makes any sense. I don't look at an argument like by default position and try to attack it, but I try to consider it, and then if I find something flawed with it, then I will attack it.
Yes, I listened to a podcast yesterday. Let's see where they talked about it. I think it's Ask an Atheist. They also talked about Ken Ham and he lost his 18 million tax fund for his arch project because he won't get employees who don't believe in God, and that's forbidden. So maybe he will lose his $18 million tax fund, and I think that's not a bad thing, because I think they can use these 18 millions for different things, for more important things.
Yeah, a lot of these articles, all I had to do was type in atheist news, and then all these articles would come up, and I found one interesting thing that over the whole Chapel Hill murders with the 3 Muslims.
Yeah.
I'm trying to determine if it's a hate crime. It's still under investigation, but the we don't know the actual objective, what he was trying to do. They think everyone seems to think it was over the parking spot.
Yes, I think he was very. It was not the first time that he was mad about something taking his parking lot. Yes, and yes, he was an atheist. But I'm glad I never heard something about the no true Scotsman fallacy. He's not a real atheist or something. But he's just a guy killed 3 people, and that's horrible. Nobody should do this.
And I mean, because they say we always try to tie in the whole thing with the belief system into motive, but it's not a belief system. If you follow certain people, then maybe I say, okay, you have a set of beliefs, but there was things that he believed in, like the building of the mosque in New York, and it doesn't, the way they could have painted it, it doesn't necessarily scream like he's a hate monger when it comes to other faiths, but I know that my local news covered it, and they said, oh, atheists no longer can say that they have the moral high ground and stuff like that, and I was confused because this is a local unbiased news station. And it's not like Fox. It was just more the local news that you would look at in your area, So very minor stories, but they talked about it, and the very premise that they were going with was very flawed. I didn't agree with it at all.
Yeah, of course, because it's difficult for me to really say something. Of course I hear about it, but I don't see how I don't believe in a God. Is a motive for killing people. But I don't want anybody to kill anybody. I don't care if the guy was gay or the color of his skin. He killed 3 people. That's just not a thing you do. Basta. That's all. I don't care if he's an atheist and I never heard an atheist say, I'm on the moral high ground. It's just like, it's just a rejection of a claim. I don't know how you can say that the atheists have the moral high ground, but maybe in the US it's normal to say that maybe there is a claim. I don't know,
Well,
but I never heard about it.
there was a few things in the stages of it. There was the if you don't like our under God and stuff like that, if you don't like us Christians, then you can get out of the country. And then after that, their position to these atheists won't stop bullying us.
Yeah. They want to, I hear it, and when you listen to the podcast, this Ask an Atheist podcast, you hear the different statements from the Buddhists or the atheists and everything, and maybe you should listen to it, because you hear certain, but also they have certain opinions, because it's atheists listen to them, so they pick the statements they like the most. So I'm not sure if it's really a neutral thing to listen to. Sorry.
No, yeah, it's between the crazy statements that they're making now, they're pushing, and the whole debate over if a statement that it's broad, because with the statement of the under God and the pledge thing, I'm not a big fan of like this whole like pledge thing in the first place, because I don't like the when they say I pledge allegiance, and it's kind of more of a not really a statement you're making like through your own opinions. It's just something that you're kind of forced to say in the school.
Yeah. It's just here in school it's forbidden for the teachers to talk about religion. They can't. In some places they even have to remove the crosses, and some people are complaining that on the mountain there are crosses. But I don't bother them, because it was. I think it's pretty amazing that 200 years ago someone climbed the mountain with a huge cross and put it there. I think that's pretty amazing, and I don't bother. But I don't think that a teacher should talk about religion because he's an authority figure, and he has influence on the kids. So yeah, that's something very weird for me, actually. Yeah, that's a huge difference between Europe and the US.
Yeah, from my schools, they can't really discuss religion. Like, I haven't seen a teacher really discuss it. But that part is like forbidden. But the other thing is, it's not mandatory to do the pledge, but it's structured as if it were. And there's kids that stand up, and then there's teachers that will tell kids to stand up and do it. When the kids have their right to not pledge the allegiance to their country, it doesn't matter. citizens and they have their rights. They don't have to say that they believe that the country is protected by a celestial dictator. It's not a statement that you should be forcing kids to say. It's just,
Of course.
especially in a public area like a school. This is where kids get educated.
Yes, yes.
From in here, it's like if from 5 to 18 years old, you have most of your life in this area, so a lot of who you are is based on what happens in there in the school.
Okay. Yeah.
If you have,
Sorry.
no problem.
Yeah, I know a lot of things about how this works in the U.S. and there are a lot of people trying to say that the atheists are taking away God from school, and I don't know what, lot of things like that, and I don't see how this is really true, because you can bring your Bible, you can pray, but it's not the school that says you have to pray, but you can have your corner and pray however you want. So, but I think in the US it's part of patriotism to believe in God.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that we could learn here, because when you say you're a patriot, you're just like, oh. So it's just like a different thing to say here. There are a lot of differences, but they're very interesting. That's pretty weird.
I'm looking into that. I'm trying to remember these. There was these statements that she made that were very weird. She's like, I mean, I could try to summarize her argument. It was really bad, but I'm probably gonna butcher it, but basically she was saying, because there's a lot of diversity in this country, atheists and all, and they have the right to believe that or not believe that. And she was saying that these rights are not from their government, though. These rights are from a higher power. Other than, and she was hinting towards God. So I just didn't understand the right from God. It's not a right from God to it's the government and the school, and we can impose whatever laws we'd like to make on the whole matter of staying under God in the pledge, because it was added to it in 1954.
Yes, that's because of the communists. as I know, and I also like the Buddhist who talked, who said that he don't feel like a part of the people, because they don't seem to accept that they are Buddhists when they say a nation under God. I really like this statement. He's in the US for 50 years, came from Vietnam, and every time he goes to the court, there's a nation under God. And he don't believe in a God, and he just don't think he's a part of this nation when there's this sign. I really like this statement, but I only listened to a few statements, so I'm not sure if I'm really, really getting it.
Okay.
But I think the audience was stunned after this statement. Nobody said anything. And also there are, but that's nothing we have to worry in Switzerland. We don't have anything like that on our money or everything else. But we only have the Swiss-made label everywhere, but that's a very different issue.
I'm not sure what this whole thing was. There's apparently some Egyptian student that's who's been given a prison sentence over putting posts on Facebook that were atheistic, kind of.
Yes, there was something yesterday.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I think the ES wanted to wipe out Egypt because there seem to be more atheists than anywhere else. And that's a very odd issue as well, because I just can't understand how you can kill each other just because you have a different opinion, but maybe I'm just like naive.
when I think the holy wars that happened, over which celestial being you believe in is silly too. The whole, oh, my God's better than your God kind of thing.
Yeah.
Convert. And then they still do these things today. It's like convert or die.
Yeah, yeah. But I don't think we have 400 years to wait as we had with Christianity. They just they had to come to the next century, and I think the humanists dragged them kicking and screaming into the new century. So they lost a lot of their power, at least here. When we wait for 400 years, I'm not sure if the world is still here then, but maybe that's very pessimistic, I don't know. But
the thing is that there's much more people on the internet talking about it than ever before.
And I think that the internet is one of the best things for atheism, because the information is there. You can't hide your kids forever.
Everything's accessible when it comes to like these websites of like information encyclopedias and dictionaries even, so you could check everything could be set up for a person who wants to be skeptical of something. So, I mean, a religion, a claim that they make, you can go through different internet websites and start looking and taking apart these arguments and looking at the details of them. And exactly what I did, I didn't make a video yet, but I'm hoping I might make a video on it. It was over this whole, and it's not because this person's big or she has a lot of influence, but some of the claims that this person was making on dinosaurs, they were false. She was talking about, it was a Christian versus Dinosaurs channel, and she was talking about how the Brachiosaurus couldn't exist. Like nothing made sense when it came to what they ate and how much of it. And in the video, she states that they have to eat 1,000 pounds of food to survive, which isn't true. It's a lot less in order to survive, it could be as low as 260 pounds of food.
Okay. Okay.
And I mean, I just broke it apart because I thought that even so, I'm sure that they were perfectly able, because she also had a misunderstanding on how the environment was set up and where these dinosaurs lived,
Mm-hmm.
and how many trees there were. I mean, there were a lot of trees and they were huge during that time.
Yeah. Sorry.
So like what they ate was around 400 pounds maybe. And
Okay.
so and that's a day. So then they could but if they could go down to about 260 pounds, then you know that they could be well fed in their environments, and if they had to migrate over, there are always trees in between, so it was a very bad argument because it was based on like a misinformed.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if you have to go this far, because obviously dinosaurs existed.
Yeah. The other thing she said.
There are I don't know. Very nearby we have a museum where they dig out dinosaurs. How she explains they're there?
I don't know. She said that because they're not actual bones, and that they are that it's a big conspiracy by the paleontologists, and it's $1 million on the line.
Okay.
So the whole thing's like based on a misunderstanding on how paleontology works. The other thing was she said that the teeth were not set for their diet because it must have been hard for them to eat 1,000 pounds of food when it came to vegetation on the trees, because they didn't have any molars or canines. But the point of molars and canines are not for plants. That's more for like shredding and tearing the meat. It would serve a purpose there more than vegetation. Like you really need more like sharp shear-like kind of teeth for vegetation, and that's exactly how their teeth are set up.
Okay. Yeah.
And she said that another thing she said was that their heads are around the same size as our heads.
Okay, that's very interesting.
It is interesting because there's perfectly good websites and images you could find of their heads, and they're like the size of a person's, like the height alone is like a man's head to his torso.
Yeah, of course.
Like to the bottom of his torso. And then the length even. They have a lot of teeth, and she just didn't. It seems like the book she was reading as well was like a children's book.
Mm-hmm.
So she might have conducted her ideas on what they looked like through cartoons.
Yes, maybe she thinks the Flintstones is a historical comic, and not like I don't know. After Jurassic Park, there was a huge dinosaur boom also here in Switzerland, and there are a few very interesting museums here, and you can see the bones there. You can see the skeletons and everything, but when they're just fakes, I don't know. That's a huge conspiracy.
That's a whole field of study based on some kind of hoax.
Of course, just for the money.
Yeah, those museums are making so much money.
But it sounds like the arguments against evolution.
I think there's a little bit. I mean, at least there's a little bit more I can understand from somebody's like ignorance towards evolution, because it's not something you can actually. I mean, you could go to a museum and see these fossils, and you could see the transitional species, but when they go to a museum and you could look at a whole scale like structure of a dinosaur, and you could say that thing does not exist. That's crazy stupid.
Yeah, almost. Yeah, that's pretty. But it's just a huge argument from ignorance. I can't imagine something else. Therefore, I'm right. So it just.
The whole thing with the debate I got into with a couple of people, I for some reason it was Nephilim free. He thought that DNA was actual information like code, rather than chemicals reacting. It wasn't. It seemed like because we expressed it in those letters, he thought there were actual letters there.
Yeah, it's like a code.
Because we can
of course.
Algorithmic factions of how they process, and because it's cool, it apparently needs an intelligent mind to do that. And I said, yeah.
Yeah, but that's just playing with words, definitions. I did that for hours and days, and it's just not. You're never talking about the topic, so. A few days ago on Facebook, I just made a little challenge for the theists. Just tell me why God is responsible for evolution, like the huge variety, because there are a lot of different animals, and just try to explain what speaks for a God, and not evolution is wrong or science is believing. Just tell me why it must be a God. There was no answer from any theist. Nothing.
I have the same idea. It's just like it's still you guys that are making the claim that this is all set up by a creation. And I see no evidence whatsoever for that.
Yeah, me too. You have.
I'm not sure.
You can begin with the human body, with the eye.
There's old Earth. There's. Nephilim free. I don't know if he still thinks this today, but he said that the craters on the moon were, in effect, from Noah's flood, purging out water from the Earth into the moon, causing these craters.
Okay. I never heard that. When I was a kid, the scientists thought on the moon the craters were made from volcanoes.
Scientifically illiterate nut.
Yeah, of course. But I don't know. Yeah. Sorry. Did you try to say something, Hermione?
Wait, what was that? I missed the.
I thought Hermione was trying to say something. Sorry.
I'm just trying to move. I'm trying to move some equipment around.
No, I thought Hermione was talking, but maybe it was just a background noise, and the microphone picked it up.
Yeah,
but it's pretty absurd. The whole thing about creation. It's just like evolution is wrong, evolution is wrong, evolution is wrong. So, okay. What else is there except evolution is wrong? I never hear any argument for God. I just hear an argument against evolution every time.
And I explained it clearly in my ideas that I just think that it's you guys that have something that you want to hold on to, and that's why you're working so hard to disprove these theories. But it's a waste of time, really.
Yes, it's the one thing is evolution is wrong. The other thing is scientists believe as well, so it's okay when we believe a God did it. So these are the two arguments I hear most.
I welcome like skepticism for things like in science, but I mean, if your whole argument is based off of your preconceived idea that everything was created in a 6-day period, your points are most likely going to be mute. I mean, there's definitely nothing you could really bring to the table because you're taking a claim that that's backed by evidence and throwing that out so that you could have this you could put forward this idea that the Earth was actually created in the 6-day period, 6,000 or 10,000 universe. 10,000 years ago, the universe formed or something like that. It's absurd to think that everything in modern science is just a conspiracy against your religion.
Yeah, but I don't really get it because I don't see where science and science or scientists. Science is not a thing. Science is a method. How you explain things, how you can separate something from. How you can separate truth and fiction. And so it's just the most reliable method we came up with. And evolution is the best explanation we have. So when we say, okay, evolution is crap, everything's wrong. The most honest thing to say is, we don't know. And not, therefore, God. That's what I don't get. But
well, because it's like this, they think once you accept the theory, either it's like their deity's been destroyed or something because they're working so hard to defend it, as if like their deity's existence like depended on it. And the other part is that they get into this philosophical ideas like debate on it, where it's like, oh, so you believe in a scientifically proven fact, so you just think we're mere particles and chemicals in action and killing is okay. Well, how could you like these unfair assertions about how people think based on what they accept?
Yes. I hear that, or I wrote on this creation stuff a lot, and we talked about the eye, or there's and a lot of things like a half an eye is useless and half a wing is useless, but this is just like people who never really looked at evolution. I think it's just like you just need to look at the basics.
The guy Brett Keane, that he's actually an atheist. Like, he was an atheist at some point, and I can't understand how you could be, these arguments that he's pushing now, this year and everything, even last year, you could see that he's pushing these arguments that are years old. I mean, really old. These aren't new questions or new points that he's bringing to the whole theism debate. That's why I'm kind of skeptical of what he really believes in, because if you were an atheist like years ago and you've heard these arguments, and he made videos and discussed it. If you've confronted these arguments before and you've reasoned out why they're complete and utter bullshit, I can't imagine why you would go back and use these arguments, the same arguments that you could have refuted years ago.
Yeah.
I don't know what significantly changed his mind, or if there was anything that did it, and he's not just doing it as like a propaganda kind of business model. Whatever, like, because he's like, I guess he's like kind of not attacking, but he's just like making videos against YouTubers that are kind of big in the community. So trying to like build more traffic to his channel. Also,
Yeah,
like,
maybe.
absurd statements, and then kind of discussing everything that he says in that statement, like the Darwin one where he says he was a racist junkie who thought he was a monkey. That was a good one.
Yeah, and also his statement about the eye from Darwin, that's always quoted, and they always use the same sentence, and Darwin wrote more about it, and when you read the whole article, just he means something very different than but they just quoting it like an argument from authority. Even a scientist didn't know. So honestly, I think they just want to make money with it. When you generate more people watching on YouTube, you gain more money.
I would because I mean while he's probably not getting a lot of traffic going to his channel, he might have gotten more last year, something like that. I'm sure he has, but the lazy arguments and everything that he's putting forward, I feel like he's making some kind of money off of it. I don't think anybody could go from like one position where he could make these points against his position that he has now and go right back to that position and make the arguments against his former position that he's already refuted. And not necessarily him. I'm not going to say that he's the main person who would critically examine these claims, but he might have heard them from other skeptical people online and recycled them back in.
Yeah, but the arguments don't change. They're always the same. And this is also an argument: evolution is wrong. Therefore, I'm right. That's just an argument from ignorance.
Yeah.
It's just like...
Okay. I'll grant you, I'm not saying that I disagree with the concept of evolution, but I'll grant you, let's say that it's wrong. Where does this prove your position?
My position? Right. When we say evolution is wrong, my position would be, I don't know. And I'm okay with that.
I think if we all honestly just said something like, I don't know about these things, it would be a lot cleaner of a debate and everything. And it wouldn't, the position I don't know is definitely much better than, oh, I certainly know because the Bible says.
Yeah, but I think that's contradictory as well. I know for sure is a red herring for me. A good example is the orbit of Pluto. We know Pluto, the ex-planet, thanks Neil deGrasse Tyson, has an orbit around the Sun from 247 years or something. But we don't just know Pluto for 70 years. So we are not absolutely sure that the orbit is 247 years. But we are sure enough that it's 247 years. But we don't saw 247 years of the orbiting Pluto, so we can't be sure. Is that a problem?
it appears that it is for them. It's like if we could predict something, and then we could make an accurate prediction about reality based on a theory, and then we make another statement, and it's a theory. It's because it's validated by the evidence. If we make that kind of statement, it seems like they're like, it has to be observable now. I want to see it. But we can make statements about the past that we know about because we can observe the effects.
Yes. So actually, when someone says God makes miracles happen, so it should be observable. But it isn't normally. So when God makes a miracle, we're not sure if it's really a miracle or if it was God. So they're just ripping apart the own argument for their I'm absolutely sure. So that's just like I would like to hear an argument without the believers taking apart their own absolutely sureness. Sorry, just invented a new word.
That's all right. I'm understanding where you're going with this.
Yes, but I wrote most of the arguments, and I always, of course, in German, so sometimes it's difficult to phrase it in English and vocal. But I think we're pretty on the same page here, and I think I like to discuss these arguments, but it's much more. I don't discuss it to win anything. I don't think that's useful. I don't want to convince anything to convert anybody to atheism. That's not my job. It's just that I want. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say I agree. I don't have any objective to convert people.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Don't bother.
Thanks.
So it's more useful to discuss it in when you're just sitting before a person and talk with this person. You will get anywhere. Maybe it's better to discuss it like here with more people. Maybe there's someone listening and they just think, okay, that's worth thinking about it. Let's see if this guy is right. And so the people are thinking for themselves. I think that's much more the reality of how we...
I appreciate the intellectually honest people that will they will say the default position of, maybe I don't know whether or not I don't think so, but in my case, I don't think God is out there. I don't know technically when you break it down, but it's still something I'm willing to discuss.
Yeah, it depends on the definition for God.
Yeah, for me, I don't think I completely reject the idea of this the Christian God Yahweh. Like, I think that God is just completely false.
Yes, it's just like an all-knowing God is a God that has no free will because he knows on next Friday I will eat turkey, and he can't do anything about it. So a God who's all-knowing, I know it's ridiculous with the turkey. It's really ridiculous, but I think you know what I'm up to, because I don't think this God exists. Yes, I know where you're going to with this argument, but
there was some actual. They said they had some statements which I mean I was looking into a statement from one person and then the same person afterwards making a contradiction to that statement. It was actually Brett Keane, I think, and he was saying that because the genes you could it was more of Nephilim Free really saying it, but I mean it's kind of an echo chamber when it comes to both of them. So I mean Nephilim Free is a bit crazier, but the part where he was talking about, it's actual information, and because it's algorithmic, and therefore by definition of how I loosely define DNA, it's technically predetermined or something. And
yeah.
And then they were saying that according to God and everything, you have this destiny and everything's predetermined by God. But then at the same time, he said, if you're an atheist, you think everything's predetermined by your chemical makeup and you don't have free will. It was just like, what? Is there some...
Yes, but there's also this free will thing, yes. It depends on the definition of the word, of the sentence free will. Actually, they made studies, and actually there is no free will. They made now there's a word missing in my vocabulary of English. I'm sorry.
Okay.
They made a study where they asked split brain patients to look at something, like on the left eye there was a statement and on the right eye there was another, and they told them to leave the room to the right side, and they left the room, and then they asked the left part of the brain, why did you leave the room? And the people told them, okay, because I was thirsty. So the brain is just like making something up. Actually, we don't have a free will.
I was thinking there's some kind of miscommunication between the left side and the right side of his brain. Is something not connecting, like he's talking with one side of his brain in one argument and then the other side in another, like...
But the left side of the brain just made something up to explain why he left the room. So that's something, when you define free will as I can choose whatever I want, no, you can't. But I can choose if I want to go to the left or to the right, yes, but my subconscious just makes a decision, and my conscious accepts it, and therefore I have no free will, actually. But of course I can make a decision. It depends what you mean with free will. That's also not a game with definitions again. It's always the same. It's hard to explain because I hope you understand what I mean. I don't think I have to study.
You're doing perfect. It wasn't anything you were getting wrong. It was
So, but of course, I like chocolate, and sometimes I don't want to eat chocolate, but I eat it anyway. And maybe my subconscious says, okay, I want chocolate right now, sweet. And so my conscious decides to eat chocolate, and I think it's my decision, but actually my body just wants chocolate. And so I don't have a free will in that.
The other thing is they act like because of the chemical makeup alone that everything's predetermined in what you do in life and all that, which I wouldn't say is true either, because there's no predictions on who you'll meet or like confrontations that you'll have, what situations you might get in. There's a whole other part of what makes up your character besides for just your genetic makeup. That's part of it, but it's not the whole story.
Yeah.
It also has to do with significantly, I would say, it has to do with your life and your experiences.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Sorry about the noise if you hear anything. It's like a horn. That's.
Yeah. They're ripping apart a house, right? They're ripping apart the house from my neighbor, so maybe you.
I think what it was is on my side there's construction going on all the time across the street from me. I live in Long Beach, but Long Beach, New York, not California. But there's construction, and every day there's this food truck that has this horn that's so obnoxiously loud, and I get it every day. And if I'm not completely out cold, like if I were to stay up all night, I would be able to sleep through it. But anytime like otherwise, that would be the thing that wakes me up if I haven't woken up by that timing. So it's kind of funny to hear it now, about like 2 hours after 3 hours after I've woken up. I woke up at 6 in the morning today. I don't know why. No particular reason. Appears he had to mute his mic. All right.
I'm sorry.
That's fine.
I'm living in the middle of the red light district, so sometimes it can be pretty loud here. And you never know if you can sleep through the night, so but it's okay. I like being here. It's an interesting part of Zurich, and it's a very it's like it has many good parts as well, and I like being here. So sometimes I can sleep through, so yeah, that's just like it is. I don't care anymore.
Yeah. I'm glad I live in New York rather than Pennsylvania. I lived in Pennsylvania a couple of years ago. Pennsylvania was nice in some things, but I didn't like that everything was so far away.
Yeah.
It was too rural. I like more of a suburban area.
Yeah, no, I like living in the middle of the city, but Zurich is one of the biggest cities and has, I think, 200,000 or 300,000 citizens. So whole Switzerland are 7 million people, so it's just like a very, very tiny country. And we have 4 different languages, and it's just like sometimes I like to be in the suburbs, but sometimes it's too quiet. I don't know. I'm like a city guy.
Well, I mean, currently, I would say that I live more of an urban area than just like a suburban area because, I mean, it's sort of like you have apartment buildings around, and the beach is a block away.
Yeah.
So you have you have a lot of cars driving through, a decent amount of accidents. So that's always interesting.
Yeah.
Between that and then you have the hotel, like there's hotels here, and then a couple like you go head up north, and then you have like a couple, like maybe 4, 5 blocks or something like that, and then you have a shopping area where everything is accessible. And
okay.
But I mean, in this whole like street, this whole path is just like apartment building after apartment building.
Okay, okay. No, this is here as well, but I'm in the middle of the city in 10 minutes, and I think I can walk through the whole city in an hour or something, and that's the biggest city in Switzerland. So it's like a huge difference between Switzerland and even New York.
Yeah.
It's like there are just other dimensions. But I still think people like to live together in a city, and that's the reason they exist. And here's everything. You have buildings with offices and people living there and everything at the same. So, but I don't think it's very different from other cities in the world. But it's very interesting to hear.
Yeah. I think it's definitely my favorite part about here is you could you get more encounters on there's this whole boardwalk too, and long boardwalk. I think it's like 2 miles or so, a little bit more than that, maybe. But it's a big boardwalk that you could just go and meet people who are either or you could exercise. There's bikers there, and there's normal beachgoers, a lot of surfers.
Okay, that's cool. No, I'm living near a lake, and I really enjoyed it. I love it in the summer to take a bath in the lake or swim, and but the Swiss people are a little bit closed, and not just like you can just go to them and start to talk. They just think you're crazy, and that's a little different because actually I was born in Brazil, and so that's a big difference between South America and Europe. The people are pretty closed here. Somehow you don't talk about politics or religion. It's just like a taboo.
You said in South America or Europe?
I'm from Rio de Janeiro. I was born there, but I'm here for 30 years.
The discussions really. Someone else came in.
Okay.
I was gonna ask the discussions and taboos about politics and all that. Was that going on in Brazil?
Yeah, I was 8 years old when I left Brazil, so I actually don't know. But Brazil is pretty religious.
Oh, I know about Brazil. I've.
And but here in Switzerland, it's just not kind of an issue what you believe. As I told in the beginning, just what you believe in God. It's just like the other way around, really. They don't think you're crazy when you believe in Jesus, but they just think, okay, if that's what you want, but don't talk with me about it. I don't want to hear about it. That's a huge difference.
Yeah, it's a big difference. I mean, being born here, it's kind of like I'm already extremely ignorant to what other countries like what's going on, and the only way I actually have access is usually if I try to go through the news outlets and look into the world news through like I usually go through like BBC.
Mm-hmm.
Which, I mean, I respect that source a lot more than most sources here. Like CNN, I don't like CNN very much. Fox is completely just a joke.
Yeah, of course. I watched Fox News sometimes, but it's just I don't know. You couldn't do something like that here in Switzerland. It's just not possible. You can't just tell our president is Satan. No, that's just no. The news are very neutral here. They're so neutral, everybody thinks they're boring.
Yeah. If you want some real entertainment, I guess you go on to here and you check out these like absurd like statements from Fox News representatives like Hannity, Sean Hannity, and
yeah, I think I saw an interview with Dan Barker sometimes where he kicked him out because he said he don't believe in a God, and yeah. But
between David Silverman and O'Reilly. And
yes, I saw this interview. Yes, it was but it's just funny for me. I don't think I'm not sure if it's really serious. Actually, sometimes I think this can't be. It just can't be serious. That's a satirical statement. But I think they actually really think they're for sure.
Yeah. If it was satirical, then it would be great. But it's just like sources of bad information and what you can laugh at. It's really bad, and they don't understand that a lot of the people who watch their shows, why they're so like high rated and everything, is because it's so funny. People just laugh at how ridiculous it sounds when they make these. There's actually a good. I wouldn't even say it's a minority, but there's a good amount of people that actually take that source and think it's like gospel.
Yeah.
It's sad, really, but it's true, and definitely more south. But there's people in Wall Street, and there's people even in my local county that have these far right-wing kind of opinions on things and traditional marriage, all that crap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wrote about I wrote in a discussion about homosexuality, and there are a few very odd arguments that are obviously religious. And I think I just wanted, I know what you mean with that, and the problem is that your belief is not in a bubble. It just changes your course of action when you. It's not like I believe in God and everything else. It doesn't bother anything else. It does, and I think that's the biggest problem. or one of the biggest problems.
Now there's a plane. Is that a plane or a helicopter? I'm not sure. There's a lot of planes.
Yes, and I hear a lot of pings and bongs. I don't know what's going on here. I think it's a chat room. Okay, now I see.
The phone thing's definitely me. I thought I had my thing silenced. But I do.
Yeah, take your time. You don't.
What it is it's updating because I have.
Okay.
I'm trying this.
Yes, you're a little hacked. I don't understand everything now, but I also have a very bad headset, so maybe it's that. I can't say for sure.
Well, what I did was I took my headphones off, but I took my microphone, and since it's
Well, now it's better. I think, and also my computer is almost exploding because of this Hangout.
LR cable, so it's far away from the computer, and it's not sensitive to sounds, and it's one of those like cardioid mics where it only takes it in from like one direction, and I mean it's a decent mic. It was actually expensive. This one in particular costed me $200, but it's really nice. I like it. With the stand and everything, I could go all over the room.
Okay, yeah, mine is a Bluetooth, but actually now it just went out, so I have to connect it away.
So let's try again. So now. But what's about this chat here? I don't understand. Yeah, the Batman sign. Okay. I don't get it. I think I'm too slow for a chat. I tried it, but it's just like impossible for me.
It's pictures of the Beatles, the Batman logo, and pumpkins.
Yeah, but so let's say hi.
I see some other people are.
Oh, I don't have any.
Wow.
Oh, I need a picture over there. I don't know, but I have one. I will. It's my first hangout, so I have to learn a few things.
No, I think most of the people on this chat are dead. Silence. Well, I don't know what happened. Was there like this whole all-night debate that went on that I missed or something? Because I just woke up and I saw this chat and just jumped in.
Yes, I just jumped in. It's my first hangout ever. I never did this before, and but Roy was very nice and welcomed me, and so I'm here. Just talking, and now we're just talking about atheism. I think the discussion was more like atheism versus theism. Yeah. The thing I heard was about they talked about prophecies for a long time, but I don't think I can really bring something to this because I don't think I need to talk about the Bible, except so yeah.
Yeah. I was wondering if the person those two people that were arguing, were they both theists, or was that one person an atheist talking about the prophecies? I know that one of them, the cornrows avatar guy, I don't really know him well enough, but I'm pretty sure he's a theist.
Yes, when you see, have you seen the chat? It was Justin and Reckel.
Yeah,
they talked about prophecies, but they're both gone.
Yeah, I think I've seen him. I haven't like watched him, but I've seen his like picture on like some of the chats through other theist like radio outlets and hangouts and things like that. Not radio necessarily, but podcast kind of things that they tried to set up.
Okay.
And radio and mine was because of Brett Keane with his God TV radio thing. Does he actually? I don't know if he actually has a station, but I really hope he doesn't.
I don't know. I think if people want to talk about prophecies in the Bible, then they just, if they like, I don't bother. It's okay.
It was the
well, Howard. Oh, that's
yeah.
But when I came up, it was already sold. I hear myself on your mic, Hermine. Oh, thanks.
It was. I think she had her headphones out. So it was doing that echo.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't me, gentlemen.
Or anything, but
It's okay. Don't bother. That's no problem.
I think I need to back out of my... I have a guest over here, and she signed on with G+. Could you imagine that's probably the situation, right?
Yes, I think G+ is the...
I
came here, yes.
Yeah, I loaded up the Apple in the background Hangout text. I loaded up a Google Apple, or a green apple.
Okay.
Yeah, and I was trying to give it to her, but I just now shut hers off. So if the echo was due to us, we're very sorry.
It's no problem, really. Don't mind.
And Lisa joined in. I added her to the Hangout about an hour ago, but now she's sitting with me, and she's not in the Hangout on her own device because we both have the Hangout open. So Christian and the gentleman that's talking live and the live viewers out there this morning, this is Lisa Fox sitting next to me here today.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi. Oh.
We have a new rage over here in the continental U.S. this morning, there, boss.
Okay.
We have a back order of a product. I don't want to copyright Reuven's channel, but it comes in this color right here. And I know it's weak lighting, but it's green. And it's made, I think the first name's called Crown. They always give you a satin sack with their beverage.
Oh, that's cool.
But the new one is Apple.
Oh, okay.
And it's been out of order for a month in Orlando. And I saw a case at the back of the truck today, so I bought it.
Oh, that's cool. That's way better than a sack of plastic.
Yeah.
Because they're just it's just like a waste of resources. Ah, that's pretty nice.
I guess it's, what would you call it, apple bourbon?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like a dark green as I see it, but I couldn't tell the color because
yeah,
I can tell.
Yeah, it's dark green.
Yeah, it's like the Granny Smith apple, I think.
Exactly. Yeah, the granny apple. You're right.
It's like a pretty bright green, but it seems to be very dark on the cam. Like almost like blackish green.
Yeah, it's only because of the lighting, Christian. I'm sorry about that.
It's okay. It's okay. So PJ and I spoke a lot now. I hope we don't, you don't fall asleep because of both of us, but we discussed lots of different topics.
Yeah, it's been a little bit more casual. Now,
Yeah.
I guess, are we still, we're in a Reuven chat, not a Miss Chambers, right?
Right, right.
Yeah, I think, I thought it was Roy's chat.
I'm looking at it. It's still live.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is it the usual thing? It's kind of cool. I have to admit that people just can jump in, and the broadcast is live the whole time. I don't know if this is a mistake or if it was just if it's the way it operates, but it's cool. Either way.
No, this is Reuben's chat, and he probably fell asleep.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what
Okay.
I was expecting. I thought that he might have fell asleep, and I jumped in and just like he still hasn't closed out any of the live chats or anything. It's just feeding in still.
Okay. I didn't know that. It still is my first hangout. Okay.
Yeah.
But I like this, really. You just can jump in or jump out. That's pretty cool. But I'm not sure if we're still talking about the topic here.
Yeah,
or if there was any.
But a structured topic as I came in, it was really just a lot of people sleeping.
Yeah. But I thought it was Roy. But, Reuven, yes. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think he fell asleep, yeah.
That's not fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be right back.
Is everyone in this chat still like asleep, or are they some of them listening, or oh, what's this? Something's projecting and can't read it, but I could look at the imagery.
Oh, yeah, here, there's something here. I can't hear anything.
Me either. I can't hear it.
My French is very bad, so I can't read it either.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what this is.
Hmm.
Well, okay then.
Yeah, it was a nice conversation, and maybe we can repeat that. But I don't get the message from this guy with the eagle on the avatar.
I have a cat running in and out of the room, so I'm gonna see. Ah, complete. For some reason, the cat very cool. It acts on its instincts more than that's cool. These like weird blank stares. Like, I think the funny thing is that with cats they have this. There's never really a captured expression. All you can really do is look at the way their eyes are.
Yeah.
And because of how big their eyes are, like if I were to compare it to like a human, it would look like a surprised face, like every time. Like, it looks like it's just seen something it can't unsee. It's freaking out, like the cat just saw a dead body or something, and it's like looking at me, like it's like shock.
Yes, I'm like, I don't have any pets, but I'm definitely more like a cat guy than a dog guy. But yeah, cats can be pretty behave pretty odd sometimes, and it's just like how they are.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even recently we had a mouse in our apartment at some point, and just recently she caught it and in her mouth and spit it out to my dad.
Yeah, did she brought it to you? So
She's still
yeah, so you're the leader of the pack, so.
Yeah, she's very aware of what's going on around her. So like, if there was something going, she's always like in my room. She's always acting like she's hunting for something, and I don't know what. I have not seen anything come running out. I see her running instead, and she's always looking under my bed, looking around my room, going in and out. She always likes to sleep in my closet as well. Because like there's a nice, like I have like a laundry basket of like clothes that were clean, but I just didn't. We can't even wear them anymore.
No.
But I didn't get rid of them, and she just uses it as a bed, really, for herself. Yeah. So she just jump into the closet and lay down on the clothes. It's kind of funny. Yeah. So you can't ever know if she's in the room or not. And sometimes if I'm reaching for a jacket, I might accidentally like touch her instead and grab her.
Cats can be very strange sometimes, and
on some occasions it happens, but
when they bring you a mouse, that's they really love you.
Yeah.
That's something they just don't do to not to everybody.
Let's see. John. I Okay. If I'm not mistaken, this looks like the ISIS logo.
Okay. Hmm.
I honestly, I just don't have, I have no idea whatsoever. I don't know what's going on in this chat.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. And why? But it's not the chat from this stream, I think. Yeah, I don't get it.
I don't know. It's not going. It wouldn't come up on the stream, but we'd see it.
No. It's just like.
ISIS takes out the human trash.
Okay.
Apparently, that's what this chat's going with. I don't support ISIS. I don't even know why this. Some weird stuff going on in this chat.
Yes.
I don't know what the trying to think what the I'm so ignorant to these like logos. I know one of them's ISIS. I know that, but I don't know what the green one was.
Okay. Yeah. I don't want to chat about it. We can talk about it if you like.
I could talk about terrorism. I'm not as well versed, but I could talk about it for sure.
Oh no, I meant the other guy who's.
Oh yeah.
Because what should I do with sentences like "ISIS takes out human trash"? Okay, so what? What's the real message here? I don't know.
The tough part about chats and stuff, you can't really pick up on something if it's sarcastic or if it's
Yeah, no. Yes, but that's why you use smileys. But there's no sarcasm smiley. That's true. Yes. I never found some. Maybe this. The only one I found is this here. This. But yeah, when you write something, it's easily misinterpreted. But I think I will leave now because I have things to do. But maybe if Roy is Reuven still sleeping, I will return later when he's awake.
yeah. When everybody wakes up, I'll come back in as well.
Yeah. But I really enjoyed the conversation. Thanks you all. Thanks for a very nice conversation as well.
No trouble. I came in, I saw people, I decided I wanted to chat. Whatever.
Yeah. Same with me. Okay. See you. Hear you soon, no? Or see you soon.
Yeah.
Have a nice evening, all. Bye bye. Annie and Ronnie and everybody. Bye bye.
Hello? Hello?
figure Nadia's up by now. So why don't we call G?
Well, what happened to our video?
Oh, you want to watch video? Let's make sure we're on. I'm already in live call. See how old the Apple was. If it's in here. Hold on. Look at all the people in the chat.
I'll see it.
2, 4, 6, 8, 9. It's full chat. So Nadia, that's Nadia's call going up here. This one here, see the cameras?
Yeah.
I would have to end this one.
Hello, you fucking A-Robs. You fucking Pockies. Fuck all the fucking Pockies, man. Fuck all the Pockies. Nigga, 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 nigga. Nigga, 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 nigga. Like the planet, niggas.